Hey, welcome. Welcome. Sorry we're late tonight. Thanks for being here, everybody. I had some technical issues, and as usual, but we're here, and we are going to get into our rewatch of another really fascinating episode of from season 1, episode 5, Silhouettes. Wow, I mean, I remember when I first watched it, it was not like I didn't find it as impressive. Like it's a slower episode. It's a lot of lengthy dialogue. But watching it again now, knowing what we know, oh my God, I got so many new insights. What about you, Scarlett?
Oh yeah, I probably typed like half of the script into my notes.
Yeah. I feel
I mean,
like I did too.
everything like Tom and Jade's conversation, Fatima's backstory, just like this conversation that Sarah and Christy have. I mean, I had to write it all out.
Yeah.
There's so much meaning in all of it.
I know. I know. It's crazy. Like I when I did my second rewatch of this show, which was a few months ago, I did type out some of like a big chunk of dialogue, like Ethan's anything Ethan says, I write all that
Yeah,
out.
yeah.
Sarah's dialogue, but I definitely added more this time and more things that I noticed, like, and honestly, more fodder for the Ethan and Yellow theory, which
Yeah.
we're talking about on the last live.
Yeah, I
I,
mean, not to mention that Ethan runs to Julie in that gym.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah,
Even more anti-Jim.
yeah. So excuse me, I'm losing my voice. I need to get some water or something. Yeah, he runs to Julie instead of Jim, and there is a scene in this episode that I I always knew was significant. I always paid close attention to it. I thought this has got to be symbolic, but I couldn't pinpoint exactly how until now. Until now, and I gotta say, as much as I don't want it to be true, I think this particular scene that I'm thinking of with the merry-go-round is more fodder, more foreshadowing for Ethan being the man in yellow. I'm just gonna say it right now. Like,
Yeah.
I know we don't want it to be that. I don't want it to be that.
Yeah.
It's not what we want. We're looking at what we see in the show, and it's
Yeah,
not just not what we want.
but even with the one scene with Jim, and he's standing by yellow curtains, and he's like, "Something's missing. What's missing?" I'm like, "The man in yellow is missing."
Yeah, yeah. Something is missing. He said, "There's just something we're not seeing. So
Yeah,
something is missing. We just can't see it yet."
maybe it's the guy who's been a voice for a long time and then becomes cover real.
Yeah,
Perhaps,
maybe,
maybe.
maybe. By the way, in the chat, if you could let me know. Right now, I'm uploading photos while I'm live, which I don't normally do. Please let me know if my voice is breaking up and you can't hear me. Because then I'll stop doing that and I'll switch devices. So yeah, I don't want it to sound terrible, and I don't know. Scarlett can't tell me because we're in StreamYard together, so I'll sound fine to her. But
Yeah.
let me know if I sound okay in the chat. I would appreciate it. If I'm breaking up, I will just switch devices. But admittedly, I actually took less screenshots than usual because I ran out of time. So I didn't take my 800 screenshots like I did last week.
Yeah.
But I took 566, so it's still a lot.
Oh.
They're uploading as we speak. Actually working pretty fast. I'm kind of shocked.
Oh, good.
Usually when I'm off of StreamYard, like when I'm not even on StreamYard, it takes forever. So this is great. Okay. But yeah, let me know if there are any issues with the audio. And while they're uploading, let's say hi to some people. Hello, Dieter. Of course, you're first in the chat. I appreciate you as always. Thank you for being here. Good morning. Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing the link in the Discord for me to the stream because it's later than usual and people might think we're not having it. So thank you for that. And yes, there's your comment, Scarlett, in the chat. Hey, Doc, nice to see you. I thought I was going to be late. Yeah, well, we were the ones who were late. Actually, me.
Not me.
Scarlett
Not
was
me.
ready to go. It was
I was
me.
ready to go at 10:30.
I take the blame. It was me. Tony, I was watching Tony's live earlier, and Tony invited me on with him and Phil, just completely on the spur of the moment, and I was like, "Oh wow, this is awesome! I can't say no. I want to go on with them."
Yeah.
So I did, and so I'm running late because of that. I'm sorry, but it was a great time. I always have a great time with Tony and Phil, and Tony has been such a good friend and supporter of this channel. Such a good friend to me personally. Like, not even just about the channel. He's an amazing guy. He and Phil gave me some great advice, which I'll take to heart. And so yeah, so forgive me for the lateness, but yeah, I couldn't say no. Tony asked me to be on, and I'm there. So, but yeah, and he gave me some great advice, which I really think is going to help me going forward after the live. So thank you, Tony. Thank you for having me on. I always have a blast with you and Phil. And yeah, so let's see. We've got Muncher Luncher here. Let's get it, fam. Yes, yes. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming, even though I'm late. I mean, it's not the latest I've ever started a live. One time we started a Severance live at like 1 a.m. So
That's true.
This isn't technically the latest. And I've been this late for some lives before too.
But I think we were trying to make a hard and fast rule to get it out the gates by like 10:15.
I know. That's not working out so well.
Hopefully next week. I mean, this week I have off, but hopefully next week we can.
Next week, I promise. Yes, yes. Next week we will do that for sure. Absolutely. This was kind of a special thing too, because it was Tony's first stream of the new year, and you know, like, he was really emphasizing that, you know, it's the first stream of 2025, and he wanted me to be a part of it. I'm not going to say no. Absolutely not. Yeah. So, but no, next week I will be on time. And, you know, technically I could, you know me, I do marathon lives. I could have just, like, if he invites me on again, I could just come right on immediately after. The only reason that I didn't is because I was foolish. And this morning, instead of working on this, I worked on my Man in Yellow video that I've had to revise like 50 times.
The trilogy now?
Now a trilogy. Yes. So that's my fault for not preparing ahead of time, saving preparation for this rewatch for the last minute. I didn't take my screenshots. I won't make that mistake again. I'll just take them ahead of time and prioritize that. So anyway, because you know me, I mean, hey, I can go on Tony's live. I can hop on here right after, nothing in between. As long as I have my screenshots, I can talk all day and night about From. Like, I can't shut up about it. Anyway, hey, I think this is Trace in Spanish. I think that's how you say it.
We haven't got any clarification.
We still haven't gotten clarification, but I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. Welcome. Nice to see you. Thanks for being here. Welcome, Infinite Umbra. Thank you for being here. Happy New Year. Yes, Happy New Year, everybody. Our first live of the new year. Yes. Yes.
We just made it.
We just made it. Yes. We almost missed it. It would have been January 2nd, 2025. Yes.
I could have brought my New Year's Eve horn down. I have a little horn.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll do that later.
Yeah. I hope everybody enjoyed your New Year festivities. I didn't do anything, you know, but we had a fun watch party in Sci-Fi Vision's Discord. We watched some Severance, which was always fun. I can't get enough of Severance. So yeah, we had a good time. That was my wild New Year's Eve. Like, I don't go anywhere, but no, it was a lot of fun, and had some good dessert my mom got us. So it was nice. Yeah. And Scarlet.
I had a lot of holiday nog and mango champagne.
Oh, mango champagne. Interesting. I've never heard of that, but like, I've only had regular champagne, to be honest. I think it's gross. I don't know why people like it so much.
Well, they're sweet and dry. If you don't like the dry, you should try the sweet, because a lot of people start with the dry.
Ah, gotcha.
That's the key.
I've had it, like, I've only had it at weddings and stuff, and yeah, you'd think it would be like amazing champagne then, but no. Well, I wouldn't know.
Some people get like extra brut, and it's like real dry.
yeah, I just hated the taste. I hate the
Mhm.
taste of wine. Actually, I hate the taste of most alcohol.
Mhm.
So I'm weird like that, but
Yeah, I
I
don't
love
really like beer, but I like whiskey and I like spirits like that and
the
absinthe,
only thing the
ouzo.
only thing sorry, what? Scarlet?
Oh, ouzo.
Oh,
It's a Greek liqueur.
oh, okay.
It tastes like licorice.
Oh, interesting. Oh, well, then I would hate that because I hate
Mhm.
licorice. But
That's I picked the perfect one because that's exactly the same thing my boyfriend says.
yeah, yeah, yuck.
He's like,
Ugh,
"Oh, I hate licorice."
nasty stuff. No, and the only alcohol I've ever really liked is Mike's Hard Lemonade
Mhm.
and a vanilla flavored vodka in Pepsi. That's it.
Ugh.
Yeah, the only thing
Yikes.
I've liked ever. But yeah, so I hope everybody had a safe and happy New Year's Eve and had some time off. Hopefully, you guys had some time off from work and just had some time to relax and I appreciate you showing up. Hey, just me, nice to see you. Welcome, always great to see you. Oh, and just me, by the way, just me sent me a super chat, a very
Oh,
generous. Not a super chat, excuse me. I don't have super chats enabled yet. It was a cash app.
you should put
Not
your ticker tape up.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. No, it was a she sent me a Venmo because I have Venmo
Mhm.
and yeah, there it is.
There it
I have
is.
there it is. Yeah, she sent me an extremely generous Venmo. Thank you so much for that. I didn't know who to thank because it said
Mhm.
her name instead of her screen name. So now,
Mhm.
thank you. Now I know who to thank. Thank you so much. Very, very kind of you. I appreciate it. I haven't monetized the channel yet, even though I technically could. So I don't
Mhm.
have super chats yet. I just have the Cash App and the Venmo there. I would never expect it of anybody or anything like that. I love to read your comments. I will never become one of those YouTubers and only reads comments from people who pay money.
Mhm.
I won't do that. But it's much appreciated. Much appreciated. I do pay a lot for StreamYard every month. They're kind of ripping me off. So
Mhm.
it helps.
Yeah.
It helps. It really helps. Thank you. Um, hey, Zapton Kaboom. Nice to see you. Welcome. Luncher, luncher, bro. I'm ready to dive deep. Where's our instructor? Yeah, we are ready. We are so ready. I
Yeah.
cannot wait. I I cannot wait to get into this episode, guys. You have no idea. So much to say. So we're gonna get into it quicker than usual, and I don't think it'll be a problem because I think a lot of people probably figured we're not even going live, so we don't have a lot
And
of
plus, being an hour late, that would be our like chat time with the chat before we went into it, so it kind of fits.
typically. Yep, yep, yeah. Hey, Golden Child, nice to see you. Thank you so much for coming as always. Um, hey, you were right with Miranda reincarnation stuff, so maybe Ethan will turn out to be the man in yellow, says just me.
You'll be
Hey,
the
look,
prophetess.
yeah, thank you. I mean, I like some other, a bunch of other people in the fandom. Yeah, I did theorized that Tabitha was Miranda reincarnated. I came to that on my own, like a bunch of other people did, like Cyborg Queen Media did in season 2.
Mhm.
Um,
And
and
they were maligned and slandered.
yeah, they were attacked for it. Um, I didn't I didn't put it together, really put it together until season 3 started.
Mhm.
Admittedly, I had less time to think about it because I discovered the show
Yeah,
just
yeah.
this year. I didn't have time to really stew over seasons 1 and 2 for so long, but
Mhm. Mhm.
I had to dive right in, and then season 3 started, and I picked up the clues, put it together with what already came, and yeah. But yeah, I'm telling you, I'm seeing signs about Ethan and the Man in
Mhm.
Yellow ever since Scarlett pointed it out. Now I'm seeing more stuff too. I'm I'm thinking it might be. I'm not saying I'm married to it, committed 100%. Like we should always keep an open mind, of course,
Mhm.
but just follow the evidence. And right
That's
now, the
that's
evidence
the
is leading
problem.
me this way.
That's the problem. I am keeping an open mind. That's the problem. I don't want it to be this way. I'm kind of like Jasmine. I don't want it to be this way.
I
It's like,
don't
I
either.
don't want it to be this way.
I don't either. I like this
Not
is
a
what
little Ethan, no.
this is what I'm thinking right now. It could change if
Hmm.
the clues in the show start to lead me in a different direction. But right now, this is the direction it's leading both of us in, and So
Yeah, I like to do a theory video where I dressed up like a fortune teller and have a crystal ball, and I, things magically appear in a Christmas crystal ball or make tarot cards with my theories up.
that would be awesome, Scarlett. You should totally do that. You really should. Like if you if you're not if I'm not monopolizing all your time on these marathon lives, you could actually have time to do that. But
Or
you
I could pop in on Friday if it's like, costume optional.
yeah, totally do that. That would be fun. Absolutely. That would be fun. Yeah, and you're gonna get a big credit in my video that I'm gonna be making
Yay.
later this week. Yeah.
Yeah, just call me Scarlet M Shadows so I don't get messed up with other Scarlets out there.
Yeah, I will make sure I identify you properly. Yeah, by the end of the week, I want to get a video out on this Ethan and Man in Yellow stuff. So I tried to add it to my existing video and it was just taking too long. So I'm going to make a separate video and talk about what other people are saying. You know, some fans are saying maybe Randall. I'm going to include that, but I don't think it's Randall personally.
Yeah, I want to know what evidence they're getting from the show about that.
Yeah, I mean, theoretically, because Julie story walks, I could see how people might think, well, maybe Randall can too. Maybe he story walks back in time, becomes the Man in Yellow. He looks kind of like the guy in the painting a little bit, but honestly, there's not that much evidence leading in that direction. And also, you know, his character, he's got that kind of villain type persona, but I feel like that makes it too obvious also. Because he's got a chip on his shoulder and an attitude. So yeah.
That's just like South Detroit is what that is. Or whatever you said. What were the areas around that you said he reminded you that people are from?
Didn't Doc say, I think Doc said Fall River.
Fall River.
Fall River, Massachusetts.
Yeah, I said like South Detroit, but still I'll say.
I think he said Fall River, Massachusetts. I think it was Doc, but
yeah.
So I'm going to include that just so I'm being fair and considering all angles, but I'm going to say that this is not, I think that it's right now I'm thinking it's Ethan. So anyway, sorry, tangent. We got to catch up with the chat so we can get started. Unless you had something more to say on that, Scarlett.
Oh, no, I'm good.
Okay, yeah, we'll get into that in the episode breakdown.
Yeah, do you have water?
I don't have water. I need to go get water. Before we get into the breakdown, I'll get water. And I didn't eat either. Sorry.
Oh, boy.
Not taking care of myself. Yeah. I'll at some point, I'll step away for a minute and heat up some food. I promise. Okay.
Yeah, put up a photo or something I can talk about because I still haven't given you my address so I can actually, be the boss.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. So yeah, you'll have your co-host superpowers soon. So, and then you can highlight comments. And so, yeah. And thank you very much, Dieter. I didn't think my voice sounded good tonight because I'm a little hoarse. But yeah, thanks for telling me it's coming in clear. Thank you very much.
How long did you talk on Tony's?
I was there the whole time.
Okay, 2 hours in. Okay.
Yeah, I was there. I just missed the first few minutes, but that was it. Then I was there the whole time. Yeah. So yeah. I mean, I don't monopolize things. Obviously, I talk when I'm called on to speak. And Tony is such a gentleman. It's like he's always. I love how he always does this ladies first thing. It's so sweet and gentlemanly of him.
Yeah.
Because like when LMR is there, it's the same thing. He has LMR speak first on everything. And he does that with me too. It's like, wow, gentlemen still exist out there. Who knew?
Chivalry's not dead.
Chivalry's not dead after all. So I did get plenty of opportunities to speak and I just waited till I was called on. So I didn't totally wear out my voice, but yeah, he always lets me speak first. It's so cool to see there's still gentlemen out there. And whenever people call in, like I noticed with LMR, like he always makes sure people say hi to her too and include her. Chivalrous dude, Tony. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Muncher Luncher. I was going to read this and then I forgot. Ethan is not Man in Yellow. What is this theory? Why would he do away with his own dad? Well, we don't know yet.
I don't think you've heard me constantly say that Jim is horrible.
He is horrible.
Have you heard me?
He is the worst. No, no, Muncher Luncher is a gem lover, so
Oh yeah, that's right.
we don't want to hurt his feelings, but
Love that man bun.
yeah, I'm assuming Muncher Luncher is a he. I don't know actually. Sorry, I don't know, but yeah, I don't know why he would do it yet, but
yeah,
but honestly,
it's a build up.
it's there. If you look at it, there is a trope where we have seen in shows before a child starts out being innocent and sweet and grows up to be a villain, and eventually something could happen to cause that. Like if you look at Lost, there's a villain in Lost who, and in this
I haven't
case,
seen it, but sure, yeah.
well, I'll just
Man
give
in
you
Black?
not. I haven't met the Men in Black yet, but
okay.
but there is a lesser. There's a lesser villain who's not the top, like not the biggest bad, but it's the reverse in this case. You meet him first, and then you see what he was like as a child in a flashback. But it's still the trope of an innocent little kid growing up to be a villain because of certain circumstances. You see this guy Ben as a little kid, and you're like, how did he grow up to be this? And then you see more and more flashbacks, and you realize how it happens. It is a trope that's been done in other shows where a little kid starts turning creepy and eventually grows up to be a villain. And when you see this Ben Linus as a child, you never would have expected he would be a super villain as an adult. It can happen. Now, he didn't kill his own dad in that one, but actually, wait a minute. Yes, he did. Wait a minute.
Interesting.
I'm so sorry, guys. If you're watching Lost, spoilers for Lost, but I have to say this. And I'm sorry, Scarlett, I don't know if you were ever planning on watching it.
I have no ambition or desire to watch Lost at this point.
I just blurted it out, but holy shit.
Correlation.
He killed his own dad, guys. Okay?
Yeah.
In Lost, and it was made by some of the same people as From. Just saying, he was a sweet, innocent little boy in this flashback, and then eventually you see how he grows up to loathe his own dad enough to actually kill him. He does kill his own dad. He does. So there's precedent for this, and it happens. Just saying. Well, I know in this case it's a little different, and Ethan seems to really love his dad, and his dad is not a jerk like the one in Lost, Ben's dad. But I mean, well, he is a jerk, but Jim loves his kid, and he's not as much of an asshole as that guy was. But it could happen.
Yeah, I was gonna say Star Wars, but Anakin Skywalker doesn't technically have a dad. So.
Oh yeah, he doesn't have a. How does he not have a dad? Everybody does.
Parthenogenesis, I do believe.
Really? Okay. See, I'm not up on a lot of like Star Wars
like whatever those like things were called that like inspire the like how they had Star Wars was like anybody can be a Jedi, but then you had to have those special little like things that start with them that make you a Jedi.
Okay.
And then it went back to anybody could be a Jedi with Rey, and then it went back the other way. It's kind of annoying.
Oh, okay.
I love to be on the side where anybody could be a Jedi, you know.
Right. Yeah. Well.
But anyway,
yes.
Anakin grows up to be horrible.
Anyway, yeah.
Darth Vader.
It could happen. He's already starting to go dark, and there was a line in an episode in season 2. I happened to be looking for pictures and stuff to use for this video I'm going to make. And I don't want to give too much away, but Ethan says something to Jade. He's talking to Jade in season 2, wearing yellow again. And there's something, I'll save it for the video, but there's something in that scene that, again, I think it's foreshadowing. He's wearing yellow. It's in season 2 also. So we're going to continue. Poor Ethan. I'm just looking at the foreshadowing hints and clues because this show has employed foreshadowing in other instances that we can point to that are now confirmed. That's why we think, well, foreshadowing could be something that's going on with this as well. Like Tabitha and Jade, that was foreshadowed. The fact that they were reincarnated it was foreshadowed by both of them going unconscious, being knocked unconscious when they arrived in town. They both appeared to be dead. And we then eventually find out that they've died many times over and come back. So foreshadowing right there. Jim's death was foreshadowed multiple times. Like Scarlet, you pointed out a perfect example in the RV with you know, Julie saying the monster's claws went too deep with the finger puppet. Then it shows a shot of Jim, right? With the sun hitting his neck. Like yeah. So the show has sorry, what?
I just said row for Ethan.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
no.
the show has employed this before, foreshadowing. And in instances that are now confirmed to be real, to actually it's confirmed that it was foreshadowing. So I just think that we should be paying attention as we do this rewatch to anything that could point in the direction of, even though we don't know why Ethan could be corrupted yet, we're following the breadcrumbs, we're following the clues. That's all. And Dieter here said maybe Ethan made a sacrifice in the future. Yeah, I don't know. I do think that the man in yellow probably came from the future at some point, and that's how he knows everything that's going on. That's how he knew Tabitha was digging in the basement. You know, he's the voice on the radio too. So I actually am starting to think that the man in yellow is not omniscient, that he's not able to see and hear everything like some kind of god. I think he knows Tabitha was digging in the basement when he was on the radio. He knew it because he was been to the future. That's what I think personally. But yeah, I don't know about as far as Ethan in the future. Yeah, I don't know. Just Me says maybe there's a lot more to the story we don't know about yet. 100%. Dieter said, of course, Tony and Phil are awesome. That was so nice of them. They are the best. They are the best. I like, nobody has supported me more than them. I appreciate it so much. Their support for this channel. It really means a lot because like Tony's like the king of From. I mean, he's been doing this since day one when nobody was covering the show except him and What Is Fromcast. That's it. Just that. So to have his acceptance and friendship means so much, really. Let's see. Infinite Umbra says, what time is the watch party for Severance episode 7 and 8? 8 p.m. That's a new time that we started last week. So 8 p.m. Eastern time. I hope that works for people. You know, it's easier for us to do a live. It's easier for me to do a live if we do it that way. Easier for me and my pain. So I hope that works for people. And then next week is the final episode. Yeah. Yes, Banner Dieter. Hey, Chris Smalls, Happy New Year. Thank you for coming. Appreciate you. Hey, Diz Tops. Any new clues? You bet we've got new clues. We're going to get into that in just a few minutes. There was a Severance ad on the TV at the gym today. Oh, good. Good to see. Good to see Severance getting attention. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Dieter, they're talking about champagne, espresso martinis.
They get chocolate martinis because Misty on Yellow Jackets orders chocolate martinis.
Okay. Nice.
Who you call a psycho.
Oh, it's Psycho. Hey, Butcher. Nice to see you. Nice to see you, Butcher. Thank you for being here. It sounds weird saying nice to see you, Butcher, but I forget what it's from. Butcher of
It's a video game of some kind. It's of some sort.
Okay. Gotcha. Infinite Umbra says it's funny how so many of us feel Ethan could be Man in Yellow, right? Are you thinking it too? I wasn't at first, but this rewatch is changing my mind. Scarlet changed my mind last week, so yes, please hit the like button, guys, if you're listening to this. I would very much appreciate it if you could hit the like so people can find me. Since I'm late, a lot of people probably don't know that we're even live. Hey, Amy, nice to see you. I hope you're doing well tonight. Hope you had a good holiday. Hope everybody had a good holiday. Hey, with Alice, nice to see you as always as well. Scarlet put a spell on us. But yeah, everything is positive in this series. I think
If I actually put a spell on this, there'd be Victor Hugo in a UFO, and that's not happening.
Yeah.
My ideal dream. I'm taking two people's theories and I'm smashing them together.
Yeah. So Dieter says I think Man in Yellow is just Man in Yellow. But there are some clues, or they tricked us. Honestly, we'll have to wait and see. But so far, this is what I'm thinking. Let's see. Hey, Doc said I knew it was Fall River. I knew it was Fall River. Yeah, he acts like a Fall River guy. I'm not that familiar with guys from Fall River, although I live very close to there, but I will take your word for it. Yes, I will, Dieter. I will definitely get some water and food soon. Hey, as cities burn. Hey, Julie and the rest of you frummers frumming around tonight. H2O hydrated, eat a sandwich, and don't let the frumming fully take over. Thank you. I appreciate the concern, and I will. Promise. The frumming gets me carried away. I'm not taking care of myself. Yeah, Amy Tony is real nice. Dieter says, no, your voice doesn't sound like a horse.
How's your foot doing, by the way, Dieter?
Yeah.
Horse stepping accident.
Yeah. Dieter stepped on a toy horse, hurt his foot. Yes. These kids leaving their toys everywhere. Just Me said, I think I heard of your channel from one of Tony's lives. See? A lot of people did. And I greatly appreciate it. I'm so thankful to Tony. How many people start a channel and already have the support of somebody like that? And sending people over, he regularly sends people over to my lives after his. And so many people learn about this channel because of him. So could not be more thankful for that. Hey there, adorned by Charisse, but Ethan is so cute, though. I know.
That makes it worse.
He's what?
It makes it worse.
It makes it worse. Yes, it does. Ugh, I don't like it. Amy says we are all a villain in someone's story. Yeah. Butcher says, it's interesting, but I doubt he's the Man in Yellow.
Yeah, that's why I'm Golden Child. I couldn't think of that word. That's the Jedi thing. The special thing you need to be a Jedi.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
I'm only half interested in Star Wars.
Yeah, I never got into Star Wars myself. Amy said people in town have been pushed beyond their moral compass from stress and the monsters tormenting them, that it's likely that some of these people are going to turn into a villain. Exactly. And like Doug Hughes, who plays the Man in Yellow, said, he quoted Mary Shelley, and she said that, monsters are not born, they are made. And essentially the quote summed up, it just says that we're a product of our circumstances, the wounds of, as she said, the wounds of the world around us, we're shaped by all of that. And the monsters in their tragedy remind us all of what would happen to us all if the world turned its back on us. That was the end of the quote. And honestly, so it could happen to anybody under the right circumstances. Anybody could become a villain. You look at any villain in a like you look at superhero movies, right? Like whenever you see the villain's backstory and they actually show it, you see how they became that way. It humanizes them. Like people are not born evil. I think the Joker is an example of that. Like you see what the Joker went through in Batman and how he became the villain that he became. So yeah, it's like goes back to what I was talking about last week. Tabula rasa. We are not born evil. We're shaped by culture, by our family, by the people around us, like our life circumstances. So yeah.
I'll point out again, Misty from Yellow Jackets.
Yes. Exactly.
She's treated horribly, and then she gets on a plane crash, and then she's seen as a positive thing to have around, like the top dog when it comes to medical fixings and stuff.
Right. Yeah. So right
It goes to
circumstance.
her head and she becomes crazy.
Exactly. It happens.
Crazy with power.
Exactly. Yeah. Just me said, why would Man in Yellow, if Ethan tell them his wife shouldn't have been digging that hole instead of saying mom? Because that would give it away. I don't think he would. Sorry, whoops. I don't think he would want to give away his identity. So he says your wife, but yeah,
Yeah, but I think he might be so far gone because when the other people in the town sacrifice their children, they turn into monsters. He might have done something and turned himself into a monster, and he's just so demon forward. I mean, his eyes look black. I mean, I know it's a trick of the light, but they do look dark when we first see him.
Mm-hmm.
Turn
They
into
do,
the dark
yeah.
side. To the dark side. And then, I
Right.
mean, if he's like a monster, he might not even remember. There's a whole bunch of stuff on the show about remembering and not remembering.
That's true. That's true. And yeah, his eye. That was a trick of the light. At first, we thought, and some people are still thinking he has black eyes. But if you
It's
actually,
brilliant, though.
it's a beautiful shot the way they did that.
Yeah.
But then when you see him saying to Jim, "Your wife shouldn't have dug that hole," in that shot, because I take so many screenshots, I was able to notice that he has blue eyes. So his eyes just looked black when he was showing up. But yeah, it was a great effect. And yeah.
But Ethan does have brown eyes.
Oh, yeah, that's a problem. Wait, were his eyes blue? I have to go back and look.
Isn't Jim the only person in the family that has blue eyes and everybody else has brown?
I believe so. Yeah, I got to go back and look. Maybe they weren't blue, but all I know is I could see the white part of his eyes.
They
Like
might
so
have
they're
counter information.
Yeah, that's a great point. Oh, what about the eye color? I mean, it's possible it was a continuity thing. I think something like that happened in Dark, actually, that the eye color didn't match the adult version of someone, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
I don't.
I'm up to like episode 7 now on that, so.
Yeah, I don't even remember who, but I just remember by now you know that there are older versions of people and younger versions, and I think one of them didn't match. So yeah.
I was listening to a YouTube channel called Dark After Dark, and there was one guy. I mean, it was kind of like we were doing a Severance. There was one guy who watched it, and one guy that hadn't watched it, and he was guessing.
I listened to it too. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, okay.
I love that podcast.
Yeah, so he was just trying to deal with eye color. He was trying to like look at the eye color, like the guy in the baggy coat versus like Jonas.
Yes, yes.
To see if the eye color is the same, which is kind of cool because I would be like, yeah, eye color is probably a big thing. Like in Yellow Jackets, the girl who plays Teen Shauna had to wear brown contacts because she has blue eyes and blonde hair, so she had to dye her hair darker and wear brown contacts.
Gotcha. Yep. Yeah. That's so funny that you found that podcast too. I love.
It's great.
That's when I was talking to you about how we're doing Severance together. That was one of the things I was thinking of. That was the first podcast I ever listened to where one person has seen the show, one person is not.
Yeah,
and it's a cool formula. I like that. And then the person who hasn't seen it gets to give all of their theories, and then the person who has just says, "Okay, this is what I was thinking at the time," and that's what I've literally modeled what I say and how I handle it after that podcast. So yeah, it's a lot of fun to listen to. Also, they're hilarious. Yes. So yeah, I listened to every episode after each one of Dark that I watched. So it's cool.
Someday I'll lasso you into doing that with Yellow Jackets. I have Yellow Jackets on my brain because I was watching it right before this.
Oh yeah, I know. If I can get past my issues.
Yes.
Anyway,
I'm making a percent about your issues. I think 3 and 4 have 0% of your issues.
Yeah.
1% of your issues.
Okay.
Very low.
Umbra said 7 p.m. for me, which is cool since I won't be doing my podcast. Oh, nice. For the Severance watch party in the Discord. Nice. I'll miss out on the episode 9 watch party because I go live at 7 and we'll have a show next week. Oh, okay. Well, glad you can make it this week for sure. Yeah, and I might even for next week, since we'll only have one episode, I might make it slightly later, but stay tuned on that. But yeah, this week will be 8 p.m. Eastern in my Discord. The link to my Discord is in the description of this video for anybody who wants to join. Again, watching Severance episodes 7 and 8 tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern. Actually, technically tonight. It's Thursday. It's Thursday now. So.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, Butcher said my name is Geralt's nickname from The Witcher.
Oh, The Witcher. Okay.
Gotcha. Alrighty. Hey, Grow and Thrive. Nice to see you. Thank you for coming. Jim is the man in yellow. He killed it. What did he clone himself?
He hates himself.
He hates himself. Buncher Ledger said, "What would you ladies do if Jim comes back as a cicada? That issue would be wild." Yeah,
we all know that Randall has that thing inside his face, and he's going to pull that up, and he's going to pull it over his head. And he's going to be a giant cicada.
yeah. That would be
Kafka-esque.
Kafka-esque. Yes, it would be. But
I love insects. I love giant insects. Bring on the giant spider. Bring on Randall cicada. I'm here for it.
You and your insect love, my gosh.
Maybe they'll battle each other. That would be cool.
Yeah, that would be. We've got reincarnation, and people can come back as anything. So
yeah.
I just pinned the link to my Discord to the top of the chat, so it's there if anybody wants to join. And when Severance season 2 starts, I'm also doing midnight watch parties as each episode drops every week too in the Discord. So if you want to join that, just click the link at the top and just DM us if you have any issues. You can always DM me. I know people have a little trouble navigating Discord sometimes. Amy says, "I don't know about this show turning into the movie Ticks." Oh. Thanks. Yeah.
Oh, Ticks. That's where I draw the line, is that Ticks, okay?
Yeah. We haven't had movies about giant insects in many years. Like, that was kind of a popular thing in the past. Giant insects. Although, I mean, there's that thing in Stranger Things looks like a giant spider, but it's not. It's something else. But, Dieter says, "Why not? Future Jim makes a sacrifice and turns evil, forgetting everything else, kills himself in the past." Yeah, but then there'd have to be 2 of him. He doesn't have a future if he dies. You'd have to be cloned or a parallel universe of Jim. So, if anything's possible with the show, but yeah. Okay. I think we're ready to get into it now. Before we go off on a bug tangent.
I've got to talk about ticks, so that's cool. I don't like ticks. That's where I dropped the bug line.
Yes. Yeah. So yeah, God, those things. Like, why do they have
disease? Lyme disease is where I draw the line.
Oh yeah. Anyway, let's get started. Let's start breaking down this episode. So I think this should be chronological here. Let me make sure. Yeah, this is the beginning right here. So we open with a pretty shot. I like when they do these aerial views of the town. Really beautiful shots. And yeah, Sarah is at the clinic. She's eyeing that scalpel. And we all know what she's thinking now. She's eyeing that, but Christy walks in. Oh, and she's having a flashback. We don't get a lot of flashbacks in this show. I forgot about this one.
So they don't sanitize that. It's just lying in the drawer, the blade exposed without anything wrapping or anything on it.
Yeah. How are infections in this show not rampant? Like, nothing is ever sterile. Everything is like, just, I know they don't have many supplies and stuff, but they could do something better than that, I would think. They did have an ambulance.
Rubbing alcohol somewhere around there.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe they've run out of those supplies since that old ambulance they have came to town. Because, there's the ambulance that sits there, that's been there from the beginning.
Yeah, and Christy says that to Jim because she has the saline solution in the mason jar.
Yes.
Some kind of mason jar contraption.
Yeah. So I guess they ran out of supplies from the original ambulance at some point. So all they had to use. But Sarah is having a flashback to her arm.
Yeah, her arm's in the shape of a 4 too, which is kind of cool.
Oh, wait, is it? Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, it
yeah.
is. Uh, the show at its 4s and 7s. Yeah, I can
It's
see
the
it.
number of deaths, everyone, in Asian culture.
Interesting stuff. Yeah, it does look like a 4. And this was the moment I was losing my mind over in the last live when we got to this scene because she was looking at Ethan when she saw kill the boy on her
Hmm.
arm, and Ethan was sitting there. We don't see it in this shot in this scene, but Ethan was sitting there in his little yellow jacket, and it says "kill the boy." And if he is going to become the man in yellow, it would finally explain why. It could be an explanation for why Kill the Boy was on her arm. Like maybe
Hmm.
some force that's trying to help put that on her arm and wanted to try to stop this from happening, try to stop him from growing up. I don't think it's possible to do it though. I've been thinking a lot about this. I'm going to put this in the video too, but
Hmm.
I don't think it's possible to kill Ethan. I think something would always get in the way. It's one of these things where it's like, if he's going to become the man in yellow, he already has a future, so you can't kill him as a child. In the model of time travel that we're seeing, which I think is the predetermined model, bootstrap paradox model, you
Hmm.
can't go back and kill someone who already has a future.
Hmm.
And that's what they did. That's the same model that they've used in other shows.
Hmm.
Um, that's what I think we're seeing here. That's what we saw with Julie throwing the rope to Boyd. It was a closed
Hmm.
loop bootstrap paradox where she was always meant to save him. And with Ethan, if he has a future, I don't think you can go back and kill him. So right at the last second, we're going to get to that, but he
Hmm.
was saved right
Hmm.
before Sarah could do anything to him. And if you think about it, I shouldn't get into so much of this. I'm going to talk about it in the video too, but
Yeah. Hmm.
Ethan has had several near-death experiences on this show.
Hmm.
I don't think he can be killed if he's going to become the man in yellow. He
Hmm.
survived having his leg impaled by a table leg in the first episode or second.
Hmm.
His leg healed really fast, and now I think it's probably because of. I think the town might have healed him because he probably will be the man in yellow. Personally,
Hmm.
he survived that near death experience. He
Hmm.
survived running outside at night twice in season
Hmm.
3.
Yeah.
Twice. What was the other thing? There was something else too. Oh my god, yeah. Okay, I should save it for the video. No, I'm not gonna say it. There's
Hmm.
another one too. I gotta save something for the video.
Yeah.
But he
Hmm.
has another really close call with a near death experience, and
Hmm.
I mean, how many times is he gonna almost just barely survive? So
Yeah.
yeah, I'll get into the rest of that in the video. 'Cause I won't give the whole thing away, but yeah. Um, Sarah is looking at her arm, and Christy comes in, and yeah, so she kind of puts the scalpel back and closes the drawer, or she doesn't take it, obviously. And they have their little girls' night. Can see that how this place was a school before with
Hmm.
the letters up there and the chalkboard.
Yeah, I wrote this all down, this whole dialogue.
Oh yeah. So let me see. I don't have my notes out. Yeah, you have the dialogue. Gotta get my
Yeah,
note.
I can get to it quickly. Let's
Actually,
see.
while you're reading
Hopefully.
the dialogue, I'll get water. So that'll be perfect. Um,
You want to take a drink?
yeah, I need to fill up my water bottle.
Yeah,
Uh,
I'll get to it and I'll read it.
okay.
Let's
Cool.
see here. Okay. Let's see. Okay, the first part of their well, actually with my notes I thought that with the thing that was on Sarah's arm that maybe Sarah used to be a cutter because of her background and it coming, and the stuff I'll get to later. And then I wrote that Christy front zones Kenny. And there's a lot of bisexual representation in this episode. It's kind of like Christy's bi, I would say, Fatima's bi, I would say. But I'll get to the actual dialogue. So Sarah was talking about her, like Christy said, "Oh, do you have anybody back home?" And they're talking about how they she had a fiance, and she wanted to kind of be with Kenny, but she had this person waiting. And then Sarah says basically about the person that she was with, that Nathan saved her, and it's better that he's not around anymore, which means that maybe she did something, maybe Nathan did something. It sounds kind of like sus. And then Sarah says, things weren't very good for me. Nathan was the one who saved me. Can I ask you a question? If there was something that would let you see Marielle again, something that you would do that would let everybody here go home, even if it was something bad, would you do it? And Christy says, wait, what are you talking about? And Sarah says, I wonder sometimes about this place, what it means, why we're here. If you had someone come up to you and say, do this one bad thing and everyone gets to go home, would you do it? And I put in my notes, technically Sarah's done more than one bad thing. Because truth. So Christy says, well, we're speaking hypothetically, right? And Sarah says, yeah, of course. And my notes are right, nope. Of course she's not. So Christy says, yeah, I'll do anything to see her again. And hey, I mean, if that meant everyone else got to go home too, then I think that's a whole lot of good for one bad thing. So my theorizing is maybe Christy and her wanting Mari to do anything to see her again might have conjured the bus up, because there's a lot of people like Nathan whose biggest fear was cicadas, and the cicadas came. And I wonder if maybe in some way she wanted to see her fiance more than anything, and she kind of conjured up the bus. So that's my theory on that. And let me look to see if the chat's doing anything. Let's see. I guess this is kind of... So I kind of did the whole dialogue. Are you back?
Yeah, I'm back. So
random noises. Well, I did the whole conversation. I don't know if you could hear me.
Yeah, I was listening the whole time. Yeah.
But I seriously think that Christy may have conjured up the bus because of her want of Marielle to come back.
I think so too.
Okay.
I think she may have manifested it by saying that she would do anything to see Marielle again.
Yeah.
Yeah. I believe in the manifestation theory. I'm really I think there are multiple examples of that kind of thing happening in the show. And that's a big one. So yeah, really, really interesting conversation here.
But Chrissy should have been like, are you sure this is just metaphorically? Are you sure? Are you sure?
Right?
Yeah, crazy eyes, girl. Are you sure?
Yeah. I know, right?
What exactly do you want to do? What exactly are you talking about?
Yeah. Yes. I mean, come on, read the room. Read Sarah here. Like, Sarah was being so creepy.
Uh-huh.
Look at the crazy eyes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Christy kind of was like giving her permission to go ahead and do it in this way, but she had no idea what she was doing, of course. Okay, laughing my ass off, Scarlet, about your Randall cicada theory. I say, screw it, Tian Shen coming back as a worm in yellow. Nice. Just me said I'd like to see Story Walker Julie talking to present time Julie. Yeah, that would be interesting for sure. Sometimes it's not a good thing in time travel stories if you actually meet yourself, but in other cases I've seen in certain other shows it can actually be helpful. So yeah, I would like to see that too. Worm in yellow. Teeter. The bar has alcohol. Yes, the bar has alcohol. They could use to sterilize. Lots of potato vodka. Yes. I wonder if it's the man in yellow doing that to Sarah. It's possible. It's possible. Or maybe it's the boy in white. Or I think the boy in white is an entity trying to help. But then again, there's something I can't put my finger on with Sarah and her voices. Why are there multiple voices, plural?
Why are they all masculine except for the one?
Yeah, like what's the deal with the voices? And I get the sense, of course, that the voices are the same thing that put that on her arm. I think. So that's what she said later. She said, they said that everyone would get to go home if we do this, and if she does this. It's the same voices that told her she needs to kill Toby and leave the door open at the clinic. So who are they? Are they spirits of the dead? Like, that's the thing that I'm not sure about. But
are they the same voices that told Elgin about the same thing that they told Sarah?
Yeah, like
same ones.
Yeah, that's the tricky thing. Like I wonder, like we got to get an answer to that eventually. In the end, are they spirits of the dead? Is it multiple? Is it one entity that's like producing multiple voices in her head? Like how is this working? Because I don't get the sense that there are multiple entities, a whole bunch of them in this place. Like I don't. I do think the main figures are the man in yellow and the boy in white, main forces against each other, but those voices in Sarah's head seem to be something separate. So, hey, Woodrow Nichols, welcome. Nice to see you. Butcher said if Man in Yellow was on the radio, could he have changed his voice to sound like a kid and be the voice over the phone pretending to be Thomas? Or could that be the boy in white? I've been saying that he could have changed his voice, to sound like a kid. But if it turns out to be Ethan, though, I don't know if he would do that now. I've thought about it more. I mean, I don't think it was. No. And this is why. I've been thinking, okay, maybe he changed his voice and he's the Thomas voice on the phone. But if it's Ethan that becomes the man in yellow, let's say for the sake of argument that it's Ethan, then I don't think it's the voice, because you know why? The voice on the phone was trying to lure Ethan outside. Again, another force trying to kill Ethan. Remember the Thomas voice? I shouldn't say this. I'm gonna give away the whole video. But remember the Thomas voice told Ethan, "Your mom's coming back on the ambulance. She needs your help. You have to be brave." Whatever force put that on Sarah's arm, killed the boy in season 1. I think it's the same thing that created that Thomas voice trying to kill Ethan again. So yeah, I don't think it was the man in yellow. If we're going with the, personally, I am at the moment, I am leaning into the Ethan is man in yellow theory. So yeah, so there's something that wants to kill him. I'm telling you. So let's see what else we've got here. Hey, Vanessa Wicked, nice to see you. Thank you for being here as always. Okay. Butcher, I think you might have been talking about the manifesting theory, like maybe Marielle was manifested here. Woodrow says, did Sarah drag out the scene after turning toward Boyd with the bloody screwdriver in her hand before saying she's in the root cellar? Yes. Yeah, she kind of did. Just Me said, and the voices were laughing at the townspeople, so I don't think they're good. Were they laughing? I think that was the cicada entity that was laughing. I think that there might be more than one source of the voices in her head. I think that there are voices that are trying to help, and there are voices that are trying to cause harm, including the cicada entity that said it's laughing at you for bringing it to town in her head. And then remember, she had that Abby voice in her head that said, "Tell Mr. Fish and Loaves I was wrong. There are things out here worse than the monsters." I think that was a helpful entity. That might have even been Abby's spirit. So I think she can hear both. I think she's kind of like a medium that can hear spirits of the dead. Woodrow, we're just pointing out like potential foreshadowing that Ethan is the man in yellow. You can take it or leave it, but it's just stuff we're noticing in the show. That's all. We're not saying like, oh yeah, this is 100% confirmed.
We got concrete proof.
No, I don't have concrete proof just yet. Yes, Butcher, the voice was
It's
drawing
for
Ethan out.
funsies.
Yeah, the voice, the Thomas voice was trying to get Ethan outside to kill him. This is another the one thing that we have to agree on is that there is something here that wants to kill Ethan, 100% for some reason or other. Ethan probably saves someone on his quest. Yeah, maybe. I hope. I hope that this is wrong, actually, and that he's not the man in yellow. I don't want him to be. But like, yeah, sometimes I have to commit to a theory I don't actually want because I'm looking at what I'm seeing and I think it's pointing that way. That's all. It sucks. I just go with whatever I think I'm seeing. That's all. But hey, Gabby Critiques, nice to see you. Let us know when you get your channel. I don't know if you have your channel up and running yet, but if you do, let us know and we'll drop the link for you. So thank you for coming. My audio completely cut out. Wait, what audio? Yeah, let us know if there's any audio issue. They were laughing about them not finding Fatima in time. Oh yeah, that laughing. Yeah, that too. There were definitely evil voices laughing, saying you're not going to get Fatima in time. Yeah, definitely. Hey, Grow and Thrive says, is it possible that Sarah was told to kill Ethan because the big bad wants to stop Tabitha from remembering? Killing Ethan would destroy her, losing Thomas, and now losing Ethan. Well, that's possible. Yeah, and that could also be why the Thomas voice tried to draw Ethan outside so he would die, going outside at night. Yeah, there's one thing that we can be sure of is there is some force here that wants Ethan to die. So yeah, absolutely that's possible for sure. Because I think that might be why the man in yellow killed Jim to distract Tabitha with all of that grief and guilt that she's going to feel for just leaving him there alone. And yeah, so I definitely think yeah, it could go in that direction. And like, yeah, I think Jim, yeah, it was the price that Tabitha had to pay for the knowledge. Knowledge comes at a cost. And now she'll have to deal with all the trauma of Jim's death and it'll distract her. So yeah, it could be the same thing with Ethan. Absolutely. And maybe Ethan is supposed to be the key to something good. So that's why some force wants him dead. That's another potential theory. Woodrow says you have to see it through. If you see something, I don't see anything yet. Well, we're going to keep pointing things out. I think, we're just pointing out potential foreshadowing, but we can't see it through yet, though. We're just starting the beginning of a theory. The show hasn't, if you think about it, the show hasn't really given us enough to see a lot of things through, but we make theories anyway. We don't know how it's going to end. we don't have a crystal ball, but yeah, like we start making theories before we have all the answers. It's just how it works. That's all. Oh, thank you, Umbra. We're good on audio. Tell Woodrow to make a video. Make a video.
Yeah.
I want to
rumble, you guys, though.
Yeah.
No rumble.
Yeah.
No fisticuffs in the chat.
Yeah. Why was Sarah outside when the ambulance came? Sarah was
weird.
I think, I assumed that she just heard people like yelling outside, so she ran out to help.
Yeah, I think it was just kind of a little like shocking because you hadn't seen her and then she was there.
Yep, definitely. Yeah, that was weird. Yeah, she just appeared there, but I assumed she heard like noise outside and ran out to help. Yes, Grow and Thrive agrees that Jim died is a distraction for him dying. That's why it had to happen. Butcher says, could that be another reason why the animals were let go to get Ethan? Yeah, that could be another reason, because Alma the goat, that drew him outside too. Like, so 2 different times he was enticed to go outside at night. One of the times, yeah, it was his favorite goat right outside the house. So maybe the monsters even led the goat right there. Who knows? But yeah, it's interesting. Amy says Grandma Monster was after Ethan too. Yeah, she showed up at the door, right? Um, Amy says, I think Ethan and the Man in Yellow are twins, and Ethan's reincarnated as someone important. Oh, that's interesting. Cool. Oh, thank you, Jeter, for dropping Gabby's link. Nice. Everybody check out Gabby Critique's new channel. Yeah, we gotta support our fellow Fromily member here. And like people supported me when I got started. So yeah, I will definitely check out your channel too, Gabby. And I'm so psyched for you and happy for you that you started this. So looking forward to see what you got to say on there. So Amy says, I think Ethan and the Man in Yellow are. Oh, I read that one. Never mind. Dieter says, spit the frog out. Wait, what?
Nice.
What does that? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Explain that, Jeter.
I think he might needed water. You were a little like raspy.
Oh yeah, my voice. I heated up food.
You talked for 2 hours before this.
Probably.
No
I
water either.
To get water. I need to get water. Woodrow said, I believe we see how it began, right? How what began, Woodrow? The granny monster was so creepy, indeed. One of my favorites. Amy says, I am confused as Sarah said she doesn't think the boy in white is a boy. But when Victor saw boy in white, he turned into a teen. So what is the boy in white's true form? I think they just wrote that into the show because Fox Smith is growing up too much. So yeah, what is his true form? That is a good point.
He could be the alabaster dragon that's in my icon.
Yeah. Nice alabaster dragon, by the way. Love it.
Thank you.
Love it. Yeah, that was a weird one, Amy. So maybe, I don't know, did they way back in the beginning, did they already plan like, okay, we know he's going to go through a growth spurt, so just say it in the beginning. I don't think he's really a boy. I don't know, but kids do tend to grow, so
or he could be something else. He could be an entity that's got a completely different form in his final boss form.
He could be, and here's the thing. One of the reasons I had to revise my video, which I'm still working on for the boy in white and the man in yellow. It's now going to be a series, multiple videos. One of the reasons is because what we thought was the man in white painting, it was the boy in white all along in the opening credits. So that's what I was going to say. Well, he really looks like this man in this painting. And that's why Sarah said this, but nope. Jack Bender debunked that. Jack Bender painted it. That's just how he paints kids. He paints them. They look like adults. So I don't know what that means. The boy in white might represent something different. We don't even know. He's a huge mystery. But I don't know. I kind of like the theory that he could be one of the Inkui kids, but he got away and wasn't sacrificed. I don't know. It's interesting. That's a tough one, though. Alma the goat, right?
First appearance.
Yes. Yeah, Alma made her first. I noticed that Nathan mentioned Alma in this. I never noticed that before. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I think it means soul.
And it means soul, right? This show is freaking genius, I swear to God. Like, they already planned that, like, in advance. We're going to name this goat Alma, which means soul, because Tabitha and Jade are reincarnated, and they just dropped that little tiny nugget in there, and it's not something any of us would have noticed on the first watch until now. And then it's like, oh, yeah, I never noticed that. And this is why I love this show so much. They planned it out brilliantly. They really did. Woodrow said it's amazing how Sarah has to something with the plot if you review the 3 seasons in a row.
To do with the plot?
It's okay. How much?
Yeah, Sarah, just a little typo.
I got it. Yeah, she does have a lot. We now know how the town began. Absolutely. Yes, you are so.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of
And yeah, we don't have a lot. We don't have a lot.
We have a little bite.
A little bit, yeah, just a little bit. Yeah, and you are so welcome, Gabby. You're so welcome. yeah, I love that they gave us an answer as to how the town, sort of how the town, how the
Yeah,
the place started,
yeah,
but
they didn't really give us a win though, because it's not. Did it start in the colony times? Did it start in the 50s? The way the monsters are dressed. I need a little
yeah,
bit clarification.
right. It's still unclear. I'd
Hmm.
say it's got to be the Puritan time.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the oldest thing that Jade
Hmm.
saw in visions. So I'm thinking Puritan times,
Hmm.
but who knows? There's a lot they need to keep explaining.
Hmm.
But I love that they gave us some concrete answers about why the monsters became monsters, and so
Hmm.
I'm happy with that so far. The ending is the beginning. Was that what the boy in white told Christopher? He said, the answers to the end are at the beginning. That's what he said. And I think that's also meant to be a directive to us. So it has a double meaning.
Hmm.
He was telling Christopher that basically, like, the answer to the end of like what they're dealing with is at the beginning of their story, how the place began,
Hmm.
how Fromville was created. But it's also, I think, a directive to us to pay attention to the beginning of the series and the clues that they left. The clues that they left. So yeah, I think it's definitely something we need to pay attention to, which is what we're doing. Excuse me. I'm gonna get some water. With
Okay.
this rewatch, we're that's what we're doing. We're trying to uncover hidden meaning and
Hmm.
clues. Because I think that's what the writers were kind of hinting that we need to do.
Yeah.
Okay, I will be right back.
Yeah.
Here is a
Put
picture.
Dieter's comment on. Put his comment on so I can read it.
Okay.
Okay. Peter says maybe it's something they say in Belgium. Frog in your throat is when you are sick, like snot and slimes in your throat because of infection. Follow me for more juicy doctor stories. We do that in the U.S. too, Dieter. We say frog in the throat as well. And okay, so here we got like Jim like looking at all these there's something about Jim that I really liked in the first season, that they really utilized Jim as a problem solver, and they kind of brought it back in season 3. But right now, Jim's at his prime with writing on this wall, and he's like writing down all the questions. And I took some like closer shots of this, and it has a section on the monsters. It has a section on where in the world people are coming from. It has a section on like, let me see, what else was there. He just is writing down every like little question that they possibly have, and this is what I liked Jim the most, was when he was being productive, like right before he got the stuff for the radio, and it was just like he was a massive part of the show, and
It was.
and horribly underutilized later
Mm-hmm.
on.
Mm-hmm. I think this was Jim at his best. I agree.
Hmm.
This was so smart. This is what everybody in town should be doing,
Do you have
right?
close enough pictures where you can like see what is written on there?
I can enhance it so that you can see it a little better. One thing, and I will point out, like Tony Teflon has said, it says
Hmm.
aliens up there.
Where does it say aliens?
I'll show you. Hold on. I'll show you. It is at the top. Hold on. I'm gonna make this pop so
Oh
you can see
yeah,
it
pop
a
it
little
up.
more. And maybe
Oh
make it a
yeah.
little brighter,
Oh yeah.
a little bit better. Okay. And then that should help. Okay, let's try that. So right there, in the top right, it says alien. It says creatures. And then there's a
Mm.
line and it says alien and a question
Mm.
mark right there. Top right. And yeah, it says crow. It says tree/crows. And there's a
Mm.
road right there.
Mm.
There's obviously the world, and I can't tell what's written there, but there's something written there. And some arrows up where like the US is. And I think these are these question marks on the other continents? Like, why is no one else coming here from other countries? Maybe.
Yeah. Mm.
But this was such a smart thing that Jim did. And They should have continued doing this. And then Jim turned into a blockhead and, got away from this, but yeah, really smart idea.
And then I pointed out at like the blue diamond mug. I'm breaking out things are blue. Blue diamond mug, Jim of blue, the Jim's wall. Answer is 12. Blue and yellow wall, and Tabby's at the red wall.
And Jim actually, he while he's talking, well, I'll get to that in a minute. But while he's talking, he's standing there holding. He's saying when he said like the answer is 12 and stuff. He's holding a red marker too. He's wearing blue. He's holding a red marker. Red, I think, denotes danger or evil. And it's more foreshadowing because he's standing there saying the answer is 12. Well, I'll wait till we get there, but I'll just say it because now it's on my mind. He's standing there saying the answer is 12, holding a red marker. And what ends up happening, the fact that he realizes that the answer is 12, as in 12 music notes, ends up killing him. It's that knowledge that summons the revelations of Tabitha and Jade and summons the man in yellow. And he dies because of the answer at 12. And there he's holding. I love what they do with the color symbolism in the show, with the red. And like he's standing here and he's there. He's holding the red marker. And she's like, have you figured it out yet? He says, yeah, the answer is 12. So there's the red marker. I didn't think it was, I thought this was happening later. That's why I was going to wait, but there it is. So
this scene also has one of the things in From I do not like, but I'll get to it when we get to it.
Okay. Yeah. I don't, you're more organized than me.
You can probably guess what my critique and my problem would be.
I can probably guess. Absolutely. But yeah. I have yet to really nail down what I think blue symbolizes in the show. But I think it's got to be significant that he's wearing it. Were you saying, I walked out of the room for a minute. Were you saying why, like, do you have an idea of why he's wearing blue, why blue is significant, or no? I don't.
No, I really haven't yet. I should just do some study of it. I mean, it could be like, calmness, water, emotions, which is weird because Jim doesn't really have the greatest, the greatest empathy.
Right.
He does have rage. That's an emotion. But it's not really related to blue,
No, it's not really.
Rages are more like a red thing.
Blue can relate to sadness.
Yeah, the blues, That's the blues.
We know he's going to meet a sad fate, and he's standing there holding a red marker, which represents the evil entity, the big bad. And, I mean, I know the man in yellow is wearing yellow, but red denotes danger in this show. That the door to Fatima's secret room, the birthing room, is red. The big red blob on the wall turned out to be Smiley coming out of the pod. That was red. So red denotes evil. There you've got foreshadowing right there as he's saying the answer is 12. I love how they do that kind of stuff. And they've always got the red, yellow, blue in the room too.
Yeah.
The curtains.
You get to the everyone enters from different parts of the country part.
Let me see. Is that this scene or?
Yeah, it's in the scene.
Okay, yeah, let me see.
He says everyone enters from different parts of the country on different roads and different places, and they all presumably see the same tree, which is not true. Same crows. Yeah.
He doesn't see the same tree. They don't all see the same tree. Yes. And that's right. Yep. But they do see crows. They all do see crows. And Tabitha says everyone here has asked the same questions over and over, and it didn't help. How's writing them on the wall going to make any difference?
In my notes, it says Tabby negates him.
Yeah,
like usual.
As usual, right? And he says, because there are plenty of things in the world that don't make sense. Something here is missing. We just can't see it yet, but we will. So he's right.
Something the man in white. The man in yellow, I mean.
It's the man in yellow. Yeah, we just can't see it yet, but we will. And this is whether Ethan is him or not. I think that's the thing that's missing. They just can't see it yet. Man in Yellow, maybe the Man in Yellow didn't have a physical form yet at this point. Maybe his spirit was trapped somewhere. So you literally couldn't see it yet. You could hear his voice on the radio, but he's not there. So not physically there in a corporeal way. Yeah, I think like setting aside the whole Ethan thing, I think that's kind of what we're supposed to be thinking at this point, rewatching it and hearing what he's saying here. And yeah, so Tabitha says she has a question she's afraid to ask.
This is where I hate this. This is where I hate From Running so much. There's one question we haven't asked, ... and she doesn't say it.
Yeah.
And it happens more than once. And I'm really excited when it happens. And I'm like, there's one question we haven't asked, but we'll never tell you.
At least I was so relieved at the end of the episode, though, when she does write the thing on the wall. I was like, thank God. So that was a relief. Because that's so annoying.
But there's a lot of people that do that. Like, they just, like, say something, remember when Lauren was ... to, like, Boyd to Ellis? And I'm like, what? What was she? Please tell me.
I know, right? And there was another
example. Stuff like that.
There was another example of it in this very episode that really irritated me. And it's Jade, but we'll get there when we get there.
But at least she got to the question, I guess. Eventually.
Eventually, at least she did. I was relieved.
Yeah.
And by the way, he's holding out a black marker to her. And it's interesting, he was gesticulating holding a red one, but he hands a black one to her. The question that she winds up asking at the end is, did we survive the crash? Hence the black. Black equals death. I thought that was fitting. And technically, she didn't. She has died over and over again. So she's not that far off.
Yeah.
But anyway, anything else you have on that? Or
no, I'm good.
Okay. Yeah, she had said, I don't want to know the answer. It's crazy. She's too afraid. So yeah, we have Christy and Sarah like leaving the clinic. Like, oh yeah, it's been a long time since I've had a girls' night. Girls' night with Sarah. No thanks. I'll pass. Christy will regret this girls' night.
You can make a fort. You can make a pillow fort.
I
have a question. What is that thing in the back of them that's like green and white? What is that thing?
I don't know. What the hell? Yeah, I never.
Like a painting that they brought over? Is it a table? Is it a storage unit thing?
I don't know.
Anybody in the chat help me with this? And why is it green all the way down the side like that? Like in the middle?
I have no idea. It looks kind of like an old storage trailer, like people would use to like throw a bunch of stuff away. I don't know. But so Nathan shows up and Sarah,
I have a question too. Why is his pants so wet? Is that this farming?
I have no idea. I never noticed. But you're right, they do look kind of wet. And he kind of rushes up really fast and Sarah says, oh, he's very persistent, and just kind of smiles awkwardly.
Nothing is susty about this.
Yeah, like even Christy was picking up weird vibes. She said, "Are you sure you're okay?" Because remember, Sarah didn't want to see Nathan. She told them not to, to say that she was asleep and not let him in the day before. So Christy is probably picking up vibes. Like, is this guy like is he like harming her in some way? Like, what is going on? Are you safe? She says, "Are you sure you're okay?" And Sarah said, "Yeah, he just cares a lot. That's what she says.
And no, I'm not a murderess.
Yeah. And they have another weird incesty kind of scene.
I love you. She
starts to walk away, and he grabs her arm, and she says, and then they hold hands in this weird way. She's holding his hand. Not creepy at all. I'm so sorry I worried you. I didn't mean to. and she says she was just standing in the diner 1 minute, then she was on the floor. She lies and says she doesn't really remember much other than that.
Mm-hmm.
She's lying. She remembers the killed boy, of course.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, the "I love you so much." I know they're brother and sister and they love each other, but it just felt weird to me.
They're very close.
They're very close. I think their parents probably let them have baths together for a few too many years as kids. Something not right.
Mm-hmm.
Something weird here.
Well, we'll probably never know.
And now we'll never know. Yeah, we're never going to know. So, because Nathan is going to be a goner very soon. So, this was just a really quick scene. Julie is making the list, the list of people that must be worried about her back home.
The list of people that she's going to meet story walking, basically.
Maybe.
Story walking list. People to visit while I'm story walking.
Maybe, yeah, she's making this list, and Fatima asks who's on it, and she says the first thing she says is her grandparents. Grandparents are frequently referenced in this show, and her friends. She says it's got to be worse for them, right? Not knowing. And actually,
I like. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's kind of true, actually. What? Go ahead.
I like how we kind of are equating with Fatima. Like a few people have said, she's like the woman cloaked with the sun, and there's sun coming in here, and it's kind of on her face.
Mm-hmm.
That's an observation.
No, I like that. Yeah, absolutely, and it could be worse for the people back home. I started watching a show called The Leftovers.
Yeah,
I never finished it, but man, it was depressing as hell. And it's kind of like this show, but in reverse. Like a whole bunch of people just disappear from the earth, and then you're watching the people left behind instead of watching the people who disappeared. And it is depressing as hell. So maybe it is worse for the people back home. I stopped watching the show because it was too depressing.
Understood.
So yeah, Fatima actually asks if she has a boyfriend.
Yeah, I have a question about this too, but please go ahead. I'll ask my question afterwards. As long as you don't go too far.
Yeah, she asks if she has a boyfriend or a girlfriend, and Julie says no. That's a good thing. One less person to be worried about where she is, basically. But yeah, it's kind of weird especially knowing Julie is gonna have a crush on her. But I'm sure
I was saying there was a lot of bisexual representation in the show, like Christy, because I feel like she wants to be with Kenny, but she's also with Mari, and then Fatima makes out with Stephanie, I think her name is, at the party. But I want to know what's behind Julie's head. What is this drawing of behind her head?
I don't know.
It looks like some older guy, but I'm not I wondered if you may have seen it before.
Yeah, I didn't notice it, but yeah, it looks like a possibly a man. Yeah, I can't make it out. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think we have a better shot of it. Let me see. Maybe I do. Sitting here, it looks like the claws are reaching out for Julie.
Yeah, that's got to be great to wake up to every morning. Again, I say 100
right?
Victor's the one that's creepy. It isn't this creepy drawing that I'm waking up to. Not only the fact you guys are naked in this painting, but also the monster hands.
Yeah. Extremely creepy. I couldn't sleep under that thing.
Yeah.
You can see a little more of it there. It does look like a person with a head there. I can't tell though, any detail. But so yeah, Fatima goes and gets Ellis, and he's making some kind of sculpture.
I'm sorry.
No, he's just making some kind of sculpture. Go ahead.
No, I mean it's like I like Jim in the first season. I like Ellis in the first season because they was doing something. Like they made them have purposes, and then it kind of got less of a purpose as it went on.
Yeah.
Like he's always creating things, and he's creating a crutch for Ethan, and he's making art, and then he's not really doing anything. He's not utilized for anything.
No, he becomes kind of useless, actually.
Yeah.
Like, I agree with you, and I think part of the problem is that the cast became too large
Mm-hmm.
with the addition of the bus people,
Mm-hmm.
and they just don't have, people are underutilized. They don't have enough screen time for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, look, so I'm guessing he's the one who made that sculpture that's in front of Colony House, which Jade had referred to as like not my Giacometti, but
yeah, yeah.
um, and so yeah, apparently Ellis, this is another kind of art he does, making, using metal to create some sculptures, metal and other objects. So that's kind of
Mm-hmm.
cool. She tells him that, Julie, once again she's cloaked in the sun. Here, the sun is all around her. She is like the woman cloaked in the sun. But she says Julie's making the list. I think we should show her the Brundles. I guess this is something everybody does. Everyone makes a list like that when they get to town. It's kind of weird, but cool sculpture thing. It's interesting. And he's wearing his lucky handkerchief, of course, which we turned out to be a burger in season 3.
Yeah. Yep.
So Jade, this is a very memorable scene. There are a lot of them in this episode. Jade's walking down the street, muttering to himself, saying, just an effing idiot. That's special relativity. Klein, Hardy's, Einstein, Podolsky, Rosen. So,
yeah, I think I'm going to make a book list of all these people and books they have done or books about them for the book club.
Yes, I think that would be smart because I don't know anything about Klein. Like, I don't know who Klein or Hardy are or Podolsky. I've heard of the Einstein-Rosen bridge concept, but that's not what he's talking about. So, yeah, I want to look into that myself. I'm curious to see if it has any relevance, maybe. But, yeah, it's interesting stuff. Yeah, he's looking like a crazy person, of course, carrying the police radio that he stole from the station, the previous,
which is yellow, which is yellow,
indeed. And of course, Trudy shows up, and she kind of comes on to him, of course, in this very memorable scene.
So we have him wearing blue and white, carrying a yellow radio. She's wearing red.
Yep.
An astrology shirt with a yin yang symbol on it.
Yep.
So I'm just pointing it out against the blue thing. I'm just pointing out the colors against the blue machine.
Blue and red. Red up here too.
Yeah.
Yep. And we know her fate is not going to be a good one. So,
poor Trudy.
Red seems to denote danger, and she asks, "What is that? A radio? Why are you carrying it around?" He says, "Because it helps me think." So she says, "You're even cuter when you're awake. I watched when you were sleeping. I'm Trudy. Too bad you chose the town. I would have rode you like an alabaster dragon." Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah, right.
He says a bye at the end and kind of looks back at him. Yeah, she does a little tongue thing.
Yeah. Right in his face. Oh my god.
I love this actress. We should have this actress on.
Yeah.
Is.
Yeah. Oh, I would love to have her on. She was great. What a shame they got rid of her so early. This was hilarious. I mean, honestly, looking at season 1 Jade, I'm right there with you, Trudy.
Yep.
Sure. He's looking like a snack there, season 1 Jade. Yeah. But he just, I love his reaction. He looks so confused. He looks at her like she has 3 heads. This whole interaction, he just, like, he's not getting it. Look at his face. Like, this is where some people started to wonder, could he be gay?
Yeah.
And that doesn't mean he's gay just because he wasn't interested in her. Yes, she's an attractive woman. She's very attractive and she's coming on to him, but he's really distracted right now with trying to figure out how to get out of this hellhole. So it doesn't mean he's
and
gay.
plus she's this very aggressive.
He's extremely. That's not everybody's type, you know.
Yeah.
So maybe he is, maybe he's not. We don't know. Maybe, I mean, I've thought of it. Maybe Toby was his boyfriend and not just his friend. It's possible, but we don't know. We still don't really know. Now we know in the original timeline he was with Tabitha, OG Jade. But with reincarnation, we don't know how any of this works. So, and who knows? Maybe he likes men and women. But yeah, it was just something that I know a lot of fans talked about. But we can't judge it just from this scene. But his reactions were hilarious. I love it. Yeah, he's got tunnel vision right now. He just is focused on the paradox of this place. And let me check in quick with the chat before I keep going here. Let's see. Yeah, poor Jade. Right? Oh man. Nicole, hey Nicole J. My best friend when I was a kid was a Nicole J. Not gonna lie, wearing blue means death. You're welcome. Okay. Hey chat, watch The Leftovers. Okay, maybe I should give it another chance. I don't know. Dieter said about Sarah and Nathan, a bit weird, but some people are very close. Indeed. Just me, the way they interact on screen disturbs me a little. My brother and I are close, but not like that at all. Yeah. Feels a little weird to me. I don't have any siblings, but it's a little weird. Golden Child said maybe Sarah heard voices in the real world and her brother were on the run before they arrived in Fromville. Could be. Wouldn't be surprised if she heard. I think entities in Fromville can reach out to people in the real world. Oh no. MJ will fold before the story is done. No. Let's not even put that out into the universe. We don't want that. Oh no. I hope not. Let's see. Oh, got 40 people now. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you could hit the like button, I would really appreciate it. Please and thank you. Thank you so much. Montreal Enters said, calling it now, the Ankui kids are evil, and Tilly is the man in yellow's mom. Really? That's an interesting take. I haven't heard that one. Ankui kids are evil, but they got sacrificed, so I feel like they're the victims here. But you never know. Tilly is the man in yellow's mom. Yeah, it's possible. It's possible. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, we say frog in the throat here too. I just was confused. I didn't really think I wasn't thinking of that expression, but yeah. Follow me for more juicy doctor stories. Let's see. Okay, what else? What else did I miss here? Yeah, why is everyone from the one country, right? Yeah, I guess it's because these originally happened in this area. So I'm thinking that's probably why this sacrifice of the children. That's probably why.
But yet the characters are from other countries and they moved to the US. Like Jade's from France.
Right.
But Fatima's from Iran.
Kenny's family's from China. So yeah. So that's as long as it seems like it can pull in anybody as long as you're in this place living there.
So you wonder those people are fated that they were even in other countries and they came to the US to come here.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
no free will.
I don't think there is free will in this. Yeah, I think that everything is predetermined for sure. Okay, I think I missed something there. Hey, Rose Jones, nice to see you. People ship Julie with several characters. Do we even know if she likes men or women?
Do you know she's 16?
Yes, and we know she likes women because she had a crush on Fatima. So,
or she's curious, like people are teenagers.
Yeah, she's just a kid. Yeah, she tried to kiss Fatima. She asked if she could. So,
and she said no.
Yeah, exactly. No. Golden Child said men aren't always thinking about sex. Yeah. He's trying to figure out how to escape the living hell he's living in. Exactly. Yeah. Doesn't mean, I mean, yeah, and Toby was his childhood friend, so he could be emotional over him even if they were just friends. So,
Mhm.
yeah,
Mhm.
he could, yeah, so it could go either way. And honestly, it really doesn't matter at all. Just something that people wondered about
Hmm.
watching it.
Well, plus,
Um,
like European men tend to be more emotional, like outwardly, than American men,
oh yeah, yeah.
from my experience.
Okay. Um, yeah, yeah. Just me agrees with the Alabaster Dragon comment. Oh yeah. Season 1 Jade can get it. Yep. Um, um, I mean, honestly, any Jade. I love Jade. Even Mountain Man Sasquatch Jade doesn't
Mhm.
matter. I absolutely love Jade, so
Mhm.
I wouldn't care. Like I would tolerate the lumberjack beard, um, and the crazy man hair too.
Mhm.
Johnny Utah, hey, the way people ride each other in Colony House does not look pleasant. I agree. It's a little much for me. Anyway, so in this scene we got Boyd just staring at the map, and it's just a little short thing. He says, "I'm going to need you to hold down the fort for a bit.
Mhm.
Everything's fine. I'm going to visit my wife. It's been a while." Because Kenny's wondering what's wrong. He takes what I think is a talisman with him.
Mhm. I don't know why.
I don't know why he does that. It looks like a talisman to me.
It's gonna be
Um,
there all day.
yeah, like why are you taking a talisman to visit your wife's grave? I thought that was kind of weird. Um, so we know now what he was thinking, staring at that map. He's mulling over whether he should go out in the woods on
Mhm.
his trek. We find that out later. Um, now this is one of the most important scenes I think Jade has ever been in the show. Like this, all
Mhm.
of this dialogue is important. Um, Definitely something we should pay attention to. And he just killed it. David Alpay nailed it with this scene. His reaction, it's just iconic, so memorable when he comes in and he's looking around like, "What the hell? You guys built a bar in this effing place?"
Mhm.
And Tom says, "Yeah, I mean, you ask yourself what the people need here. It turns out it's not an effing gas station, so I figured, you know." And then he says, "Are you okay?" And Jade says, "No, I'm not okay. Are you okay?" And that reminded me of Boyd in the well actually yelling up to Martin. Martin was saying, "Are you real?" And Boyd's like, "Yeah, are you effing real?" Um, but yeah, so it's like Jade is just completely flabbergasted that people are walking around like sitting, like drinking, like everything is
Mhm.
fine and normal, and that like they're all insane. They must be out of their minds. He gives him some alcohol, piss water, as
Poor man's potato vodka.
yes, the poor man's potato vodka. And yeah, it's interesting because Tom, alive in this scene, says,
Mhm.
"Here, drink this. It'll help you feel better." He's telling Jade he should drink. And if you guys recall, in season 3, Ghost Tom showed up and said, "You want to beat this place? Sober up." So, what does this mean? I mean, it's kind of interesting. It could be that he's just a projection of his internal voice because that's not what real Tom would have said. Real
Mhm.
Tom told him he should drink.
I I,
Like,
ha- I have opinion of Tom in this episode that's sus, but it's later on.
yeah. So real Tom told him he should drink and it'll
Mhm.
help him feel better. Ghost Tom said, sober up. Now,
Mhm.
personally, in this crazy place, I think that was sus advice. I still am suspicious of Ghost Tom.
Mhm.
Uh, that he could be.
I'm suspicious of living Tom.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, I mean, I think that Ghost Tom in this place, sobering up might not be such a good thing. In this
Mhm.
upside down backwards place, maybe that would be a bad thing because the alcohol, the weed, especially the weed, calms him
Mhm.
down. enough that he can try to figure things out. But I mean, too much obviously is bad. When he got drunk and he's laying down under all the strings in the bar, obviously that wasn't really helping. But yeah, completely sobering up, I don't know. In the real world, yeah, that would be the answer. But here, and it's not like real Tom, I will say that much. But I love how Jade spits it out too. Yeah. And Tom said, yeah, he mentions Jade's friend that he got that he lost, and said, if it's any consolation, it gets easier. It really does. Yeah, here's one of Jade's most famous lines. One of his most famous lines right here. It gets easier. That's effing rich. You know what you guys are? You're like rats in a maze, sitting there contentedly nibbling on your cheese. And then
makes a little hand motion and rat noise, which we can't air because we can't show video clips. It's like,
nope. Yeah, it was right there. We can't show clips, but I love that. So stopping right there for a second, rats in a maze. So he compares them to rats in a maze, and then later in this season, we do see rats in the maze of tunnels eating a crow. So I just find that interesting. If they're all being compared, if he's comparing them to rats, I'm hoping that later when we do, not in this episode, but later on, we see rats eating a crow. I think it's the first episode of season 2. Maybe it's foreshadowing that the rats, aka the humans, are going to defeat the Watcher entity, which I think is represented by the crows. Hopefully, because this show does love its foreshadowing, and those were literal rats in a maze eating a crow. Yeah. So yeah, I'm hoping this was kind of like a preview of that, and they're using symbolism with that. But some people, I'll go on with the quote because there's a theory that
I have the quote too. So if you don't have it, I also have it.
I wrote the whole thing.
Me too.
He says, "This is a paradox. That's the problem. The immediate question is, how do we get home? How do we get out of here? Because unless we know where here is, we can't get out of here. It's like hitting a bullseye with your eyes closed."
I love the scene when he's like picking them up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He just starts picking up darts and throwing them at random spots. There's a good still right there. He looks insane. He says it's like hitting a bullseye with your eyes closed. You're just throwing them blind. You don't even effing know where the effing target is. And he's just throwing them.
So he's like, maybe it's over here.
Maybe it's over here. Yeah. Yeah. Good thing there aren't any people in that corner of the bar.
Yeah.
He says eventually you just get tired, you give up, you accept that you just can't get out because you have no effing idea where you're trying to get out of. Okay.
So
now,
sorry, I'm reading the rest of the quote. It's funny.
and Tom says, "Let me guess, you're going to be the guy who figures it all out, right?"
No, it's before that, because it's like, so you sit around drinking your acidic potato piss water that you call vodka.
Oh, I missed that part. Yeah.
It's so quotable. This episode is so quotable. It's like so great.
It really is. I love it. Yeah, it's phenomenal. But yeah, did I miss anything else? Then it goes to Tom. Let me guess.
Yeah,
you're gonna be the guy who figures it all out, right? And Jade says, "You're goddamn right, I am." Now this is where a big theory came from. This next line.
Yeah.
People like me, we designed the maze. We placed the cheese. And then he says he just sold a company for an obscene amount of money based on a quantum computing algorithm. And so...
Well, they also placed the cheese.
Yeah.
We placed the cheese. I said very Westworld in my notes, but I know that you don't know Westworld, but in the season 1, it's called The Maze, and it has a maze.
Yeah. So a lot of people took that line, and myself included, and thought a lot about it. Like, is it possible that his company had something to do with this? You know, a quantum computing algorithm company. Like, did it create this place? Are they in some kind of simulation? Or
here.
now, I personally don't think so, but it's a
This is
theory.
this is another dot dot dot. Then like, I am supposed to be celebrating right now at dot dot dot. Not stop pausing and not giving us info. You know, the info.
Oh God, yeah, yeah.
Where Miami? Tell me where. You know, just tell
I
me a
know.
city. Tell me a place.
I know. Yeah, he said that they're supposed to be, he said, I'm not supposed to be here. I'm supposed to be celebrating. But he doesn't say where. And it's interesting how he says
At.
I'm,
He says at too.
he says what?
He says at, and then it's just dot dot dot. You know, it isn't like we're supposed to be celebrating, period. Celebrating at dot dot dot.
Yeah. That's frustrating as hell. And what else did he say that I was like, I was frustrated by? He said, oh, there was something else. Yeah, was it this scene, or was it a different scene where he said, I just sold a, you know, a company for an obscene amount of money with the potential to, and
Yeah,
then
dot dot dot.
yeah,
It's I have it in my notes. The potential to dot dot dot, and I have of course in parentheses.
yeah, that,
What?
oh,
At where?
that's what I was talking about earlier when I said there's a Jade scene that frustrated
Yeah,
me,
yeah.
where he stops in the middle of his sentence. What does his company have the potential to do? It seems like the show at this point, based on what we know now about this show, it seems like they were trying to bait people with that, to make them, to put that in there, just to plant the seed, like, oh, maybe this is a simulation. What does his company have the potential to do? Like, they, it's a red herring. I think it's a red herring. I
Well,
don't
it could also be a placeholder in case they figured out what they wanted to do with it.
Could be, but I mean, we know that they planned Jade and Tabitha would be reincarnated, of course, from the beginning. I'm sure they planned, you know, the monsters sacrificed their children. That's how they became monsters, and so, you know, unless we find out that all of that is bullshit and all of it is bogus, and the real answer is that they're all in a simulation, then I think this is probably a red herring, and they put it in there on purpose to lead people down that path. It's a classic literary device, throwing red herrings in to kind of throw you off. Now, you know, I had a fun little tinfoil theory that maybe his company didn't create the place, but he says he sold it. Maybe he sold it to the government, and they created their own portal into the place so that they could study it. And they paid off Toby to drive him in there, and some force in there figured it out, knew Toby he knew too much and he had to be taken out. That's why Sarah killed him before even letting the monsters get to him. Now, I don't personally believe this theory because it's taking too many logical leaps, too many assumptions. But tinfoil theories can be fun sometimes.
Yeah, but also I have an interesting idea.
Yeah.
If you're finished.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, at the end of the day, that theory was fun to kind of think about. The Toby thing, I still think he probably knew too much, but maybe he just knew something that could have been useful to them, and he had to be taken out immediately. But I think this is a red herring. Anyway, go ahead.
Well, Jade said something about his part of his pure. He made it on pure imagination, and then I think about people imagining things and they happen, which could be the kind of leading into the simulation. Like they made something where people dream up things and they actually happen within the program.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, I mean, I can absolutely see arguments in favor of a simulation. I don't think they're going to go that route, but it's
Yeah.
possible. And that comment that I started a company based purely on imagination. Yeah, I mean, like, people seem to be able to manifest things here. Christy it seems like maybe she manifested Marielle by wanting her there so much. So yeah, I can see the argument in favor of it for sure. Well, wouldn't it suck though at the end after they just gave us this huge reveal about reincarnation and the monsters, people being turned into monsters. Imagine if they just said psych, all these people
Yeah.
sim at the end.
Yeah,
Like,
Camden was this part of simulation. Sorry.
like, imagine if they're building up all of this lore,
Mhm.
this rich, fascinating lore about the
Mhm.
faraway trees and the
Yeah.
reincarnation and the monsters sacrificing their kids. And nope, psych, it's all a sim. I hope not.
Yeah.
Please don't do that, writers. Don't do it. That would suck. I don't think they're gonna though. But I can understand it would explain everything, literally. So I get why people think it in
Mhm.
some cases, but you know,
It's pretty easy.
it is. It is. Um, you know, Tom here, eh, like even I remember how I said Ghost Tom had a really sus, creepy smile.
Mhm.
Even live Tom did. I thought he looked creepy here too.
That's why he does something later that I think is really sus, but we'll get there when we get there.
Yeah, yeah. I've got all the
Because I'm
scenes here.
like, wait a second.
Okay, okay. I'm intrigued. Um,
As you should be.
yeah, yeah. So, so Tom, so so anyway,
Did we get to the solve the paradox? You got to understand the paradox.
that was what where I was gonna
Okay.
go next.
Okay.
That's where we're at. So yeah. In response to that, Tom says Schrodinger's cat. That's the paradox. You put a cat in a box, as
Yeah, but
long
he
as
also says something. Let me go back a little bit. He says you got to identify, you got to frame it, and it reminded me of Victor framing his drawings.
oh, okay, yeah, yeah. It does look like he framed his drawings. It did
Yeah.
look a lot like that. Yeah. Good observation.
Thank you.
A- anyway, he says Schrodinger's cat. That's the
Mhm.
paradox. You put a cat in a box, as long as you never open it again, it's both alive and dead at the same time.
Like Jim.
God, you're gonna go down with that.
Here's Jim.
You're gonna go down with that ship
Oh yeah, I'm dying on that hill.
till season 4. Um, and I don't know if I skipped a part, but he says, "Where the cat?"
Mm-hmm.
Did I miss a part?
No.
Um, he says, "We're the cat. This place here is the box, right? All those
Mm-hmm.
people we left back at
With
home."
the cat box.
Yeah. They're all sitting around wondering if we're alive or dead. So for
Mm-hmm.
them, we're both things at the same time.
I
Uh,
taught intro to philosophy at USC.
yeah. Yep.
Yeah, but the thing is, I also put in my notes, this is the second time a cat has been mentioned because people say there's no cats in From. That's the second time a cat's been mentioned.
Oh
Big.
yeah. Yep. I mean, yeah, I don't see any cats, but but yeah, they mention
Mm-hmm.
them.
Mention.
And he suggests to Jade, which is kind of ironic that he does this because he
Mm-hmm.
suggests to Jade, now if he's so smart, he should try to fix the radio because
Mm-hmm.
if the cat turns it on in
Mm-hmm.
the box, then the people outside will at least know it's alive.
Yep.
Now, it's ironic that he's the one that suggests Jade try to make the radio work because out of everybody in town, he's the only one who didn't bother showing up and didn't lift a finger to help with the radio project.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like it's almost like he was trying to get Jade out of his hair, like get out of my bar, this crazy
Mm-hmm.
person yelling and throwing darts everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like he was almost giving him busy work because he didn't think the radio had any shot of actually working, and he didn't bother to help.
Mm-hmm.
Look at his smiles. He's got such a sus smile.
That's what I'm saying.
He looked. I can see why people thought Tom was a mole for a
Mm-hmm.
while.
Yeah. I think he
Like,
knows things.
maybe he did know things.
I think he
Just because
knows
he
things.
died, what I find interesting when characters are killed off, people automatically assume that means there was nothing sus about them, that it's nonsense. But
Mm-hmm.
that's not necessarily true. You know, like when Tilly died, people just
Mm-hmm.
assumed that there was nothing sus about her at all. No, I'm actually in the favor of the camp of she was trying to help, and she was being used and manipulated by the big bad. But I'm just saying, just because somebody dies doesn't mean they weren't suspicious in any way.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he knew things. We don't know yet, but
Yeah.
we probably will never know. But
yeah, I put a little note about Tabby and Camden for the cat letting people know it's still alive, because she did that in Camden by calling her mom. It was a little side note.
oh yeah, she did. She did. She called
She
her
is
mom.
like the cat.
She was like the cat, letting people know that it's still alive.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true. Um, yeah, what an iconic scene. One of the most memorable in the entire show, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot that it was in episode 5. I don't know why I remembered episode 5 thinking that it was a slow one. See, if you're only in this for blood and gore, then yeah, you would find this slow and dull, but I loved this one for the lore building that it did. And the conversations, the dialogue. There's just so much to analyze, and
I love this like an exposition where she's like taking the razor out of her pocket and putting it in.
like, why was that even necessary? I feel like this was kind of an unnecessary scene right here.
For the people that were on their phone.
It's like, yeah, here, people who weren't paying attention. Look, see, I got the
Look,
scalpel in my pocket.
Yep.
Like, it was so silly. They really didn't need to do that. It created a sinister moment, I'll say that, but it was completely unnecessary to the plot. It was literally just for the audience. Like Ross. She like picks it up, puts it back in her pocket. That's the end of that scene. That's how short that was. She goes toward the Matthews house. And let me before I continue, let's check in with the chat here. Let me go back to that picture. Okay. Let's see. Oh, hey, Kelly. Nice to see you, Kelly. Let's see here. Woodrow Nichols says, I think we could all see Jim returning as a ghost person. Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
I think he will. And actually, I watched Simon Webster, who plays Ethan. One of the questions I didn't even think to ask him when I interviewed him, someone else asked him, like, kind of about how he feels about Jim leaving and stuff like that. I mean, we talked about it a little bit. He was sad to see people go and stuff. We talked more about Tian Shen and her leaving, but he actually said, Simon said in his interview that he thinks Jim will be back as Ghost Jim. Now, I'm not saying he knows anything, because they don't tell the actors anything. But I thought it was interesting that he said it. And I think he will be back for sure. I think he'll be back to be, annoying blockhead Ghost Jim, with Tabitha, kind of cramping their style, Tabitha and Jade.
Oh, I think he'll haunt Jade, definitely.
Oh, yeah.
He'll haunt Jade and Henry.
Yeah, I think so. Both of Tabitha's husbands. Yep. Is any ghost person really doing good? I'm suspicious of them all, Woodrow. Ghost persons are the town effing with us. I think so.
And you don't know if they're ghosts. You don't know if they're ghosts or in somebody's head. It's a turn of the screw moment.
It's right. And I like that they keep it ambiguous. Abby is overtly sinister, but the other two are ambiguous, which is cool. Tom and Kadri. Let's see. Butcher says it seems like people end up there after accomplishing something. It's either that or they're at a crossroads in their lives about to make a change. It's something like that. It's one or the other, for sure. Botka was just about to make a big change in her life, and I think she was going to go back to school or something.
No, she just finished paying off her student loans.
Oh, that was it. Yeah,
How horrible that is.
Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, so stuff like that.
Give up my bus driving job, paid off the school loans.
Yes. It sucks. But yeah, the Matthews were on the verge of divorce. Kenny and his mom felt like they were starting over after they found Kenny's dad, who wandered off. So it's people who are kind of at a crossroads in their lives, I think. Jane sells his business. Boyd retires. Yep. And the bus driver, yep, either retires too or plans on going on holiday. Indeed. Yes. No matter how you frame it, pouring hope into tree roots creates hope. It's magic. Yeah, Woodrow. Yeah, the talismans work by magic. Um, do you see it yet? Yeah, I think it's highly likely that that's magic for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Butcher said, I guess his past as Jade doesn't matter because he was going to end up in Fromville anyway. Yeah, he had no free will, just like Tabitha. He was going to get there no matter what because of the reincarnation situation. So I believe they are saving what is to the and it is what it is to the very end. And they can change it anytime they effing want. I don't know. Woodrow. I think that they planned it, the ending anyway. They said they mapped out the beginning, the end, and some major plot points in between. And I see that now. Tom talks them into the radio. Yes. Dead Tom gives both good and bad advice. Yeah, I think so too. I think we just need to explore more about people's wants or fears becoming reality. Yeah, just me. I think so too. Grow and Thrive thinks the simulation theory is very credible. Monsters make references to being in a game. Yes, I like this game. Killing you wouldn't be any fun. There are a lot of references to games, so it's possible. It could be something like that. Rose Jones said scalpel scenes for the audience who drinks while watching me. Nice. Whose ghost do you think Jim will be? I'd say Tabitha and
Jade.
probably Jade.
Henry, Jade.
Yep. Oh, probably Henry, Jade, and Tabitha. Yeah.
You stay away from my wife. You stay away from my wife. But that's our wife too. No, you stay away.
Yeah. Yeah. Ghost Jim will tell Jade to stay away from his wife. Yep. I can see it now. I can see it all now. It'll be hilarious too. Now this is a really interesting scene right here. Tabitha and Ethan. Now I watched it with kind of a new perspective now, with this idea in mind. What if you could?
And what color shirt is Ethan wearing?
It's yellow again. Yellow.
I never noticed this until rewatching. I'm like, yeah, he does wear a lot of yellow.
He does. He does it in season. Also does it in season 2. And I thought this was interesting. You know, she's surprised at how fast his leg is healing. She's like, "Oh, it's healing so fast. Doesn't this hurt?" He says, "You know, not really. That leg was just impaled by a table leg." And here's the interesting thing too. Not only is it healing abnormally fast, but Tabitha's reaction is a little strange. He asks her what's wrong because she doesn't seem like happy when she says it. It's like she has a sense that there's something wrong here. It shouldn't be healing that fast. And he says, "What's wrong?" She says, "It's just healing so fast." He says, "Is that a bad thing?" She says, "No, of course not." And then she changes and smiles. But maybe it is a bad thing. Maybe it is a bad thing.
The LSD water, the super healing, everlasting waters of Fromville.
Yeah. It's like she senses there's something wrong here. She
Which
should
there
just
is.
there's something very wrong here.
Yeah.
His leg shouldn't be healing that fast. And now compare this to Jim in season 2. The man had a whole house fall on him. And did he heal fast? No. He did not. He was limping all through the season, limping. And I really think that this place heals who it wants to heal. Whoever has a certain purpose, it heals. It didn't heal Jim because Jim was fated to die here from the beginning. So Jim didn't get the healing, the fast healing. Ethan does. So Ethan, whether he becomes the man in yellow or not, I think he heals fast because he has a predetermined, destined role to play here.
See, now I got to make a list of people because I thought Ellis healed fast too. Are these the people that are going to survive? That have a purpose?
Maybe, you know, Ellis seemed to heal awfully fast. You know, like awfully fast. So maybe it's people who have a certain purpose to fulfill that get the fast healing. And if he is the man in yellow, then the place would definitely heal him for that. So, you know, it's just something to think about. Now Ethan has something interesting to say here, as usual. He says, "I think this place is special. I know it tries to hurt people, but maybe it tries to help people too. Maybe that can be one of the questions on the wall. Is there anyone trying to help?" I think he's right. I think there's an entity trying to help, and there's an entity trying to harm people. And wouldn't it be ironic if he turns out to be the entity that's harming people, or one of the entities that's harming people? That would be ironic. I think the boy in white is the entity helping, and he's correct. Yeah, it does both. The place does both. So yeah, as usual, he's full of insight, right? And of course, he just brushes it off because he's just a kid. But they need to be taking him more seriously, him and Victor. Full of the insights. No? Yeah, I think he is spot on, and that's actually going to be the topic of my very long-awaited video series. The two entities that I think one is trying to help, one is trying to hurt.
It's going to become a series. And part 5 of the series.
It's going to be a whole series now. I recorded the first part today. I'll probably release it tomorrow, which is on the man in yellow. And the second part will be on the boy in white, who I think is trying to help. And then the third part will be on who the man in yellow could be. Who it could be. Ethan.
Take off that elf vest, Ethan. Show your true colors.
Show your true
colors. Don't be shy.
Show your true colors. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. I will be finally getting those videos out. First one is already pretty much done.
Okay, first off, I'm going to say, why is Sarah there? But also, red flag behind her. Anger. Going to stab him.
Ooh, red. Yeah. Red as in a red flag. Danger.
Yeah, but why is she there? She's just like there, and they're like, oh, that's cool. You're here to see Ethan. Why do you want to see Ethan?
I know. Why do they find this so normal? I mean, she took a liking to him in the diner and was nice to him, and he, helped her bring the food out. But I would find this super weird as a parent if I were a parent of him. Like, why? Why are you here? Indeed. And yeah, like he says there's a playground outside and wants to show her, and
wizard stick
with his wizard stick, right? These are people who automatically distrust Victor. Jim threatened him just because he was, drawing a picture for his son. But this young woman couldn't possibly be a threat to the kid.
Nope.
Like, for real? That didn't make any sense. So they let him go outside alone with her. They barely know her.
Yep.
And they go outside.
They're the worst parents ever.
Yeah.
So bad as parents.
It was ridiculous. And if anything, they were more concerned that he was going to be taking up Sarah's time, like saying, oh, no, like, because he wanted to show her the playground. And they're like to Sarah, are you sure you don't mind? Like, really? Come on. Stupid.
Here's the boy in white's point of view of the merry-go-round.
I freaking love this shot so much.
Yeah, it's a cool shot. It's really cool.
It is so eerie. I love this, and I think it might even continue in the next scene too when we come back to them. It does. So like it starts here and then it continues, but she's looking right into the camera as the merry-go-round is turning. She's sitting on it and he's spinning it. And I'll get back to that in a minute when we come back to the next scene.
And it's yellow. Where she's at.
And it's yellow. But I have something big to say about that in the next scene. I think it's symbolic. I think it's definitely symbolic of what's going on here, but I'll get to that in a minute. Nathan gets to the church looking for Father Kotry, but he's not there. Pretty much all there is to that scene. Because he's finally wanting to actually tell somebody that his sister might be a psycho murderer and is a psycho murderer. I mean, she's not psycho, but she's dangerous for sure. she's just she's been manipulated, but I don't think she's actually psycho. Not really. So we get to the Brundles, right? And this is, once again, Fatima. We'll never see this version of Fatima again. She's just taking in this nice day, and that, like, this just kind of epitomizes her positivity. The way that she can find good in any situation, even in this place, and Julie marvels at it. How do you do that? Oh, how do you see the good in this? Like, how do you stay so positive? Is what she says. Oh. And she was a beacon of hope, Fatima, in season 1. She was a beacon of hope and positivity in the darkest of places, and I think that's why this place picked her to birth that Smiley pod, because it would kind of, how it would affect other people to see her transform into this dark thing that was compelled to murder someone against her will. I think that's why she was chosen. Also, her connection to Boyd, too, to hurt Boyd. But this is
Did you write down her story?
I actually ran out of time. I couldn't type that one up. I'm guessing
I can read a little bit of it because it has another ... that I don't like.
Yeah.
The third one in this episode. So
okay,
she came from Iran with her parents and 2 older brothers. She says, my father was a very outspoken cleric, which wasn't popular. One day it was my birthday. We were going to see my uncle. These men showed up, angry, shouting. My mother told me to hide, but I was so confused because we were just laughing. My father had told me a story about ...
Oh.
He was a really good storyteller. What? What was it about? Tell us, Fatima. What was the story about? We'll never know. It drives me nuts.
Yeah.
I think he's a very good storyteller. I think that's what made him an effective preacher. My mom was afraid. My brothers ran to the door and they were shouting too. But my mom kept saying, hide, hide. But I stood and I couldn't move. It was hard. The sun was so bright at the door when they drug him outside. And then there was this pop, like a firecracker. And the silhouette, named Title Drop, fell down.
Yeah.
The point is, there are always going to be monsters in the world. It doesn't matter where you are. But I promised myself I would never let them scare the life out of me.
Yes.
I wrote in my notes, they scared the pot out of her, but not the life.
Yes. I love that quote so much that, there are always going to be monsters no matter where you are, but I promised myself I would never let them scare the life out of me.
But I want to know what her dad told. What story? What did he tell them? What was the story about?
Right. Yeah, I know.
It drives me crazy.
It's annoying. Yeah, it's annoying. And I thought it was interesting how she said her father was a great storyteller.
Yeah.
Storyteller. That's what made him such a good cleric. And so, we have like the theme of stories being told in the show. Is this all just one of Ethan's stories? Like, that's a theory that's out there.
Yeah, we have a lot of people with spiritual backgrounds too.
Yeah.
That come to Fromville.
Yeah, and so the line about him being a storyteller, and I also took note of the fact that her mother told them to hide from the men that were coming,
like monsters, yeah.
And just like Miranda told Victor and Eloise to hide, similar little detail there. But so that's, I loved that scene, and it gave us insight into why she is as positive as she is, how she's able to maintain that attitude in such a dark place. Now
it's like Donna, when Donna says, at least here you know who the monsters are.
Right. So gives you insight into that. Like, they've been through hell outside the place in the real world, and so like, they can be content here. At least here, you know where the monsters are, you know who they are, what they are, and how to avoid them, and they just make the best life that they can in this place and see the good in it. I mean, the way Fatima handled that trauma at such a young age. I mean, yeah, you could have easily gone in the other direction and just be
Mm-hmm.
like Victor, traumatized for life with stunted growth. But I guess, in her
Yeah.
case, it had the opposite effect. She just became determined that she would never succumb to
Mm-hmm.
darkness around her. That she would never let it ruin, the joy of life for her. That she would
Mm-hmm.
still be able to find positivity, and
Mm-hmm.
I love that. It's a life lesson you can take from the show. Really,
Mm-hmm.
watching it personally, it resonated with me, with everything I'm dealing with in my life.
Yeah.
Now, of course, what Fatima's going through now, it's not so great knowing what her fate ends up being. She's going to be forever scarred now, but I take a lot of inspiration from what she said in this scene. I really
Mm-hmm.
like it. It really hit home for me.
Mm-hmm.
I loved that.
Yeah, I'm also thinking maybe if like Robert had said anything as color analysis about green, because Fatima wears a lot of green.
I don't think
She's like her
so.
mother, kind of nurturing, and Ethan has on kind of like an olive green vest.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. I'll have to ask Robert. Right, I know he focuses on the main colors, blue, yellow, and red, but
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure he probably has ideas about green. So I'll
Mm-hmm.
have to ask him. It's kind of like Mother Earth, reminds
Mm-hmm.
me of that.
Yeah.
She has that kind of vibe. So
Mm-hmm.
for sure. And oh, and she talked about how like the title of this episode. I found it interesting that
Mm-hmm.
they chose to call it Silhouettes of all the things they could have called it.
Mm-hmm.
Silhouettes. The
Mm-hmm.
last thing that she saw, trace of her father that she saw, was his silhouette
Falling
as
down.
he fell
Yeah.
on the ground, murdered, right in front of her.
Mm-hmm.
So it makes you think, like, okay, why did they name the episode this Silhouettes? Like, is it foreshadowing of all the death of the characters here that's going to happen? Maybe. Um, but yeah, that always puzzled me as to why they
Mm-hmm.
chose to name the episode this. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but Ellis shows up and carries her off into the pool, and Julie looks kind of jealous, to be honest. She's yelling at Julie to come join them, and she
Mm-hmm.
doesn't look happy at all. I
Well,
got a jealous vibe.
there's no other teenagers in Frome, though. I mean, imagine being the only teenager in this place.
Yes, yes. Uh, Now we're coming to a scene that this I have something to
Mm-hmm.
say on this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In fact, there's something I forgot to say in the previous scene with Ethan and Sarah, so I'm going to say that first.
Mm-hmm.
But hold on, let me go back to my notes. But in the previous scene with Ethan and Sarah here, Ethan, as they were coming up to the merry-go-round, said, "This one's my favorite." He had her, so he said, "This one's my favorite." She sat down on it, and I've always thought this was weird. Instead of the child sitting on here and being pushed
Mm-hmm.
by the adult, Sarah, she
Mm-hmm.
sits down. He pushes her instead.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, "This one's my favorite." So out of that there's a whole playground there. This one's his favorite. Now,
Mm-hmm.
what does the merry-go-round represent? The merry-go-round, I've always believed it's symbolic of the cycle. I mean, it's pretty obvious.
Mm-hmm.
There is a cycle going on here that's
Mm-hmm.
repeating over and over again, aka a circle, an endless circle.
Mm-hmm.
Merry-go-round goes around and around in circles. It's got the three primary colors in the show, red,
Mm-hmm.
yellow, and blue. It's just very faded. It's hard to see. But red, yellow, and blue represents the endless cycle that they're trapped in.
Mm-hmm.
And Ethan, I've always thought it was fascinating and wondered and why. I've always thought it was important that he's the one pushing it, not her.
Mm-hmm.
I so before this whole Ethan Man in Yellow thing, I was thinking, well, maybe it's because children kind of power this place and keep the cycle going, which is possible.
Mm-hmm.
Like symbolically, maybe Ethan, as a child, it's like children are kind of batteries that are powering the place. It's feeding on children's energy, children's souls,
Mm-hmm.
and that could be the explanation. Like the original sacrifice of the children. Maybe those children, their energy is kind of powering this place, and
Mm-hmm.
Ethan doing this is symbolic of that. That he's powering the cycle because he's a child. Or it could be foreshadowing that he's actually the man in yellow running the show, powering the cycle. And she's sitting there on it, helpless, like representing the people who are trapped in the cycle. There he is with his little wizard staff.
Yep.
And note the aerial view so that we really notice that it's a circle. Like, they wanted to put this imagery in our face. I think we can say without question that this has to mean something. They didn't use this for no reason, whether Ethan's the man in yellow or not. Either way, this is symbolic, what they did. And I love it. I think it's so artistic.
It's also kind of like the way that Tabitha's dream, when she had her as a child, was shot from above like this.
Yes.
And people think that's the man in yellow as well.
I think that is probably the man in yellow who was going after little Tabby in her dream. I think it probably is. But and remember how the merry-go-round is featured in every episode in the opening credits for a reason. It's symbolic.
It's and the boy in white was on it and disappeared through a portal.
And the boy in white was sitting on it too. That was intentional too. They feature this thing heavily. So yeah, I love.
And it's also kind of timey-wimey.
It's also timey-wimey. And then we get this. So more point of view shots of Sarah looking into the camera, and more shots from her perspective of Ethan, just so they can really drive home the point that a child is pushing her. We get it from her point of view. We get it from his point of view. That always stuck out to me from the beginning when I first watched it. I always thought it was significant. So yeah, I absolutely love the way they did that. And what do you think, Scarlett?
First thing I think of is like Tuck Everlasting, where they said time is like a circle with spokes coming out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's kind of timey-wimey. I think it could be a portal. I think it could be, something similar is used throughout time. And of course, at least I should be happy Tabby's watching from afar.
Right.
I mean, when they went to see the animals, I didn't think Tabby was going to go with them. I'm like, go with your kid.
I know, right?
Be a parent.
Seriously. Tabby keeps looking out at them saying, like, oh, she's such a sweet girl. Yeah, famous last words.
Nothing's what it seems. Don't go by outside impressions.
Right?
Because Victor's great. He's like, completely harmless.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I know.
But Sarah here is sweet. She's a sweet girl.
Yeah. But let's assault Victor and throw him out of the diner just for drawing Ethan a picture, and let him go off with the creepy, girl who has voices in her head. I mean, they don't know anything about her, and yeah. But who directed? I wonder if Jack Bender directed this. Like, I mean, this cinematography was just beautiful. The way they did the point of view shots, and it was haunting. Sarah looking directly and I looked at it completely differently this time because I'm now thinking maybe Ethan's the man in yellow. So now I'm creeped out by both of them because originally I was just creeped out by Sarah looking directly into the camera. The point of view shots. It's creepy as hell. But now I find this creepy too. Her point of view. Ethan is pushing her and she's helpless and sitting there representing the people trapped in the cycle.
And he's like completely healed, right? Because he's like pushing her around.
Yeah, pushing her around, even though he's holding his stick in the other hand.
The wizard wand.
So look, I mean, I know this is a controversial theory right now that Ethan could be the man in yellow.
There's a yellow house in the background too.
The yellow house?
So yellow.
But I'm not here to preach. Like, we are not here to preach theories. Like, this is what it is. We solved it at the end. This is just a theory.
It's very yellow, though. This whole shot.
It is very yellow. But take what you will from it. But at the very least, I think we could probably all agree that this has to have significance. The way that they shot this, it's got to mean something. The aerial view of the merry-go-round, the point of view shots, the way a child was pushing the adult instead of the other way around. At the very least, I would say that it would speak to the relevance of children powering the place, children
Yeah.
at the center of it all. It all started with the sacrifice of children, and maybe their their energy, their lingering energy is what's kind
Because
of
Victor has a drawing, right, of like happy kids on the merry-go-round.
um I know Miranda painted one.
Yeah.
I don't know if Victor did or not, drew one,
Oh,
but
okay, Miranda then. Yeah. I mean,
Mir-
there is a painting of happy kids on the merry-go-round.
there is Miranda painted a merry-go-round with 7 happy kids on it and 1 empty seat, which is interesting. It made me think, like a lot of people have been thinking, well, maybe the boy in white was supposed to be one of those kids and escaped. Hence the empty 8th seat. There are 8 seats on this too. So yeah. But yeah, beautiful job Big Zed on this. Really beautiful job. And so yeah, Tabitha comes out, and Ethan wants to go to the barn with Sarah to look at the animals, and Sarah, of course, tries to get Tabitha out of the way and saying, "Oh, I can take him. I don't want to take you away from what you're doing. Nothing's more important than protecting your kid right now. What else does she have to do around here? Like,
Drink coffee.
They're all stuck there.
Yeah.
Nice try, Sarah. Well played, but yeah. So, points for Tabitha. She did the right thing. She went along with them. But I love how Sarah did the sweet innocent look, like she put her hand on Ethan's
Little
shoulder.
hand there, yeah.
Look how she's clutching it though. It's kind of like sinister. She really got a grip on him there.
He ain't going nowhere.
He's not going anywhere. But she puts on the sweet innocent act with a smile. Yeah. But yeah. Good going, Tabitha, going with them. Jim says he's gonna wait there. And so we got some more, like a little view of the wall here. Tabitha, talismans right here. Says, where did they come from? How many? Can we make more of them? We can't see it in the shot, but it says, can we make more of them? How do they work? All good questions, Jim.
Yeah, good questions.
Very good questions.
Not really thinking that much in the next couple seasons, but oh well.
I know, right?
Kind of dropped the ball.
I know.
What's it say under the red?
Right here it says, creatures, can they be killed? Does light kill them? And then what does that one say? Why so slow? I never noticed that. Good point, Jim. Why so slow? Why don't they only walk like Michael Myers? Yeah. Why so slow? All good questions, I gotta say. Good. He's got his thinking cap on. Good boy, Jim. Good guy. But I never noticed that before, actually. Why so slow? Yeah. But yeah, these are all questions that they should all be talking about.
Yeah. You think they would expose a monster to light one of these days, but they don't.
I know, right? Like, I really think that they should have tried to trap a monster and see what happens when the sun comes up. I would want to see. Does light kill them? Can they be killed? Really good questions. I don't know what else. If I can read anything else. No, it's too hard to see. There's more stuff up there, but yeah. Yeah, so Jim was, I actually really liked Jim at this point in the series, except for the Victor stuff. I mean, I already was annoyed, not happy with him because of what he did to Victor. But wait. Okay. Can I read anything else? Let's see. What does that say? The town. And then it says old. Okay. No, really? Okay. Just says old. All right then. Kind of obvious, but sure. Yeah, I guess that's it. That's all I can see. But yeah, can I read anything else? Nope. It's too hard to see. And then up here it says something like something. Do we have something in common?
Mm-hmm.
I think that it must say do we all have something in common?
Yeah.
So like, is there something that everybody here has in common? That's another great question.
Mm-hmm.
Why them? Why are they brought there?
Mm-hmm.
Really smart stuff. Yeah. You have anything to add?
I don't know. I guess we should just pay strict attention to those questions because the showrunner said that the answers are in the beginning. You have those questions.
I think
You
so.
follow through the questions.
I think we absolutely. Like maybe yeah. Do we all have something in common? I think that's something that we should pay
Yeah.
attention to.
Mm-hmm.
No, what do they have in common? Well,
Like
they were all at a crossroads in
ancestors.
their lives.
Yeah. Also, maybe ancestors that came here.
Yep, maybe ancestors. Um, I don't know how important it is about where the talismans came from and stuff like
Mm-hmm.
that, but you know, I don't know. Sometimes I think that they're not even magic and this is all just a game,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't know. I'm kind of leaning more into magic now that we know that these people were actually transformed into monsters. So
Mm-hmm.
if that's the case, then we've got magic going on here for sure. Hey, Diz Tops. Diz Tops says, "How I wonder how Jimmy Boy is tied into all of this." Well, I would say Jimmy Boy is tied into it because he was destined to figure out the music notes, and that was it. That's it. That's the end of Jim. Um, that's all it is for him, I think. But
Mm-hmm.
Woodrow had said that was a very creepy spinning wheel scene, very Hitchcock.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
Hitchcock. Yes, I agree. I love Hitchcock. Um, hey, no context. Not sure if I'm not sure if you've been in the chat before under a different name, but if you're new, welcome. Thanks for coming, and happy New Year to you too. No context. Thank you. Let's see. Let me just go up before we get too far past the chat. But it's actually been pretty easy to keep up tonight. So yeah, Rose Jones. Imagine her yelling at all three husbands. God, poor Tabitha. Gosh, what one man is hard enough to manage. Gotta yell at three men to take out the garbage or whatever it is. Or like put the toothpaste cap back on the toothpaste. Put the toilet seat down when you're done. Whatever else she has to yell at them for.
Next season, she's living with Jade and Henry. This is awkward.
Yeah. Again, it's very like it could be a twisted sitcom.
Mm-hmm.
Would have been even funnier if she had all three at once. Damn, they
Mm-hmm.
missed an opportunity. They should have kept him alive just a
Well,
little bit longer.
you can put Ghost Jim in there. That's the twist.
Yeah, you could. I think we will get it, but wouldn't it have been even more entertaining if they kept him alive just a little bit longer so we could really just see? Like, imagine if we had all three of them alive in the same room.
Yeah,
All
yeah.
three.
Mm-hmm.
I would have loved that. Just one scene, just a little bit. So ridiculously, like so comical in a bizarre way. Rose said Ellis healed fast and Fatima had an accelerated pregnancy. Yes, that's right. And yeah, we know that was destined to happen to bring Smiley back. So this place accelerates things when it wants to, including healing. Amy said that would be a Jerry Springer episode with My Three Husbands. It's like there was an old sitcom, My Three Sons, but it would be My Three Husbands for her. Woodrow said I could see Ethan as the hero of the quest. So okay, you could actually interpret the scene that way, where he was pushing the merry-go-round. Like maybe he can kind of control all of this. Maybe that could be another interpretation. Like maybe he could be the hero of the quest, and he's going to hold the key in the end that to getting through this cycle. He can take control. There's also a theory, and I don't believe this personally, but because of the whole story walking thing and how much Ethan somehow knows and understands about it, that maybe this is all one of Ethan's stories. And in that case, the merry-go-round scene could be symbolism that he's running the show. He is powering the story, the cycle, and all of that. So that's another interpretation. Whatever it is, it's definitely symbolic. Any interpretation you want to give to it, it's symbolic. They did it for a reason, and I'm leaning more into the Man in Yellow at the moment, but we'll see. Fatima referred to her birth as an it. Yes, she did, Woodrow. I thought that was funny. She said the kimono lady. She said of that lady. She said she took it down there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, smart Fatima. She knew it wasn't a baby. No, at least she knew it. You know, she didn't think that her own baby child, was taken down there. So,
or her baby wasn't it.
Norman, yeah. Amy said of the merry-go-round, it's a wheel. Yep. Looks like the wheel, how the town is in the center and the trees on the outside. Yeah, Amy. That's true, because like the trees encircle the town. When you see it from above, they're all around it in a circle. That's true. Yep. Or they're in a wheel of time. Yep. Like the cycles. Definitely. It's symbolic. Anyway, hey, you're back. Trace, I think. Is that how you say your name? Your screen name? Amy says, 3 men and a girl, no way, I'd be wore out, clothes all over the floor and all the food. Oh, I love it. Yeah. Woodrow says the actress playing Sarah has really nailed her part. 100%. Avery is amazing. She's so good. So good at being creepy. Props to Avery Conrad. She's fantastic. Yeah. I would have a hard time, honestly, seeing her in other things and not seeing her as creepy, because she's so good at it. But yeah, she's great. Now this was a scene where Boyd visits Abby's grave, like he told Kenny he was going to do. He said he hasn't. He had said, I'm going to go visit my wife. It's been a while. At this point in the series, we didn't know anything about his wife, so this is the first time we discovered that she died. He visits her grave, and now I don't know if you wrote down the dialogue, because I didn't for this one. I didn't have time, but
let me check.
But he takes off his jacket here and kind of just settles in and tells her. He said something to her about. I have it in my notes somewhere. He said he was talking to her about how she would always tell him to make the hard. What was it? Like, you got to take a shot, or hold on, I have it.
Oh, here, you gotta swing big, baby.
Gotta swing big, baby.
Yeah, and my notes are like, the clock is officially ticking on his Parkinson's. Crazy idea on how to get people home. What idea was this? Sometimes you gotta swing big, baby. I don't believe in signs. Babe, yes. I need a sign. Does she give him a sign?
Yes. That was it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So he was telling her that he has this crazy idea, and it could get everyone home possibly. But yeah, what was it? Swing for the what was it that he said?
Sometimes you gotta swing big, baby.
Sometimes you gotta swing big, baby. So she would always tell him, like when he needs to take a chance, and like he's looking for a sign from her about whether he should. Now we know now what he was thinking here, that he's considering going out into the woods with a talisman. Mm-hmm. Okay, that's why he grabbed the talisman in the sheriff's station. Not that he's going to go immediately, but I think he's just kind of, as he's mulling over this decision, he's just kind of holding the talisman and contemplating it. I think that's probably why he took it. He's thinking about it. And what's so great about Harold's acting is you can read so much about what he's thinking without him having to say a word. Because I remember at the end of season 1, episode 2, after he survives the night in the RV with that talisman and the Matthews and Christy, he comes out. He doesn't even say anything, but he has the talisman in his hand, and he looks down at it, and then he just looks up. And at the time, we didn't know the significance of it. And now, looking back, we know he was already thinking, like, the talisman worked out here. He didn't know if it would in the RV out in the woods. Now he knows that it's possible. So he was already thinking about it then. And like, could this be possible? I could take this out into the woods, see what I can find, see if I can, because like Khatri told him, you have to be the one to lead these people home. He feels the burden of responsibility to do that. He always has. He's got that savior complex. So the first thing he was thinking after surviving that night in the RV was not, oh my God, thank God I'm alive. It was looking at that talisman and, maybe I can do this. Maybe. And now he's here with the talisman again, talking to Abby at her grave. And so that just great writing and great acting on the part of Harold. I just love this character. He's got that savior complex. He wants to save everybody, and he's going to risk his neck to do it. So yeah, I liked that. And apparently Abby was always kind of like the one who would motivate him, when he needed a pep talk. And he always did say she was the tough one.
Mm-hmm.
She was Iron Abby. She was the
That's
Marine.
a pretty big cross.
It is a big cross. Yeah. Yeah, she was a Marine, and she was Iron Abby, so she was. He always said she was the tough one. It's just funny because we know how tough Boyd is. So damn, if she was the tough one in the relationship, wow, like how do you get tougher than badass Boyd? But apparently, Iron Abby was even tougher. Also, I remember when I watched this for the first time, wondering why is her grave out here all alone? Not in the graveyard with everybody else, and we know why now, don't we?
We know why now.
Because she massacred a bunch of people, so they wouldn't want that reminder hanging around, having her buried next to their loved ones that she gunned down. Yeah. So now we know. But anything to add on that, or are you good?
No, I'm good on that one.
So we got Father Khatri here.
Yeah, meditating. Interesting place he's at.
Yeah, check this.
Looks familiar.
Yeah. Yep. Look at this circle of stones. Do you know how? Like, I wasn't sure how many. Were you able to count? Because I couldn't tell. Look, in this shot, you can't see them all. I don't think. It's like 1, 2.
Well, there's at least 6.
3, 4, 5, 6. I think there might be at least 7 because I'm guessing there might be one back there that we can't really see.
How many were in Cannibal Village?
I don't know. I don't
7?
think I don't think I counted, but it would be funny if there were 7. I don't think there were that many. I think it would be funny if there were 4 and there are 7 rocks here. 4 and 7. But yeah.
Yeah, it reminds me of the Cannibal Village rocks. Definitely.
Yeah. It does. And it feels kind of like a bit pagan,
druidy. Druids.
Yeah.
Stonehenge.
It feels. I actually put that in my notes too. It reminds me kind of like a small Stonehenge.
Yeah.
As usual, we're in each other's heads a lot. And I love this. I love what he says here. He says to Nathan, "Strange, don't you think, that a place like this could exist in a place like this?" And it is strange. I mean, this is a beautiful, peaceful place. And I guess he comes here a lot to meditate. What is this here for?
And do his dark rituals. Sure.
Yeah, I know people were suspicious of Khatri and still are, even when he was alive. So yeah, it is kind of weird, and you wonder, like, how did the rocks get like this? Who put them here? For what purpose? Was it for some ritual? The children, we know the children were most likely sacrificed in the cave, not here. They were born in the dark, murdered in the dark. I think they died in the cave on the slabs. But yeah, I wonder, did they have some kind of a cult? Whatever entity gave them eternal life in return for their children's sacrifice. Now, maybe they were like outright like worshiping this thing, and this was part of it. Who knows? It's interesting though. I noticed all the yellow, yes. golden rod everywhere.
Yeah, it's interesting that like Father Khatri here and Tilly were all very spiritual as opposed to religious, because this comes up as being more spiritual to me.
It does.
More
It
tied to
does.
the land, more tied to nature.
Yes, it does, and it's odd because he's a Catholic priest here.
Mm-hmm.
So it's odd that he would choose this. It does feel very pagan to be
Mm-hmm.
there, but maybe being in this kind of a place kind of shifted his perspective a bit. And while he's still a Catholic priest, he just considers this a beautiful, peaceful place,
Mm-hmm.
and so he opened his mind a bit. Who knows,
Mm-hmm.
to other kind of spiritual uh, influences.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, interesting stuff. So Nathan is wondering about the rules for confession. Um, if it would stay between them, and Kadri says it's between them and God. Um, so yeah, of course, we find out in a little bit. And we don't see it on screen. I'm actually glad they didn't waste screen time showing us Nathan telling Kadri what Sarah did, because we already know. We don't really need
Yeah.
that part. I like that they kind of just skipped past. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, so he's sitting here. Like, it's funny now that I've gotten so accustomed to Ghost Kotri and Ghost Tom. When I look back at them, even when they were alive, they already look sus to me, kind of thing. Like,
well, he's wearing blue. I'll mark it down. He's wearing blue in the shot.
yep, he's got blue on, and he usually does wear a denim, which is kind of odd for a priest, a denim blue shirt. And
Casual.
yeah, and I just think him and Tom, they both have kind of odd facial expressions at times. I don't know, maybe we're reading too much into it, or I am, but yeah. So that's that. And of course, here, we're coming up to some important scenes here with Tabitha still drinking her coffee, and Sarah here. And I notice how Sarah very conspicuously has both hands shoved in her pockets this whole time here. It's automatically like a suspicious looking thing, having your hands in your pockets like you're hiding something. This is part of the reason why people think Donna's a mole, because Donna has always got her hands in her pockets. So there's a little point for the Donna mole theory, because we know damn well Sarah was planning something, violent, and she's got her hands in her pockets. She's got a scalpel in there. So what's in Donna's pockets? Is she sus? Is she a mole? What?
I said, who knows? What's in Donna's pockets?
I mean, I love that. It's such a meme at this point. What's in Donna's pockets? I think it's fun. I think it's fun to talk about. I don't think she's a mole, but I understand the reasoning why some people do. It's just, yeah. It does make you think, though. Like, she's Sarah's got her hands in her pockets too. Yeah, so who knows? Maybe Donna's hiding something. Anyway, Sarah tells Tabitha, "You'd be surprised how quickly all of this becomes normal," and says it's okay to be sad and stuff like that. And I liked that line, how quickly all this becomes normal. It just underscores how human beings are so adaptable that even this insanity can be normalized in this place. This becomes their new normal. And the monsters coming out at night like that. This is why when really random crazy things happen, people still think it's crazy and don't believe it, because for them, monsters coming out at night and hunting them, that's normal for them. But somebody going through a tree, winding up in a dungeon and getting worms under their skin, they don't believe that so easily. That's just crazy. It's just interesting. It's interesting to look at this from a psychological perspective and look at these human beings. It's kind of it's like an experiment. You're seeing how humans react, and okay, you put them in this circumstance, this becomes their new normal. And for them, monsters are totally believable, but yeah, like anything outside of their new norm is crazy to them, and they don't want to believe it. Like Tabitha and her Ankui kids, and Jade's visions. Kenny doesn't believe Jade when Jade tells him about his visions and all that stuff. And I know it frustrates people, but I get it. It's just because everyone here has become used to certain things. That's their version of normal. But anything outside of it, yeah, it's just it's hard to believe. At this stage, though, I think after season 3, hopefully they're going to be ready to believe anything at this point. I mean, now they know people can travel through trees, and although they didn't really learn much from the whole thing with Boyd and the worms, because at first they were doubting stuff again. What were they doubting in season 3? Fatima. They were like questioning Fatima, like, maybe her mind is just breaking. She's not really pregnant with anything. Yeah. Anyway, that's neither here nor there, but
he's by
Alma.
This is just a observation. He's by goats. Goats are the symbol of the devil. Ethan's the devil. Ethan's man away. Logical progression.
Yeah, it could be,
I mean, did you ever see the movie The Witch with the, Black Phillip, the goat?
Yeah, yeah, the goat, one of the symbols of a goat, is Baphomet, right? So
yeah.
It's Baphomet.
Well, Black Phillip is also like the devil. Like in The Witch, he becomes a man and he offers the witch, to sign like the contract, like in his, like it was made up, but to sign the witch's contract.
Yeah.
And blood, that kind of deal.
Interesting stuff. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, who knows? Maybe there's something to that.
Maybe that's why he loves goats. He loves goats.
He loves goats. Almost his favorite animal, right? Yeah. And I remember thinking when The Man in Yellow came out at the end of season 3, I thought, he seems demonic, because they made him look like he had black eyes. So, and if he had anything to do with helping them get immortality, I don't know. I mean, I was thinking like, well, that's usually a deal with the devil gone wrong. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that now, because that doesn't really make sense. He can't be like a demon. If he is Ethan, he can't be a demon. But
his eyes kind of look black in the shot. It's kind of cool.
yeah, they kind of do. They kind of do. I'm looking at everything in a whole new light now.
Yeah.
And if the clues set us down a different path later, then so be it. But yeah, I hate to say it, because I love adorable, sweet little Ethan, but I think he could end up being the Man in Yellow, as he wears yellow again, and we're gonna see it. It's not the last of it either. They're gonna gut punch us if they do that. I mean, look at his sweet little face. He's a beauty. He is adorable, but that's gonna hurt if it is true. That'll tell you how unbiased I am, and how unbiased you are. That even if we don't like a theory, we'll go with it if we think that it's logical. It's not about what we want it to be, but so anyway, Sarah tells Tabitha that there are hiding places all over town that they used before they had talismans, and that she can show her one in case she ever gets stuck outside in the dark. And Tabitha was so gullible here. Oh my god, it was annoying. Sarah's like, it's in the barn. I'll show you. You're not catching any weird vibes from her, really? Oh my god. So
he's so sweet.
Oh yeah, such a sweet girl. Yeah. So we cut to this. So at this point, this is his reaction. Nathan has just told Khatri. We didn't see it. It was off screen. He told Khatri that what Sarah did. Now, We don't know exactly. This is the only problem with this, the fact that it happened off screen. We don't actually know if Sarah admitted to killing Toby with her bare hands to anybody. We don't actually know. We didn't
It's just
see
more that she leaves the door open. That's what she told Nathan.
right. Because but so, even that wasn't on screen. She was with Nathan in a previous episode and she just said like I had to or something. I had no choice. And then she said I left the door open. The scene cuts. So we never found out if she told him anymore. We don't know if anyone was ever told. Nathan, Kotri, anybody about Toby, about how she actually killed Toby with her own hands. So who knows? That's still a mystery. If I don't know if they're gonna ever circle back.
And also made out with him beforehand.
I made out with him beforehand. Good creep. A Judas kiss, the kiss of death. Yeah. So that's the thing. We don't know exactly, but yeah, they just cut right to the chase, and we see Katri's reaction. You're horrified. Says you should have come to me with this sooner, and Nathan like kind of stops him and says like you what did he say like you promised, right? You'll keep her out of the box or something like that. And Kotri said, yes, I'll keep my word. So I guess off screen, he gave his word that he would protect Sarah. So already, I mean, I guess Nathan must have told him that she's been hearing voices. Yeah, he did. So he off screen told Kotri Sarah had been hearing voices, and he must have given him the whole story, that enough for Kotri to predict, I mean, to actually believe that she had abilities that needed to be protected, that they could use. We just didn't see the conversation. So I'm guessing Nathan told him, like I think it was that that she saw, the voices told her that Kotri buried a bag in the field and whatnot. I think Sarah tells Kotri that later, though, I'm guessing. But at this point, though, Nathan must have told him enough that he was convinced Sarah was worth protecting. Like, the voices must have, like, he must have, because Kotri actually lies at the end of this. So, yeah, I'm guessing Nathan told Kotri something that convinced him, okay, Sarah has a gift here, and she needs to be protected. So he said, well, we've got to protect, the town right now, and I will keep my word. And so they have to go find her. But, yeah, interesting how quickly he was willing to agree to protect her, though. I mean, you'd think it would take a little more convincing, or he might have been just, telling Nathan what he wants him to hear. And he later kind of interrogates Sarah himself in a subsequent episode. But anyway, so
they
in
have
this,
a spoked wheel in this shot.
yeah, that just jumped out at me too. I was thinking, oh yeah, there's a wheel there too. Yeah, and there was also one laying on the ground at Cannibal Village in season 3. So more symbolism of cycles, endless circles, and whatnot. So yeah, so we've got Sarah and Tabitha here, and she shows her to that little room in the back. Tabitha goes in. Tabitha stands there like,
look, walk in there further. Look in the back. It's way in the back. Keep moving. Keep moving. Keep moving. So I can put the door behind you.
God, what an idiot. Oh my God. So stupid. So Sarah pushes her in and shuts the door. God, how gullible can you get? Jeez. She locks her in there. Oh God, yeah, that drove me nuts. Yeah, she's yelling for help.
What drove me nuts was nobody could hear her except for Jim.
I know, right?
Jim heard her, so if Jim heard her, why didn't other people hear her?
Yes. She's yelling so loud, and nobody else heard her. Also, Sarah said to her, "I'm doing this for all of us. I'm sorry." Like,
Yeah.
okay,
Sorry.
that's sorry. Yeah, sorry. I'm about to murder your kid, and I'm locking you in here.
Sorry.
Uh,
I want to go
okay.
home, stabby stabby.
Yeah. Yeah. Um. So yeah, Khatri here tells Nathan, "Go find your sister," and then Boyd comes up here and he asks, like, if someone were looking for a sign, like, how would they know what to look for? And so yeah,
He's coming in totally at the wrong time.
yeah, really bad timing here.
Let's have a
Like,
philosophical conversation right now, Padre. That's cool, right?
yeah, let's let's dive into some deep spiritual reflection here as girl's about to murder a little kid. um Bad timing. So yeah, so he does that, and then Nathan comes into the diner, and Tom
So I
happens to
think it's sus. I think it's sus that Tom's there.
so
I
that's is
think
that
it's sus that he's telling him where he's gonna die.
yeah, okay.
He's never in the diner.
He's never in the diner, that's true. I thought that was strange myself.
Why
Yeah.
is he the person telling Nathan this? Where he's gonna die?
And yeah, and he just happened to see that Sarah was heading to he tells him that Sarah was heading toward the barn. I think he said with the Matthews kid, right?
Yeah. How's he know that? He's not even faced that direction.
Right? How
It's
does he
totally
know that?
sus.
It
Tom's
is
evil.
kind of it's a little sus. It's a little
Yeah, it's a
sus.
little sus.
Yeah. I'm with you on that. You
Yeah.
know? I thought that was weird. I can't think of any other time that I saw him at the diner at
Yeah.
all.
He might know stuff.
And he knows stuff.
Yeah.
He just happens to know that Sarah was heading for the barn with the Matthews
Uh-huh.
kid. Sends
Yeah.
Nathan there to his death.
Yeah. You better go right now.
Things that make you go, yeah. Yeah, I'm with you. That's odd.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I thought that was weird and random. But like because literally like they didn't have to use him. They could have used Mrs. Liu
Yeah,
for that.
Kenny's mom. They could have used Kenny's mom. They could have used a red shirt. They use a lot of red shirts. The red shirt ran up to the fence and told Nathan about his sister, when she had a seizure. They could have used a red shirt.
Yep.
Why Tom?
Yeah, why Tom indeed. I yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Like yeah, so I gotta say that that's interesting. And just because he died
Mm-hmm.
doesn't mean that there couldn't be anything suspicious about him. That's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like you gotta wonder.
Mm-hmm.
Um
And
so yeah, yeah.
if he is a ghost, which we think because he smirks behind Jade, he would still
Yes.
have that information as a ghost. I would assume, whatever information he knows.
Yeah. Yeah. Um so yeah, if he is some type of real ghost entity, yeah, I could see what you're saying. Maybe he was
Mm-hmm.
sus in life and in death. It's possible. No, like he could have. Who knows how this place works? We know
Mm-hmm.
evil entities communicate with other people, or other entities. Who knows if they're good, evil, or whatever they are? But Sarah's voices and Jade gets his visions, and so it's like, who knows? We'll probably, of course, we're never going to know at this point, but
Yeah. Or somebody
we,
whispered in Tom's ear, "You had to have Nathan show up exactly at this time.
yeah, I
Send
mean,
him to the barn."
yeah, it's kind of like my pet theory on the sus priest from Camden. You
Mm-hmm.
know, I'm sure we're never actually going to get a real answer for this. We're never going to probably see that priest again, but I have my own theory on how all of that worked. And in my head canon, that's how it's going to be. It's that the boy in white reached out to that priest in Camden, spoke to him in his head as the voice of God, and said, "There's going to be a woman coming. she needs to look in her lunchbox and, fed him information so that he would make damn sure that she opened that lunchbox and saw Henry's address in there. 'Cause he was way too eager for that. Way too eager and super sus. And he knew that her baby that she lost was a boy.
Mm-hmm.
How did he know? So I will always have that as my headcanon, and my theory goes with the fact that Khatri thought he heard the voice of God right before he got to Frumville too. So, I mean, so yeah, it's like, it's that kind of a thing where we're probably never going to get an answer. But just because we're never going to see these people again or get an answer, it doesn't mean that they weren't sus or that there wasn't something paranormal going on here. Yeah. So
I'm gonna pay attention. I'm gonna pay attention to what Tom says from now on.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think, like, I know that there were theories that he was a mole, and especially because he didn't participate in the radio tower project.
Yeah.
So
he just happens to be here.
And he just happens to be here. Now, I don't think that Frumville needs a mole in the traditional sense. I don't think that it needs somebody to go report back to anyone. Like, here's weekly report on what everyone's doing. But there could be supernatural entities that are speaking to certain people, and like just the way the kimono lady did with Elgin, that kind of thing. Elgin wasn't a mole, but Elgin was being used and manipulated by some entity there. Somebody like Tom, it could have been something like that too. But unfortunately, we're never gonna know. Yeah, so that was an interesting thought on that. Let me see.
Got my eye on you, Tom.
Yeah, we're keeping our eye on you for sure. And yeah, I don't think he was like a traditional mole or anything like that. But hey, you never know. There could have been an entity speaking to him in his head. Dieter said, "Welcome to Discord." Oh, no context. Did you join? Nice. Yeah, for anyone that's just joining, my Discord link is pinned at the top of the chat right now, and we're doing, we talk all kinds of stuff in the Discord, from Severance. We have channels that we just started for Stranger Things, which is coming back this year, and there's a Silo section. But yeah, we're doing, and we're going to do all kinds of watch parties, but right now we're doing weekly Severance watch parties every Thursday night. Tomorrow night, so actually tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern, Thursday, we're going to do episodes 7 and 8 of Severance, and then come on YouTube and do a live about it. So also Severance season 2, I will be doing midnight watch parties for that every single week when the episodes drop. So if you want to join, just click the Discord link up at the top of the chat, and if you're listening on the replay, it's in the description of this video. And don't worry about it if you have issues with Discord and you need help. Just, you can DM me. I'll help you however I can. And yeah, it's a good time. It's always a good time. We're gonna do lots more watch parties too for other stuff. I definitely want to do that. Anyway, so oh, Doc, hey, Doc's back. I almost made witch goat comments about From, but didn't want to spoil anything.
I didn't think you'd watch The Witch. I didn't think you would.
Oh yeah.
Not people in the chat though. Sorry, people in the chat.
Yeah. Jeez. Let me see. What else? I read that one. Although the poster for the film spoils it.
Yeah, I was gonna say the name of the film kind of spoils it.
Okay. Okay.
Now there's gonna be a witch in it on the sand.
What is it called? It's called The Witch?
Yeah,
okay. Okay, I hadn't heard of this. Was this an upcoming movie?
Oh no, it's been out for some time.
Oh, okay. It's already been. I thought, yeah, I've heard of a movie called The Witch. Okay. Okay.
It's a good movie. Highly recommend it. because the director basically got people to recreate a village, a colonial village.
Okay.
Like to the T, like the same wood was used, the same costuming, like everything as realistic as possible.
Oh, okay. Okay.
The attention to detail is exquisite.
Oh, yeah, I've heard good things about that actually. Yeah, I've heard it's a good movie. That's cool. All right. Let's see. So Ethan kills his father, possibly. Possibly. I'm leaning in that direction right now, but who knows? There's a lot more we need to see to back that up. But for now, I'm seeing foreshadowing signs, and so is Scarlet that it could be Ethan.
This one good season 4 of story walking. We'll be there. We'll be there. We'll story walk to it.
Yeah. Yep. I think we're gonna get more in season 4 that could show us. It could give us more clues in that direction. But in the meantime, we're gonna keep uncovering any clues we can find that could, And the thing is, I am never gonna be someone who has, like, I don't do confirmation bias. I always try to check my own bias. We're only human, of course. Everybody has some bias, but if I have a theory, I literally try to shoot holes in my own theory so that I can avoid confirmation bias. As I watch these episodes, yes, I am going to be looking to see if there's anything that backs up this theory, but I'll also be looking for anything that could refute it too. Because, like, that's what you need to do. To have a really solid theory, you need to keep an open mind and shoot holes in your own theory. I learned that, I majored in writing in college, and one of the biggest things that I learned was when you're crafting an argument, you have to anticipate opposing views, and to make sure your argument is strong, you have to, try to shoot holes in your own argument and test it. So that's what I do with this show. So I won't just look at this, okay, I'm going to try to, like, twist everything I'm seeing to fit this theory. I'd rather Ethan not be the man in yellow. I don't want that. So I'm not going to twist anything to fit the theory, but if I see stuff that backs it up, I'll make note. That's all there is to it. I know you're the same way, Scarlet. We approach the show the same way, which is great. We approach the show making our theories based on what we're seeing rather than what we want to see, or shaping what we're seeing to fit our preconceived notion or narrative. So I like that. We see eye to eye on that. Woodrow said if Miranda drew a young man in yellow as true, then he has undergone rapid aging. Yeah, the man in yellow, that it's weird because, yeah, it looks like he underwent rapid aging, but at the same time, it could just be an inconsistency, because Jack Bender, in an interview I saw, he actually said that he painted the man in yellow before they cast Doug Hughes. So
they had to find somebody who looked like him.
They did, basically.
We need an actor who looks like this.
Yeah.
But if he's like say, I don't think he's that young. Say like he's 40 in the painting, and she painted it in 1978 or before then, that kind of checks out.
Yeah. It makes sense. Like,
I mean, I don't think he's super young in the painting.
No, he's not. He doesn't look super young in the painting. I think that it's possible that he ages. Maybe he's not an ageless being.
Yeah.
Maybe you could explain it just as, okay, the same thing as the boy in white. Everything's changing in this place. The boy in white is suddenly becoming the teen in white. And so the man in yellow has aged with brown hair to gray hair, silver, or whatever you want to call it.
And you never know when a curse might make somebody immortal,
Yeah.
Just saying.
Right. Yeah, so
sacrifice, another sacrifice happens, you're forever young.
Right. So it's possible he continued to age, and then he got a curse of immortality and became this monster that he is when he had gray hair. So
when he was a cute, innocent boy.
Yeah. Right. Oh yeah. But so yeah, and we know he's some type of monster. Some entity turned him into a monster too. Human
Mhm.
beings don't have claws that can rip a guy's throat out,
Yeah.
and what was the other thing? Super strength.
Hmm.
You know, he's a pretty slim older gentleman, and he
Hmm.
grabs Jim by the throat and
Oh yeah.
flings him against the RV. That's
And he
not
knows how kind
normal.
of shoves Julie into the forest. I mean, that's a powerful shove.
Yeah, he flicked her away like she was a gnat.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Get away, dude. Just get lost.
Yep. Get lost,
He
Story Walker.
yeah. I found that wasn't that interesting how he could have killed her too.
Yeah.
But so and technically, yeah, maybe
Because he loves his sister but hates his dad.
yeah, right.
Who
That
does
would
he run to? Who does he run to, Julie? Tell me.
he runs to Julie in
He
this
runs to
episode,
Julie.
which we're about to come up on
Yeah.
actually, and we're
Yeah.
about to come to that scene.
Hmm.
But I'm telling you, the more you think about it, the more it makes sense. Yeah, he didn't want to harm Julie. And I don't, yeah, maybe we should be worried about future Julie right now because
Hmm.
technically she's still in danger, but I'm not the least bit worried at the
Hmm.
way they left things. I don't think anything's happening to future Julie.
Hmm.
He had no interest in her whatsoever. He could have easily just killed them both. If he was going to kill
Yeah.
her in that very scene, he could have just done it right then.
Hmm.
He flung her away. Like, just, she was a nuisance to get away.
Like a
And
piece
he,
of lint.
just a piece of lint. Yeah. And Ethan does love his sister. Just,
He does.
yeah, that's a great point. So, yeah. Amy said could be that the man in yellow went mad, so he's not all there upstairs. That's entirely possible too.
We're all mad here.
Entirely possible. What was that? What was that? Wasn't there a short story about the yellow wallpaper
Yeah.
about
Yeah,
a
it's a very
woman?
popular story about a woman that goes mad because she's made to be in bed because Victorian women, they're not allowed to read or anything when they're sick. They just stay in bed, don't have any kind of stimulation whatsoever. So she looks at the yellow wallpaper and starts to go mad.
Right. So yeah, so it's interesting though to think of that. Well, maybe he did go mad.
Hmm.
Like yellow could have more than one meaning in the show.
Hmm.
It symbolizes hope.
Yeah.
I personally think his suit is yellow because it's a dirty yellow because it
Hmm.
represents the corruption of
Hmm.
a once hopeful and positive person
And
into this
youthful.
and youthful. Yeah.
With a clean sweatshirt and a clean
Yeah.
shirt.
Yeah. So I think that's why it's yellow and it's dirty.
Hmm.
It's symbolic. Um anyway, Amy says yes, it's just a
It's just
theory
very.
that it's just a theory that Ethan could be the man in yellow. That's all it is. Yeah, sorry, I gotta take out your child. Like what? Yeah, Amy. That made no sense. He's peeping too. Oh, peeping Tom.
Oh no.
Peeping Tom. Yeah. Peeping Tom. Yeah, there was a movie about that, a classic movie.
Yeah, it's interesting because peeping is like eyeballs, and then I think eyeballs and all the eyeball imagery in the show. The peepers.
Uh-huh. Oh yeah.
And then he died, and then Clara had to take his place.
And then Clara,
Clara? Is that her name? Clara?
Clara. Yes. And yep,
And then she's
Clara.
kind of like the mole after he dies. She's there. She's everywhere.
Yeah, then she's popping up all over the
I
place.
had to see how many times, if I rewatch it, Tom just pops up in places. I'll be like, okay.
Right? Yeah.
Why is Tom here?
Until I rewatched this, I had totally forgotten Tom was even in this scene. So I thought that was odd too. Um, and yeah, Dieter, thank you. Yeah, if you're a Severance fan, yeah, spread the word. I'd appreciate it. I need to get the word out that I'm covering Severance, and I'm going all in too. I'm gonna do weekly. We're gonna do weekly lives, Monday nights. So every Thursday night, we're going to do a pregame live, which is Scarlett's idea. It's a great idea, just like Jeremy did for From with his pregame lives before the episode would drop at midnight. We'll do that. Not a long one, nothing crazy. And then do a midnight watch party in the Discord. We can do a voice chat about it after. And then I need a couple days to just kind of take my screenshots, write my notes, and then the next day that really works well is Monday. So Monday nights we'll do Severance lives and just break down the whole episode. Like, really want to go all in on this. So yeah. So, and if you haven't checked out Severance, there's still time. You can still binge it. Premieres January 17th. So you don't even have to like do a super binge. You've got, over 2 weeks. So highly, highly recommend it. And you can join our watch parties. We're already on episodes 7 and 8 though. Tonight, Thursday night at 8 p.m. Eastern in the Discord, which is pinned at the top. Paw in yellow, Amy said. Oh yeah. Yeah. Amy said, I would say the creatures are like vampires. They are a lot like vampires. Yeah. Very similar. Similar, like, and kind of like zombies, like the undead, because they're still somehow alive, even though they have no pulse.
Yeah, they're not putting them in the daylight. And Jim wrote down, put them in the daylight.
They should.
See what happens.
Put them in the daylight. Yeah, we were talking about this on Tony's live earlier, too. Like, they need to see more what they could do with one of these things, if they could capture it. Trying to learn more about them. Absolutely. Cloud Zero, hey, nice to see you. Thanks for coming. Hey, Julie, might be a dumb question, but what does red shirts mean? Is it just minor background characters? It's exactly that. Yeah.
There's a little show called Star Trek.
Yeah, that's where it originated.
And usually the people, they would have the main characters, but then the minor characters would be killed off for like the drama of the thing. So
yes.
you didn't kill off the main characters.
Yes. So so now we refer to them as red shirts, people that you can easily just kill off, that are in the background, so you don't have to kill off your main characters. I didn't know what a red shirt was till I started watching From. I had never heard the term. I never watched Star Trek, so
I knew the term. It's a pretty old term.
I never heard of it, so it was new to me. So not a stupid question, Cloud Zero, not at all. So I didn't know. Woodrow said after all that search for Sarah to end up with his throat slit was a real bummer.
For Nathan.
Oh, I know, right? Wait, Nathan. Poor Nathan.
Hardly had a chance, Nathan.
Right? Yeah. Amy said, wasn't Smiley laying out in the daytime before they burned him? Yes, but he was already dead. We've never seen what happens to one that's still alive in the daylight. Maybe he would have.
I mean, he didn't like turn into ashes like Buffy the Vampire Slayer or something, but it could just kill them, and they could just lay down and die.
Exactly.
They don't have to explode or anything. I know, like, the vampires sometimes explode, sometimes turn into ash, sometimes they just die.
Right. Yeah, so I did like that at least it gave us a little more insight. Okay, well, nothing happened to it when the sun came up as it was laying there in the ground, but yeah, it would be nice to see if something happens when they're out in the daytime, because what is the reason that they only come out at night? There has to be a reason for it. I mean, I have a theory on that. I mean, my theory on that is they only come out at night because it kind of acts as a security system for the town. Like, I think that there might be an escape route through the woods. And if these people, let's say these monsters were out all the time, 24/7. Well, I mean, there'd be nothing really tethering them to the town. They might just run through the woods and potentially find a way out. But if they only come out at night, then these people, they can't venture far away. They have every incentive to stay put. That's why Boyd didn't go out into the woods, because he didn't know if the talisman would work out there, and he had to get back before sundown. He never went too far into the woods. See, this is what happens. Like, if you do this on a schedule like that and they only come out at night, it kind of keeps people sticking right there in town, not venturing deep into the woods. Just like Boyd never went out there until this first season development, where he's realizing, well, a talisman might work in the woods. So I'm gonna go try it. Yeah, I think it's a way to keep them in the town. I don't think anything would happen to the monsters if they came out.
And the only time they ventured out with food is when they didn't have any, because they always had a lot of food.
Right. Yeah. Right. Exactly. So that's my theory on that. So I think the monsters wouldn't have any effect at all if they were out in the daytime, personally. But oh, I forgot to read this, Amy. I think there is a game of chess being played. Maybe the red ones are pawns. Yeah, 100%. That's actually going to be part of my video series that I'm putting out this week. I think it's a lot like a game of chess between the man in yellow who's harming everyone, bringing people in to harm them, and I think the boy in white is the other entity bringing people into town to try to help and to try to stop the cycle. And they're using the characters like different chess pieces who have different roles, just like in chess. So
Boyd being the rook.
Boyd is probably the rook. Yes.
Because he had that rook piece.
Yes. Mm-hmm. That's what I think.
But I'm sure all the pawns are wood shirts. That's pretty much down the board.
Oh yeah.
Not any house people.
oh god, yeah. They're all pawns. Yeah. Absolutely. Yes. So, and chess was featured like in one of the first scenes of the entire series, which I do think is a clue. Kenny compared this to chess. He said to Boyd, "We're running out of spaces on the board, Sheriff." At the end of, I think, episode 2. So yeah, they featured that for a reason, and I think it is operating a lot like that. I don't think it's for sport. Like I think the boy in white entity who is helping, in my opinion, is playing it to try to help. It's sort of like a game in that he's using people to try to help and battling an evil force, but I don't think it's just them having fun. Some people do. I know some people think it's just two entities screwing with everyone for fun. But I don't think that personally. Anyway, Dieter said, could the sleeping monsters talk to Sarah or put that message on her arm? I mean, I don't know. I feel like the monsters, they are too far gone to do anything remotely helpful.
And she said the voices weren't the monsters.
Yeah.
The voices told her to tell people the monsters did it, or make it look like the monsters did it when she opened the door.
Yes, good point. And I think it's more likely to be spirits of the dead. Sarah said the voices told her that they're trapped there too, and they also want to go home. Yeah, they could have been lying, but I think it's probably spirits of the dead that are trapped there and want to be released, in my opinion. And that's what put the message on her arm. And we were kind of talking about that earlier, and like wondering.
So maybe if boy in white wins a chess game, everybody gets released.
Yeah, I think yeah, maybe if they get the right people in there to try to help. I think the boy in white brought Boyd in there because I mean, who could be more helpful than Mr. Fish and Loaves, who just spent 30 years in the military? He literally said to us in the show. I mean, they put this in the show where he says that he went to the worst hellholes on earth with the most limited of resources, and then, well, bam, he winds up here right after he retires from that. I mean, to me, it seems like Ethan, in this episode, Ethan was right when he said that one of the questions they should ask is, who here is trying to help? So whether you think it's the boy, I mean, maybe it's not the boy in white, maybe it is, but I believe that it is him and he's the helpful entity. One way or another, there is a helpful entity, and I think it brought Boyd there to help. You get the right people in there to assist Jade and Tabitha, who are at the center of it all, and they might just be able to beat this. That's what I think. We need to get back to the breakdown, but let me just quickly go through here. Umbra says, I almost feel like they simply made them come out at night to play into the trope of creatures, vampires, spooky things, etc., coming out as such in movies and TV shows. It is a trope. Indeed. It is a trope. Yes. 100%. And I hope they actually have a reason for it, though. Me too, Umbra. I hope so, too. I do think it could be that maybe there's a way out through the woods. I don't know. But or just a way, maybe not even necessarily the woods, but like maybe it might not be that there's a way out through the woods, but just that it keeps them more under control and in the town where they can be preyed upon more easily and not running off into the woods all the time and scattering like that. Like there's an entity here that's feeding on their pain, wanting to control them and terrorize them. So keeping the monsters only coming out at night, it anchors them in the town where they are. So yeah, that's what I think. I do think there's a reason for it. Dieter said maybe it was supposed to say kill the void and it was a typo. Yeah, I've heard that one from somebody before. You never know. Maybe
Address
because
me as the void.
yeah,
Not void, the void.
the void. Yeah, kill the void. Amy said, I don't know much about chess, but I cannot wait to see your video you make on it. Well, thank you so much, Amy. I appreciate it. I'm no expert on chess, so I mean, I'm going to do what I can to explain my point of view on it. But I definitely think that's how it's operating for sure. I appreciate it, Amy. I'm going to try to get that. Well, my first video on the Man in Yellow should be out tomorrow, finally, and then my video on the Boy in White, hopefully by the end of the week. And the two of them are going to be like connected, part one and part two, because they're the two entities playing the figurative game of chess, in my opinion. The town had a bishop priest, Father Kotri, and he was taken out. Oh yeah, good point. Good point, Amy. Yep. In chess, I do know there's a bishop.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yes, indeed. And okay, Dieter says that's right. I stay with the fact that the good spirits are trapped there. Good and bad spirits, maybe, but I have the feeling they didn't do anything with that this season. Yeah, they didn't really. They didn't really do much with that. Sarah had some voices tell her that Fatima was in danger and they wouldn't be able to get to her in time. So, and they were laughing.
They were laughing. Yeah.
Maybe those were evil spirits. I'm guessing.
Probably.
Yeah, like so. I don't know. I mean, I find that odd. Like, who was it that was laughing? It's like it's once again plural. They were laughing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Like, I feel like there are definitely both good and evil spirits speaking to her in her head. But let's get back to it. Now we've got this pivotal scene here, and Sarah coming up with the scalpel behind her back.
La 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 la.
Yeah.
How you like that goat, Ethan?
What did you say about what about the goat?
No, I just made it up. How you like that goat?
Oh, right.
Pet that goat. Pet that goat. You know, don't look at me. Pet the goat.
Look at how the goat kind of confronts her for a second. The goat's looking up
because he's protecting. Baphomet protects his own.
Right? Yeah. Isn't that interesting? You know, he's like, that might be one of
like a goat attacked her.
I know. This is probably one of those happy accidents, as the showrunners call them, but I do find it funny that the goat put himself in between Ethan and Sarah, or herself.
Is that Alma? Is Alma putting herself in between?
I wonder if it's Alma. I don't know which one Alma is, but
I don't know. I'll have to take a look at the one that's outside. You know, to see.
Yeah. Simon has his quest stick, or Ethan does, and Simon told me he's glad that Ethan lost the quest stick because it was a pain to carry this thing around.
That's what you told me.
I guess it must have been annoying for him. He's glad it's gone. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't look that big, but I guess it must have been irritating to carry around all the time. Sarah approaches, and Ethan immediately has this weird feeling. You can tell he's got a look on his face.
He's also got these like red feathers or something on that shirt too that I noticed. That was kind of interesting.
Red feathers.
Yeah.
Where are the red feathers?
On his shirt.
Like
right there on his shirt. Like there's a pattern of like feathers. They look like little
Oh,
feathery things.
I see it.
And there's one
Okay.
at the bottom too. It's like a pattern. There's
Yeah, I
one
see it.
closer to his belt there.
I see it now. Okay. Interesting.
And
Let
they're
me
red.
see. Let me see. I'm going to turn up the color saturation. Yeah, there you can see it better.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. Huh.
Yeah, at
And
first I
they're
thought it was
red.
a stain. At first I thought it was a red stain, which I thought was interesting, but then I was like, oh, okay, it's like a little feathery thing.
It's like a feathery thing. Yeah. Huh.
Yeah.
And it's red. So,
Mm-hmm.
and of course,
Crows.
yellow. What did you say? Crows?
Crows.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Feathers.
Um, Feathers. Yeah. Crow feathers. I still maintain that the crows are on the side of evil.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think they're associated with the evil entity for sure.
Which is
Uh,
Ethan.
yeah, I think it might be Ethan. Yeah. So, uh, I just, yeah, I think that again, the crows, you see them looking down on people all the time, just the way this evil entity is watching them, monitoring them. So I think the crows are kind of symbolic of the evil entity that's watching them, and yeah, because you get like point of view shots too from the crow's perspective, looking down at the Matthews when they get to
Mm-hmm.
town, stuff like that. So, um, they also go nuts when people approach that tree. So
Mm-hmm.
I still think that there's a way out on the other side of that tree, and the crows are scaring them away too. So anyway, so Ethan immediately kind of picks up on that something's wrong. He says like, "Where's my mom?" And
You can't hear her though, which is amazing.
how does he not hear his mom screaming and yelling in there? Like they're really close to the barn. That's bizarre. Like he's just like, "Where's my mom?" And she does this weird thing where she kneels down in front of him, and um yeah, she's like, "I really like you, and what's about to happen, it's going to save everyone. It's just like in one of your stories. You're going to be the hero." Yeah. Um that was just, it was so unsettling, and like I remember watching this the first time. I couldn't believe she was really going to go through with
Mm-hmm.
this. She was really going to do it, you
Yep.
know. and and honestly, maybe if there were a way for her to actually succeed in killing him, maybe everyone would have been able to go home if he's going to be the man in yellow. Maybe, um, you know, because I would venture to say the man in yellow is the entity keeping everyone trapped in there.
Yeah.
I, I, that's my best guess at this point, that he is representative of the big bad, and he's keeping everyone trapped. So maybe that's why. Maybe she's right, and the voices that are telling her. I mean, the voices have told her other things that are accurate.
Mm-hmm.
They told her that 2 cars would be arriving in town right before they did.
Mm-hmm.
They told her Kadri buried a bag with a candy bar in it.
Yep.
So maybe they're right. And if she could have successfully killed him, maybe everyone could have gone home because he wouldn't grow up to become the man in
Mm-hmm.
yellow.
Yep.
That's what I'm thinking right now at this point. But we'll see if that changes. I think this is a bootstrap paradox closed loop type of show where I don't think you can change, like you can't go back and kill somebody who already has a future as an older person. I don't think you could do that. So it doesn't matter what she tries. It's just like in other shows, if there's a predetermined set of events like that, and someone already has a future,
Mm-hmm.
then what would happen is like no matter what, something would thwart an attempt to kill them. So like you would take a gun out and try to shoot. The gun would jam every time. Something would always get in the way. And Nathan shows up just in time to save Ethan, like just barely in time. So if he is supposed to become the man in yellow, I don't think Sarah even had a chance. And maybe those voices that spoke to her in her head just don't know that.
Mm-hmm.
that it's not possible.
Mhm.
But we got this creepy close up of the
Yeah.
scalpel behind her back. And
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
he immediately he's a smart kid. Were you gonna say something?
No, it's just like, come closer, kneel down so I can get a better better view of your throat. Notice it's a throat too, I'm gonna say.
Yeah, that's a
Going
good
for the
point.
throat like somebody we know later.
Yeah, yeah. She does go for the throat. Yeah, he's because he tries to run away. She grabs him around the neck,
Mm-hmm.
and she's about to actually, I think she's probably about to slit his throat with that thing.
Mm-hmm.
Happens really fast, so I couldn't get a really good picture of it or anything, but
Mm-hmm.
that's how she grabs him around the neck right there.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. Now, you could look at this another way, and she did say that, you know, it's just like in one of your stories, you're going to be the hero.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he's going to be the hero on a quest who's the key to saving everyone, but I don't at the moment. I just don't think so. I don't know. Yeah, he could be the hero if he never grows up to become the man in yellow, maybe. But yeah, I don't know. I'm never 100% married to a theory like that,
Yeah.
but it's compelling.
Yeah, it is
It's
compelling, yes.
it's compelling for sure. Nathan shows up, and Sarah says, "This is how we go home." They told me this. So this is interesting. They told me this is the last one, and everyone gets to go home.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so they, who's they? Okay, I guess my best guess again, spirits of the dead.
Mm-hmm.
Spirits of the dead. Um, and is it possible it's either spirits of the dead or no, I was gonna say maybe speaking from the future, voices from the future, but no, that wouldn't really make sense. No, I would have to say probably spirits of the dead that think, well, he's somehow, as ghosts, as spirits, they
Mm-hmm.
know things that these people don't know that are alive. They know
Mm-hmm.
what's going to happen, perhaps. I don't know. Or I don't know if it's an entity from the future that knows what he's going to become, but
Mm-hmm.
it's interesting the wording. They told me and they said this is the last one.
Mm-hmm.
So, first she left the clinic door open and she killed Toby.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know why it was necessary for them to die, but the best I can come up with for that is that it was a test.
Mm-hmm.
See if she's actually capable of doing this. First, let's have her kill some random people, and
Mm-hmm.
then, like, this is the ultimate thing. This is
Yeah.
what's really going to send everyone home.
Unless she was supposed to kill Toby for a reason and then just left the door open so it looked like the monsters did it.
Right, like, Toby, it's possible that Toby, something special about him or something he
Mm-hmm.
knew could have been helpful or could have actually been harmful. Maybe if maybe this is a helpful entity
Mm-hmm.
and Toby was going to get in the way somehow. That's a possibility too. These could be some Machiavellian people, or spirits, or whatever, talking to her, saying, kill Toby because maybe Toby was going to get in the way in some manner. We
Mm-hmm.
might be looking at this backwards. It's possible Toby wasn't going to be helpful. Maybe he was going to get in the way, and it was a helpful entity that was,
Mm-hmm.
telling her to do something messed up, but
Mm-hmm.
for the greater good, like the trolley problem.
Mm-hmm.
We see the trolley problem a lot in this show. And Ethan is another example of it. Sarah, in this very episode, talking to Christy, was referring to the trolley problem.
Yeah.
If killing Ethan, she wasn't saying about killing Ethan, but
Mm-hmm.
would it be worth it to do one bad thing if it meant everyone would get to go home?
Mm-hmm.
With the trolley problem, it's you allow harm or cause harm to come to one person
Mm-hmm.
or a small group of people in
Mm-hmm.
order to save a larger group for the
Mm-hmm.
greater good. So we might have gotten the wrong idea on the first watch, and it's possible that the entities speaking to Sarah in her head in this instance, they might actually be trying to help, and yeah, maybe with Toby too. maybe Toby was a threat in some way to ending the cycle, and maybe Ethan is also a threat. It's just good to keep an open mind. So I like to look at everything from every angle, and right now, yeah, it seems like it could be a situation where it's the trolley problem, it's for the greater good, and maybe they're not lying, because guess what? They were right about something else, because we find out later that the voices told Sarah that if she doesn't kill the boy, kill Ethan, that Nathan would die. And what happens? He died. So they were right.
Yep.
Maybe they were also right that if she had killed Ethan, they'd all get to go home. You know? I'm just saying.
Yeah.
And Ethan manages to get away by kicking her in the shin.
I know, he's a badass. He just kicks her.
Just kicks her and runs, bolts. She's screaming her lungs out, and they don't.
Nobody hears her.
Yeah. Ethan takes off. Nathan grabs her and gets his throat cut in the process.
An all too familiar way to die.
An all too familiar way to die. Yeah. Just, that's so crazy, right? Oh my God. Just the way Jim gets his throat cut. It's just interesting, you know?
The hand there.
The hand, yeah. Yep. Father Cottry also got his throat slit, as a matter of fact. And
popular.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting, though. If Ethan does grow up to be the Man in Yellow, it's just kind of ironic, because Sarah was about to slit his throat, and he got away. She accidentally slits her own brother's throat. Ethan may go on to slit his own father's throat. So let that sink in.
Yeah.
You know? Just let that marinate. Consider the possibility. I know a lot of people don't want to think that it's true, but it is kind of crazy to think about, right? It would be ironic as hell.
Yeah.
She just killed her own brother by slitting his throat. Ethan may grow up to kill his own father because she managed to. I mean, she didn't manage to do it. She failed to slit his throat. It's like, it's a lot to wrap your head around, you know? And the irony is it just jumps out at you when you think about that. But
and Father Cottry's here, and he also has the same demise.
Yes, good point. Yeah, Father Cottry shows up, and he winds up also getting his throat cut. And yeah, it's funny. And that happens to Cottry, like, right after he convinces Boyd to keep Sarah alive. It's just it's all connected. You know? Sarah, Ethan, Nathan, Cottry, Jim, like, it's fascinating when you see the connections here looking back. But yeah, Cottry, like, little does he know he's going to die the same way real soon. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, he's horrified, of course. He's standing there watching Sarah's caught red-handed, and she's, of course, you know, horrified, screaming, and, you know, like, you know, Nathan is all she had. She said in this episode that he was her world, like no, he was all she had in the whole world, she said.
Yeah.
And he saved her. Now, I think, and that, I don't think we touched on that earlier, but that conversation is where we got the theory in the fandom that she had an abusive ex and he was saving her. And I really think that makes a whole lot of sense. I think that's exactly what happened. She told Christy, it's better he's not here. And she shut down. She didn't want to say much more than that. And yeah, she said Nathan saved her. He came to get her. They were on their way back to Boston, and that's when they wound up there. So I think it makes perfect sense that she seems like she has a lot of trauma and really a perfect victim for this place to manipulate. Someone who's loaded with trauma who may have killed her abusive ex. It sure didn't look like her first kill when she killed Toby. So
it's good that he's not here anymore.
yeah, it's good that he's not here.
By here I mean planet Earth.
Yeah,
Wrong.
yeah. So I would say she probably killed her ex, and this, I think the man in yellow is the entity, but the big bad. Personally, I think the man in yellow brought her to town to use her as a pawn. I think she killed her ex probably in self-defense, because he was abusive. That was the implication. It was heavily implied that something was seriously wrong. It's a trauma response when you're asked about someone, you just shut down like that. Like, he better. What was her wording? It's better he's not here.
Yeah.
There was more. There was more to it than that. Where was it? She said, yeah, this was her wording. I was with someone, but he wasn't. It's better that he's not around anymore. It's just me and Nathan now. He's all I've got in the world. Before we got stuck here, things weren't really very good for me. Nathan was the one who saved me. So it sounded like she was about to say, I did something. She said, before we got stuck here, things weren't really good for me. So I'm sure in her head, she was thinking, yeah, like she was being abused. Maybe that's what she was going to say. I was abused, or I killed my ex who was abusing me, or whatever. But she shut down. There was something she didn't want to say. There was some trauma there. And it had to be a bad situation because she referred to her brother as saving her. So now he's gone. Now he's all she had left in the world, and she just took him out herself. So that this really breaks her, I think, as a character. I mean, she's officially broken at this point. Like that's look at the look on his face. It was menacing. I found him unsettling, actually. I wondered what he was going to do with her, and I didn't believe for a second that he actually didn't find her at the end of the episode when I first saw it either. It's like he was acting super sus. But and then Ethan runs down, like you were saying. Ethan doesn't run to Jim.
And the house is closer than here.
He runs all the way to the Brundles. So.
He runs all the way to the Brundles.
Yeah. Great point. Yeah. It is odd that he did that. The house would have been way closer. We know the layout of the town.
Yep.
But he ran all the way to the Brundles to Julie. And remember, Julie did say in season 3 that after the death of Thomas, it was kind of like she stepped for both parents. So, they have a lot of issues as a family. And as much as Ethan does love his dad right now, he's not that close to him. I mean, even if you look at Ethan's final scene with Jim in season 3, it was very touching. But honestly, his dad expressed way more love and emotion than Ethan did. Ethan was very stoic about it all. Like, that struck me. And I'm not just saying that because we're thinking of this about the man in yellow as Ethan right now. I thought it when I was watching it that, he didn't obviously know this was going to be his last conversation with his dad, but his dad was having a real heart-to-heart talk with him, and his dad said, this place is going to want you to blame yourself. And he gives him this whole speech about, you shouldn't do that, and just as long as you're doing your best, taking care of each other, that's all that matters. And he says, I love you, buddy. and hugs him. And yeah, Ethan, I think Ethan says I love you too, but
Maybe.
there's like but there isn't a lot of emotion on his
Yeah.
end.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think it's just, oh, the actor didn't emote that much.
Mm-hmm.
We saw how much Ethan is capable of really
Mm-hmm.
showing emotion. He cried over Tien Shen's death.
Mm-hmm.
He shows emotion all the time, but in that scene he was stoic and pretty emotionless with Jim. So I don't know.
I guess like you can only take so many of Jim's rages coupled with your parents arguing all the time.
Right, they're definitely not that close, honestly. Like, anyway, so Jim runs in, and you know what's funny too? This whole crowd was outside at the barn,
Mm-hmm.
and Tabitha is in there yelling.
Yelling and beating on the door. And probably half of those people know there's a hiding place in there. It's just like, maybe you should go in the barn.
Yeah,
Why
like
is Jim the only one with supersonic hearing?
exactly. Why? Jim is the only one who runs in there and rescues her. It's crazy. Everyone else is just standing there looking at Nathan's
Yeah, I mean,
body.
this guy's got his lunch, another guy's got a coffee. They're just all cash. This guy's got he's got a mug, just cash. They're just hanging
Yeah,
out by the barn.
yeah, yeah. Just hanging out.
Typical day in Frontville.
Yeah. It's kind of like people gawking at a train wreck or a car wreck. They're
Yeah.
just standing there with their drinks. I didn't even notice that before. They've got
I
like
got a drink. And the guy with the drink was just like, "Let me bring my drink down." Well, let me bring my lunch down. This guy's totally cash. He's got the drink in his hand, talking to people.
yeah. Looking at Nathan bleeding out on the ground.
Yeah,
Like none of them even look particularly upset or anything.
yeah,
These red shirts. Like this one, he looks surprised. He's got his hand
mm-hmm.
over his mouth, but
Yeah.
I
This
don't know.
guy, but he'll eat that lunch without a problem, without any guilt. This
Yeah,
guy, he's just drinking it up.
yeah. He keeps on sipping whatever he's
Yeah,
drinking. Yeah,
I know. As you do.
sure. Yeah. Jim stops and takes a look at Nathan. Tabitha's right. So once again, Jim is less concerned about Ethan than Tabitha because when Jim goes in and lets Tabitha out, she's yelling to Jim, "We've got to find Ethan. We've got to find
Mm-hmm.
Ethan." And he still stops and gawks at Nathan while she's like, "We got to get Ethan. We got to get Ethan." She's in the
Mm-hmm.
background there.
Uh-huh.
So not the best parenting, Jim. Once again, she runs down the hill and
Mm-hmm.
and he hugs Julie. She picks up Ethan. It all happened so fast I couldn't get really clear.
Yeah, yeah.
But,
Uh-huh.
yeah. So they have their little reunion. Nathan is dead. He's done. Christy
Yeah.
Christy checks just to make sure, which is good. I hate in shows and movies when people don't make sure they check for a pulse. So good to see someone actually being realistic, making sure.
Well, it might help that Chloe's an actual nurse.
It probably does help if she's a nurse.
Because she said in like some interviews that she added a lot to what they did, like medically, like asking questions and doing things that they didn't put in the script.
Yeah, that's great. She also helped Simon, who plays Ethan, know how to
Mm-hmm.
pretend to have a seizure in a realistic way. So,
Mm-hmm.
so yeah, I'm sure that helped a lot. Amy here said those spirits be having way too much fun. Yeah, they're enjoying themselves, laughing, laughing at their misfortune and whatnot. Oh yeah, laughing about Fatima in season 3. Dieter said, "Are their souls bad entities? One day we'll know." Yeah, I think there are good and bad ones. I hope they do explain it eventually. Please don't kill the goats. Yes, leave the goats alone.
So much goats in all these shows.
Yes, A lot of goats in some of the best shows on TV. Severance too.
Yellow Jackets. There's Bruce the goat.
Oh really? Oh,
Yeah.
geez. Um, Amy says Ethan holding that staff like he's a shepherd or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's true.
Baphomet Shepherd.
Yeah, maybe. Cloud Zero says, "What's your theory on why or how there's an abundance of resources in the woods, like cows, goats, and vegetables?" I think that is most likely the helpful entity providing what they need. Either that, or it is the evil side just making sure they're fed, kind of like their livestock. Like they need to be kept alive. So either way, they're manifested there by some force that's powerful that can bring entities in. Like just like it can bring people to town, I think it manifests animals in the woods. And it could very well be the evil force, just because it's not just about killing these people, it's about torturing them, feeding on their fear and pain. So, it's got to keep them fed, kind of like livestock. In the
Maybe
meantime,
it makes you kind of laugh that you said, like, now it's like, am I livestock? Am I dead? It's like Severance.
I was thinking the same thing. It's
No,
just like,
I was thinking also maybe if it's the evil entity, they just give them a boon when somebody gets sacrificed, like Kenny's mom, and with the vegetables, or when Boyd found the animals, and it kind of lines up a little bit with Abby shooting the town up.
right, yes. So
No, you do something horrible, we'll give you a boon.
exactly, it's like a reward for a sacrifice of
death.
something.
Yeah.
So I definitely think that the crops showed up as a result of Tien Chen's death.
Yeah.
It was like a sacrifice, and
Mm-hmm.
it's I think the big bad, or the man in yellow, if you will, it's it doesn't just want to kill everybody, so it was never going to starve them to death. So I know people were frustrated that the threat of starvation seems like a nothing burger, but looking back, I'm not surprised. It was really just a way to make them so desperate that they would take a huge risk, like Boyd allowing Tien Shen to help him outside at night with the livestock.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as that got somebody killed, and now this is on Boyd's conscience forever, bam, the next day, all of a sudden, vegetables pop up out of nowhere, like literally. Not a coincidence. The starvation thing, that was just a device to put them in such a desperate situation, again, that they would do something stupid, somebody would wind up dead, and it's a way to continue to psychologically torture Boyd more. And yeah, it was like a sacrifice offered up to them, to the big bad, the man in yellow, or whatever. So yeah, then they get crops because they need to be kept alive so it can keep feeding on their
livestock.
Because they're livestock. Yes. And at the end of the cycle, then ultimately everyone does. I think the intent is for them all to wind up dead, but in the meantime, it's just going to milk all their suffering for all it's worth, torment them. So you got to keep them fed in the meantime, for sure. That's ketchup, right? The blood. Yeah. I wonder what they do use. Very realistic. I had to go buy it quick so I don't get the
Usually
video.
sugar, like corn syrup with red food coloring, like that kind of style.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't see this, but yeah, belated good night to Trace. And let's see. Hey, Shorty Womp Womp. Nice to see you. Thanks for stopping by. I think killing Toby made everyone believe. Wait, I'm reading that wrong. I think killing Toby made Jade believe.
It's like, that's not the word everyone.
No, I don't know why I glanced away and thought it said everyone and glanced back. Clearly, I'm tired and I can't even read right now. But killing Toby made Jade believe, definitely. The question is, why did she have to do it herself? If she had left the door open, the monsters would have taken care of it. they don't leave any survivors. They would have gotten everybody. And Toby was injured, so I doubt he would have been able to escape. Although, I mean, it's always possible. Maybe if she left the door open, maybe Toby could have run away and survived. So the monsters, like, they needed to make sure that he was dead, so that Jade would be isolated and really believe in this place and take it seriously. So, yeah, that could be. It could just be that. And it could be that he knew a little something that would have helped. Or he was some kind of a threat, like, unfortunately, I don't think we're ever going to have an answer to that at this point. That's one answer I don't think we're ever going to get, which frustrates me. It's one of the things that bugs me the most. That if I'm making a list of unanswered questions, that's near the top of my list of frustrations, but that's okay. I can come up with my own headcanon for it if they never explain it. Dieter said a Scarlet and Julie marinade. Wait, what? A marinade. What is? I don't know what's that. That's
because you mentioned marinating your thoughts. What that's marinade.
Okay, I couldn't remember. Gotcha. Amy said, I feel like he helped her do something bad with her ex. Yeah, maybe Nathan helped her cover up the killing of her ex. I could see that. Nathan didn't seem at all surprised by what Sarah did. It was kind of like a look on his face like, oh no, what did you do now? When she came out of the shower, that episode where, I think it was episode 3, where she comes out of the shower. And did we already go by the part in this episode and I didn't have I thought I had the picture of him in the bloody dress.
No, you didn't. That weird thing where he has it spread out on the table like it's ritualistic.
What the heck? I took a screenshot of it, but it's not in my folder. Well, that's so weird, but yeah, I wanted to show that, but
yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Nathan had her dress, her pure white dress, now stained in blood, laid out on the table, and he's just looking at it, which was weird, right?
Yes.
It was weird. Like, why is he just sitting there looking at her bloody dress? What did you say? It sounds ritualistic?
Yeah, because the way he has it spread out on the table, it isn't like he just grabbed it and was looking at it with his hands. He had it spread out on the table.
Yeah. It was weird. I thought that was strange myself. I do think that the dress itself was symbolic. Her purity and her innocence is gone now. It's completely stained in blood. It was kind of it was white with some little pattern on it, and yeah, she never wears that color again after that. So I liked how they did that, but yeah, I always thought it was weird that he had it there on the table. Yeah, so wait a minute, let me get back to this. Dieter said, that's the feeling I also get, or she did something to Nathan and tried to hide it, but don't think we'll ever know. Maybe it's not important for the story. Yeah, I think it's a matter of we don't have time. They don't have time to tell us everything. They don't have enough episodes, so they're probably never going to just explain it. Anyway, Boyd here, he shows up and he sees that, Nathan is dead. Christy and him they make some eye contact, and Katri does a good job of pretending he's just running over here from the woods chasing Sarah.
Yeah.
And nice acting job by Katri. It's like he just comes running and then he just shakes his head, like, in other words, no, I couldn't catch her. He didn't even say anything, but that was the implication. So yeah, nice fake out. He actually stashed her somewhere. I wonder where he put her so fast. Like,
the shed that's 300 yards away.
Yeah, maybe she's hiding. Maybe he has her in the shed where Tabitha was locked.
Where nobody finds anybody, even when they do a search of the town. That's the best place.
Oh yeah, probably. Yeah, he was able to stash her away so quick. And I didn't take as many pictures of the last few scenes. I didn't go too crazy, but because I don't think there was anything that important that I missed. Jim comes and talks to Boyd, and he kind of just like lays into Boyd. Like, you talked about this place like it's Mayberry. She came into my home. She played with my kid, but at the end of the day, Jim, you're the idiot that let her go off and play outside alone with your kid and let her get close in the first place. I mean, yeah, Tabitha accompanied them to the barn, but before that, I mean, she was outside with Ethan alone. I mean, take a little responsibility for your own kid. Like, I understand his anger and everything, but he's not exactly doing a bang up job protecting his kid himself. So, and I gotta say, man, his blue eyes really stand out with that blue shirt he's wearing. That shirt is very blue, very blue. And whatever color symbolism there is related to blue, I mean, they're doing something with that. I'm not sure, but yeah. Anything to add there? Or are you good?
Yeah, I'm good. I thought of a quote from there, but now it fell out my head because I'm tired. So
we're close to the end of the episode now.
I can't remember exactly what it was. It was significant, but I can't remember.
Yeah. I can't remember what Boyd said because I didn't have time to take notes on that scene, but I don't know. I didn't think it was that important, really. Yeah, it was just like, Boyd apologizing and Jim just laying into him. But and Mayberry, in case people don't know the reference, it's from classic sitcom The Andy Griffith Show, and it's just like a sweet little small town where nothing bad ever really happens. This place damn sure isn't Mayberry, that's for sure. But he was saying, you said everyone takes care of each other here. Well, I mean, Jim, like, what do you expect? Like, honestly, I mean, so you're just gonna trust everybody automatically because Boyd said everyone's like a family and takes care of each other here? Take responsibility and don't let your kid talk to this like strange girl outside alone. Simple as that, really. But
basically, don't let your kids do stuff alone.
Don't let your kids do anything alone. Yeah. Period. Yes. But they continue to let them do stuff alone right through season 3. They're still doing it. Ethan and Julie going off to the ruins alone. Which is ridiculous.
Or just having Julie at Colony House. They could have put a stop to that. They could have came and got her and said, "This is our rules. Sorry."
Yeah, could have absolutely done that. So Tabitha here, she's holding Ethan, and he's totally freaked out, of course. Julie, for once, actually is nice to her brother, and she goes home with them and spends time with them for a little while. She's still living in Colony House, but she takes Ethan upstairs and asks, if he wants to read the Chromanocle, but she mispronounces it, calls it something else.
The Carmichael what's it or something?
Yeah. Yeah. So he corrects her. Got the red, blue and white curtains here behind Tabitha. Yeah, they really wanted us to notice the colors.
Yeah, that's a crazy amount of curtains and different colors there.
Right? The bright blue and yellow here, and there's the red. Yeah. The color thing it just jumps right out at you now when you look back at it. So yeah, they go upstairs, and Tabitha's finally ready to write her question on the wall. She changes her mind. She wants to do it. And he gives her the marker. She goes up and she writes, "Did we survive the crash?" So she's wondering if they died, if they're in purgatory of some kind, or maybe hell. She doesn't say. But, of course, this was the first question that Jim asked. Above that, where are we? Which is obviously the most important question to ask. And then her first question underneath, that's the first one she's come up with, and it's, did we survive the crash? Which is an interesting question now looking back, because, yeah, technically they did. They didn't die. This as far as we know, this is definitely, well, actually, we know that it's confirmed. The showrunners said it's not purgatory. It's confirmed.
They didn't confirm it wasn't hell.
No, they didn't. That's true. They didn't say it's not hell. There are two different things. But yeah, they were asked, Jeff Pinkner and John Griffin, they were asked, is there anything you could debunk? And they said it's not purgatory and it's not a dream. So, yeah, I doubt that it's hell. I don't know why Ethan would be in hell. But so I would venture to say, yeah, they're all alive. However, we now know that she's died many times over and come back. So it's ironic.
Did she survive the crash?
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Because she didn't survive many other cycles. She's back over and over again. So the fact that she's wondering if she's alive, the irony is, it's just so in your face now. I love it. I love it, just knowing what they were planning and plotting all along, that she's a reincarnated person, and you could see now how it was planned. That was, they gave her that question for that reason. She of all people is the one wondering if they're alive or not. And in a way, she's kind of like Schrodinger's cat, both dead and alive. Her many past lives, she already died, and
she talked to people outside, like Tom said.
Yeah, she did. So she's a lot like Schrodinger's cat. So it's kind of, actually, come to think of it, yeah, that's another reason why it's cool and interesting that Tom brought that up. Because in a sense, Tabitha and Jade are both dead and alive. Think about all the lives they've had where they've already died again and again and come back. They're both dead and alive. So it's genius. The people, honestly, I cannot give enough kudos to the people who make this show, the writers, the showrunners. Looking back, doing this rewatch, I've never enjoyed a rewatch more than I'm enjoying this. Just seeing the way that they planned this out meticulously, the way they foreshadowed future events. It's amazing. And I understand if it's not for everyone, and you don't like it because it's not enough focus on the horror and the gore. Okay, well then it's not for you. But if you really pay attention and you go back and look at this, it does take rewatches to notice a lot of this stuff. You got to put in the time and actually go back and watch, and you'll see the writers do know what they're doing. They're not just throwing everything at the wall and seeing what sticks. They had a plan all along, and we're proving it week after week after week with this rewatch. We're proving it just by looking at this. Looking at these details, the dialogue, all of the foreshadowing that we're seeing here. And I'm not just talking about foreshadowing of things that haven't been confirmed, like the concept of maybe Ethan is the man in yellow. We've seen so much foreshadowing of confirmed things. Tabitha and Jade's reincarnation, Jim's death. And that's not all. I've even seen little hints that Julie is going to be important to the story. She's a story walker. So, did they plan literally everything? No, nobody does. But they planned the major plot points: the reincarnation, Jim's death, Julie's story walking, the monsters, and the way that they were created with the sacrifice. And so you see the breadcrumbs they were laying from the start. It's such a genius show. It makes me appreciate the show more than ever, doing this rewatch and seeing all of this, seeing all of the new insight, and trying to develop theories now based on, like, okay, what else could they be foreshadowing? They foreshadowed all of this stuff.
I'm going to foreshadow Boyd riding, and when it floods, riding on a pony on a boat, the arches, like in the one drawing where there's a boat going through the old ruined arches.
Maybe this scene right here is foreshadowing Boyd getting them out on a boat. You know, maybe we're getting foreshadowing of Ethan being the man in yellow. It's entirely possible that other things have been foreshadowed. And so now that we're seeing confirmation of certain things that were foreshadowed, I love going through and just looking at different clues. Okay, what else could they have hinted at in the beginning? Could they have hinted that Ethan will be the man in yellow? Possibly. We've noticed some things that may be clues. And hey, maybe this. If I had a boat comes on the jukebox. It's Boyd's sign that he asked for. Riding
I
on
like that. I like that Dale is mentioned in the song.
Dale was
If
mentioned.
I was Roy Rogers, I'd sure be single. I couldn't bring myself to marrying an old Dale. Well, it'd just be me and Trigger. We go riding through the movies. Then I buy a boat and on the seaweed sail.
Oh, right. Dale. I never looked up all the lyrics, but yeah.
Yeah, they're interesting because you could kind of apply it to the show. The mystery masked man was smart, got himself a Tonto because Kanto did the dirty work for free. But Tonto was smarter, and one day he said, Kimosabi, well, kiss my ass. I bought a boat. I'm going out to sea.
Nice. Nice. That's so the lyrics are so strange, like for an old song like that. It's kind of the whole kiss my ass line. That's oh, isn't that an old song? It's pretty
I don't
old.
know. It's a Lyle Lovett song, which I wouldn't think would be that old.
Oh, okay. That's not as old as I thought.
And
Yeah.
if I were like lightning, I wouldn't need no sneakers. I come and go wherever I please, and I scare them by the shade tree, and I scare them by the light pole.
Okay. Okay.
Go out on the ocean and upon my pony on a boat.
These lyrics are so strange. It's like, why is there a pony on a boat in the first place? Like, what? I
Yeah.
guess,
How do you ride a pony on a boat is my question.
yeah, yeah. It's kind of like longing for the impossible, this song. It sounds like to me, like if I were like lightning, I wouldn't need no sneakers. I'd come and go wherever I'd please. Like, yeah, that's another impossible thing. And riding a pony on a boat, it's like someone longing for the impossible, longing to be able to like do these amazing things, and
Mm-hmm.
I'd scare him by the shade tree. I'd scare him
Mm-hmm.
by the light pole. Like, yeah, it's interesting. And it makes it kind of sound. I hope it's not hopeless for them to get out. I hope that's not what this song is trying to tell us. That this is impossible, and it's like riding a pony on a boat. It's never going to happen. I hope not. I hope that there is a way that they can break the cycle. I think that they can, but yeah, it's the song choice. It's interesting. It's highlighted, um, really strongly. Because it connects to Boyd's little storyline with his boat that his family bought him, and which we'll find out later in the season. But he asked for a sign from Abby. He said he really just he needed a sign so that he should know if he should take this crazy chance, go out in the woods, um and then he's like, I think I just got my sign. And he thinks he got his sign, and I mean, did he get his sign is the question. I mean, it depends on what you think. Like, who's controlling the jukeboxes? Is it the spirits of the dead? Is it the evil entity? Could it be both interchangeably? Sometimes it's one, sometimes it's the other. I mean, honestly, I don't think a helpful entity would play "Celebrate Good Times, Come On" for Kenny after his mom just died.
Mm-hmm.
Literally just got the news. So I don't know. I don't think that kind of torpedoed my belief that the jukeboxes are just controlled by the benevolent spirits of the dead. Um, Either that, or maybe it could be both. I don't know. Maybe the jukeboxes can be controlled by the dead or the evil entity interchangeably. Maybe the man in yellow. Um, honestly, I feel like it's more likely that it's not a helpful entity telling him he should do this, because I feel like, okay, it does seem like the people here, the big bad doesn't want them going into the woods, and yet I think it wanted Boyd to go out there and get those worms and bring them back to town, because what happens as a result? The cicada entity, which almost gets everybody killed. I mean, we forget about that sometimes. It wasn't just the cicada 3 who were targeted. Nobody could go to sleep safely. I think it's possible that everyone could have died if Boyd hadn't smashed the music box. So, honestly, like this little song on the radio, I think it could very well be the man in yellow, aka the big bad, or whatever, but enticing him to go do this. Like, yeah, go out there and get these worms and bring them back to town. I think that was the plan all along. So I don't think it was a sign from Abby personally.
Yeah.
What do you think, Scarlett?
Well, first I want to tell Mr. Grant Gregory AI that Lyle Lovett is alive, not dead.
Oh.
He's 67 years old. He released the song in 1987.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I feel like the entity's messing with him.
I think so too. Yes.
But it could be Abby. I mean, Abby's shown up a few times here, like multiple times, but who knows?
It could be, I mean, I think the voice in Sarah's head in the woods really was Abby, most likely. The voice said, "Tell Mr. Fish and Loaves I was wrong. There are things out here worse than the monsters." Now I think that was the real Abby's spirit warning him to go back, because look what happened, because he didn't turn back. He wound up getting the worms and bringing them back to town and unleashing that cicada entity by giving them to Smiley. That's what unleashed the cicada entity. And ultimately, that voice in Sarah's head, when they went back out to the ruins, it said, "It's laughing at you for bringing it to town." So essentially, it sounds like Boyd was played. Boyd was manipulated into going out there. And this entity was laughing at him for bringing it to town via the worms. So, like, maybe the man in yellow was laughing. We don't know what the it is, but yeah. So the whole thing felt like he walked into a trap. And it started with this "If I Had a Boat" coming on the jukebox, enticing him to go out there. And then look what happens. The bus full of people shows up just as Boyd is out there, and the whole thing feels orchestrated. Like, who's on the bus? Elgin. Elgin was handpicked to help usher in, the rebirth of Smiley. This was always orchestrated from the beginning. Get Boyd out there with his "If I Had a Boat" sign. He'd wind up getting the worms, bringing them back to town. What happens from that? He kills Smiley. Smiley needs to be reborn somehow, and Elgin was brought there to, I believe, help assist in kidnapping Fatima. So it was all like, it's like three-dimensional chess. It really is.
Yeah.
Those are chess moves. I think it was all plotted like that. And yeah, so basically, I think the cicada entity would have killed everybody if Boyd hadn't smashed that music box. People would have all eventually fallen asleep and gotten ripped up. So in that case, I think what would have happened, since Smiley would still be dead and he'd have to be reborn somehow, I think Fatima would have been left alive. Everyone else would have been ripped up. As soon as she'd birth the new Smiley, she'd be ripped apart too, and a whole new cycle would start. That's what I think would have happened. But Elgin was kind of like the backup plan. Like, if they managed to beat the cicada entity, beat the music box, Elgin was there to help kidnap Fatima, usher in the new Smiley. It's like it really feels like a game of chess. This was plotted, and it all started right here at this moment. No way do I think that was a sign from Abby. The real Abby's spirit, in my opinion, is the one that through Sarah told Boyd, warned him basically to turn back. The opposite of what this song was telling him to do, which is urge him to go out, essentially. Yeah. So that's my opinion on that. But but there was something else I wanted to point out that I forgot earlier. One last thing about the episode. Where was it? It was in the scene with. Yeah, it was in the scene with Sarah and Ethan when they were at the merry-go-round. Wait a minute. Where is it? There was a part that I can't find it in my notes now, and I'm so tired. Where is it?
Well, we could call it after.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I found it.
Yeah.
I found it. Ethan and Sarah are out there at the merry-go-round, right? And you know how I said it seems like it could be symbolic of Ethan being the future man in yellow, pushing the merry-go-round, basically running the cycle and keeping it going.
Yeah.
She's sitting on it. Tabitha came out and she said, "Don't make her sit on that. It's filthy."
Just like I'm gonna be someday, Mom.
Yeah, and also don't make her. The choice of words. Don't make her sit on that. I think he's going to be the man in yellow, making everybody stay stuck in this cycle, making them. I know maybe I'm reaching, maybe it's a stretch, but I'm telling you, the word choice matters. And it just goes into the weird thing about why is he pushing the adult on the merry-go-round instead of the other way around? I always found that weird from the first time I watched it. I thought it was weird. And it seemed like they wanted us to notice it's weird because they used those very striking and memorable point of view shots of Sarah looking into the camera, Ethan looking into the camera. And then Tabitha says, "Don't make her sit on that." So yeah, it could very well be a metaphor. She's like it's a metaphor for the people that are being forced to be stuck in the cycle, and he's keeping it going. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking right now. We'll see if that changes, but yeah. And Ethan also said something like Mom and Dad are trying to figure things out so we can all go home. That's what the Crominocle would do. And she's like, "What's a Crominocle?" Which I just thought was funny. But yeah. Sarah says, "What's a Crominocle?" And then Tabitha comes out of the house. And
that's growing up.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. This show is genius. I'm telling you guys. This show is genius. She's the Crominocle. We know that now. I mean, I don't think you can even dispute it now. The Tabitha's the Crominocle, and at least she's one of them. I believe Jade is the other one. And yeah, it's brilliant how it's written. Tabitha's on this quest, and yeah, I personally think the Cavern of the Lonely Dragon is the storage room, and she found that bracelet, which was like a figurative map. It's not a literal map of the rainbow sky as in the story, but it's a piece of her past, from her past life. And so in a way she's not lost anymore, and that she has a connection to her past life, like the Crominocle was not lost anymore. So but yeah, nice little nod to Tabitha being the Crominocle in that scene too. But yeah, it's just brilliant. I love how they plotted their major plot points. They meticulously planned it out, and I'm just so I feel vindicated because I believed in the show and that they knew what they were doing. After season 2, a lot of people were really doubtful that they had any idea what they were doing. And I mean, now there are still some people who think that, but I would suggest to those people just do a rewatch. Really, really look at it, listen to the dialogue, and I think you'll see that they planned so much. Right from the start, they planned it. Anyway, let me see. Let me check back in with the chat here. Let's see. Where did I leave off? Where did I leave off? Okay. Amy said he runs to Julie, I believe, because she practically raised him. Yes, exactly. Because her parents were too busy losing the baby and neglected the other kids. Exactly. Just what we were saying. Amy eating chips over the body. Over Nathan's body. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
These people
at
really
least
are.
That guy with the orange container.
Yeah, he brought some Tupperware.
Brought his lunch.
He brought his lunch.
Just to...
Tupperware out. Yeah.
Yeah.
It just goes to show that these people are truly desensitized after all the carnage they've seen. It's just like, oh well, it's another body. At least it's not his whole rib cage isn't ripped open, so this is nothing. Like they've seen worse. Any gym lovers in here? Now you see him with throat. Dieter said. Yeah, yeah. We had Jim with his throat still intact. Guess the goats ran away. They still have goats. I don't remember seeing as many as that anymore, but Amy said maybe they filmed the scene during lunch schedule and that's why everyone was snacking. Could be. Dieter said, you said marinade. I just repeated it like it's ideas from you too. What were you thinking about? I didn't know what you were talking about. I read it out of context, so I didn't know. That was behind the chat. Amy says, if not an ex, I would think maybe they escaped from abusive parents. Yeah, that's possible. That's possible too. Hi, Omari Lucas. Nice to see you. Call from Child Protective Services. Yeah. They're not the best parents in the world. Okay. Well, belated good night to Amy. Didn't see that earlier, but belated good night to Amy. And I always appreciate you being here. Let's see. Yes, Dieter. Thank you for reminding me. I'll take a drink. Hey, Decipher. Thanks for stopping by. And holding Ethan is a position most dear. Okay. Did he position his response according to vertical disposition? I don't know. I'm confused. You're always confusing me. And I'm overtired too right now. Hey, Angela Rocks. Did anybody talk about earlier Jim saying the answer was 12? Yes, we did. That he was right. The 12 music notes. Yes, Angela. 100%. He was right. They planned that too. So again, people that are frustrated with the show, I know it's confusing. There are a lot of unanswered questions, and I understand the frustration, but the writers know what they're doing. So if you go back and really pay attention to the details, I highly recommend don't give up on the show. If you're frustrated, just go back and rewatch, and you'll notice things like this. Jim said the answer is 12. Tabitha said, have you figured it out yet? She said, tell me you figured it out. And he said the answer is 12. He was right. He later said, aren't there 12 notes in a scale? And Jade figures out the music notes. Bam. They get their revelation. Tabitha and Jade realize they were reincarnated. So anybody that says the writers didn't know what they were doing, it's just not true. It's just not true. Like, just go back and rewatch and you'll see. Hashtag justice for Jim. Yes, Umbra. Absolutely. Jim got a raw deal. Poor Jim. He has issues. I have my issues with him, but I never hated the character Jim at all. And he did not deserve that. That was so unfair. The fate that he had to endure. It's so unfair. There's nothing he could have done to prevent it either. Really, it just sucks. Hashtag give Jim his throat back. Right, Dieter? Dieter says, I think the episode where Jim says 12. No, it was this one. He said this. It was this one. The answer is 12 when he wrote the questions on the wall. Yes, justice for Jim, Angela. What? Decipher says, my baby mama says you sound like Tiffany Haddish. Julie? What? Who's Tiffany? I don't even know what she sounds like.
She's a comedian. Yeah, she's a comedian. Oh. She was on the last OG with Tracy Morgan. I don't know if you ever saw that show. She's been on a bunch of stuff. She's a stand-up comedian too.
Oh, okay. Do I sound like? Do I sound like?
I don't think so, but I don't know.
Okay. I'll have to look her up because I'm not familiar with what she does.
I guess I'll go ask my baby mama what she thinks.
Right, I know. My baby mama. Okay. Angela said, yeah, it was closer to the beginning of this episode. Yeah, it's okay, Angela. There's always the replay. You can always go back and watch the replay. Yeah, it's cool. We're glad you're here now. No, we're winding down, I think. We finished getting through the whole episode a little quicker than usual, actually. We're doing pretty good. In terms of...
Well, I'm taking into account that you talked on our live for 2 hours, though, so we should probably go soon.
Yeah, definitely. For me now, this has been almost 7 hours that I've been on lives.
Exactly.
Yeah. And I haven't eaten enough. I haven't taken enough time to eat. I had too much to say about this episode. It's so good. Oh my God. Yeah, it's definitely it's this one, Angela. You were right. And hello, Mr. Grant Gregory. Nice to see you as always, my friend. It would be canceled if it came out today, that song.
I don't really think so. If I had a boat song.
Is there something in it?
There's so many bands that have covered it. Like Dave Matthews has covered it. Jimmy Buffett's covered it. There's so many people that have covered the song.
Is there something in it that's not politically correct?
They're talking about Roy Rogers and the Lone Ranger, but they're not saying anything racist or anything.
Oh yeah, it said
Tonto's just basically telling the Lone Ranger to suck it, and he's going to go sit on a boat. I don't think there's anything weird in that. I think that's actually pro Tonto, if anything.
Yeah. I don't see it. I'm looking at the lyrics. I don't really see anything. It just says, the mystery masked man was smart. He got himself a Tonto. But Tonto, he was smarter, you know?
It's murder.
Smarter. So, yeah, I think that's all right. Unless I'm missing something, but... Trace here said, I can't sleep. Well... You found the right, you come to the right place then. We're the From Somniacs here. So so yeah, you're in the right place. So we're gonna wind down soon though. I need to get off and take care of myself.
Plus I feel a little nauseous because I ate a nut mix with a bunch of rosemary in the bottom, and I think I ate too much rosemary, and now it's making me kind of vomitous.
Oh dear. No, that's not good.
Yeah. So I'm probably going to go in a few anyway, because I don't know. I just want to lay down.
Well, at least I'm sorry to hear that. Well, at least we got through the episode. That's the important thing. We got through the whole thing. And yeah, so this is we both had a lot to say. I hope, did you get a chance to like make all the points you wanted to make?
Yeah, I hit all my points. Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I think this episode had a lot going on. I mean, not so much for the gore people, but for the people who like character development, like myself, yes.
Right.
Or world building.
Were there any pictures you wanted me to show that I didn't show? I know you sent me stuff. I'm so sorry. I was like a
No,
mess and not
no,
prepared.
it's fine. I use them just as a guide, so I know where we are if I have to go on Discord. Because on the iPad, I just go to the Discord and look at the pictures on the Discord, and I can't see what's on the StreamYard. It's one or the other.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
the pictures there just as my guide. If I get lost, I can kind of follow along with you, and I can like read my notes while you're showing pictures because I kind of know where you are.
Right.
I kind of do
Okay.
a little flying blind a little sometimes.
Okay. Yeah. You sent I noticed you sent them right before like when I was frantically taking my screenshots and
Hmm.
I was a mess. I didn't have time. But yeah, if
It's
there's
easy
anything you
for
want.
some reason. It's easier for me to go into Discord and look at them than go to the notes page because sometimes if I go to the notes page, it throws me off StreamYard, but it doesn't when I'm in Discord. I don't
Okay.
know. I don't know why.
Yeah. That's so weird.
Hmm.
Technology. Yeah, technology hates me. I try to do the simplest thing sometimes and I can't do it. And then like Dieter did something for me that I couldn't figure out yesterday. And I was like,
Hmm.
I don't understand. I can't do this. Dieter actually made me I have a new banner on my YouTube channel page thanks to Dieter.
Hmm.
Um I was just using a generic one that I
Hmm.
found on some website because I didn't know how to make one.
Hmm.
And it was next to impossible. I spent the longest time, even with this generic one, trying to find a generic one that would fit into the banner spot in such a way that, like, you got to make sure that what you want, like, the most important part of it is visible on all devices, including a phone. And
Hmm.
then on a tablet, more of it will be shown. And on or a computer, more of it will be shown. And in a TV, you see the
Hmm.
whole thing, right? It's next to impossible to find for me to find something that fits, that works for that. YouTube does not make it easy.
Hmm.
So I had a really hard time. I just used some generic thing that I didn't really like. And Dieter made me one with AI, a beautiful banner.
Hmm.
And he was telling me how to put it in and set it up so that my channel name and what I really want the most to be visible would be there on all devices. I
Hmm.
couldn't do it. I tried and I tried following what he said to do. I couldn't do it.
Hmm.
And so I ended up just letting him do it for me. And it took him all of like 5 seconds and he did it.
Yeah, yeah. Hmm.
Like 5 seconds. Technology hates me. I don't know why. I try to do the most basic things. People say CapCut is so easy. I'm learning how to edit now. I'm teaching myself how
Hmm.
to edit with
Hmm.
CapCut. I'm having the hardest time with it. It runs really slow for me.
Hmm.
Maybe that's
Hmm.
because of my Chromebook. It,
Hmm.
it's a pain. It's an enormous pain, and now I feel like a complete dumbass because everyone keeps saying CapCut is so easy. CapCut is so
Yeah.
easy, and I'm struggling with it because I don't want to keep reading my entire deep dive
Hmm.
script
Yeah.
nonstop and having to start over again a million times.
Yeah.
So for this latest one, I left some mistakes in, and I'm trying to edit them out, and I've been struggling with it. So technology, for some reason, hates me. Uh, like
Where
I don't know why.
where I come from such an old school space that was like in order to put something together, you had to film it on actual film, then take it to a developer, develop it, then splice all that stuff together with your hands, then take it to another person to get it actually made into a film, then take that film somewhere and then make it into a tape, like a VHS tape.
Oh jeez. Oh my god. That is a lot of
And
steps.
then
I
you would
could
have to take it to a public space like a bar to play it because there was no internet at the time where you could do something like this.
Oh my god. Like I can't even imagine. And I know
So in
technology.
comparison, computer editing is super simple.
Oh my god. Like and technology has gotten more and more like usable by just the average layperson, and yet I'm struggling with the most basic things.
Hmm.
I used to be tech savvy, but somewhere along the line, technology advanced to a point where I'm no longer
Hmm.
tech savvy. It's eclipsed me. It's surpassed me. All City Big Heck was just joking with me, saying,
Hmm.
Julie, you're too young to be a boomer or something like that. I'm like, well, I mean, yeah, that's the joke that boomers have issues with technology, but
Hmm.
not always. I mean, I'm a millennial and I'm struggling, so anybody can. Doesn't matter. No.
In the old days, you had to draw things instead of using AI. In the old days, you had to use your brain to find mistakes.
Honestly, it's like
I'm old school like that.
it's a
I like
blessing and a
using my
curse.
brain. Using my
Yeah,
brain, not letting the robots or robotic overlords take over.
I know, right? AI, it can be a blessing and a curse. Like it's a problem for
Well, it's a
people.
blessing right now, but maybe in like 50 years, we'll all be dead.
I know, right?
It'll be
Yeah,
like
our AI
Westworld if you ever
overlords.
get the season 4, which kind of sucked.
Our AI overlords. Have we learned nothing from sci-fi movies that have been predicting this forever?
We've learned
Like,
nothing. We've learned
like,
nothing about Skynet, and it's coming.
like, even if you look back at like Rod Serling on the Twilight Zone was already predicting that robots were going to basically take over. Or like, he was literally predicting it back then.
Yep.
And yeah, it's just funny. We've learned nothing clearly, and but it's a blessing for people like me. Like I don't have artistic ability or the ability to pay. I don't have money to pay somebody to make art for me, to do anything. That I don't have that ability. So it's a blessing to be able to, like, I created my logo with AI. I don't know how to design one, and I can't
I
pay
could have
somebody.
destroyed anyone. I
Well,
could have
when I made my logo,
destroyed you with my hands.
well, when I made my channel, you and I hadn't connected like that yet.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it was like by the time we connected, my logo was already kind of my brand, and then I was like,
Yeah,
well,
I like to point out ever since the progress is I don't want to hear AI's commentary. Have you ever really heard a bad AI commentary where it just repeats the same shit over and over again?
no,
It's
no, I
horrible.
haven't.
I mean, as a writer myself, I can tell when something's AI because it just repeats.
Oh
It
no.
repeats and it writes things in a way that a normal human wouldn't do it.
Mm,
When you do enough editing like I have, it's just, yeah, that's not how a human does that.
right. I know, right?
And by the time they repeat the same thing, like the same paragraph in a different way the fifth time, I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm going
Yeah,
on, moving on.
yeah. The idea that people are actually going to use AI, that studios are going to use AI to write entire scripts like that. I'm sorry, you can never replace human creativity with that, with
You
AI.
need to watch The Congress. I sent you a thing on The Congress. You should watch that movie.
Yeah, I need to watch that for sure. Yeah. It's oh, Carrie came in. Carrie popped in to say hi. Oh, always nice to see Carrie. Sending love. Hope this year will be great to you all. Oh, sending love right back, Carrie. And yeah, I hope you have a good 2025. And I know Carrie's had a really brutal time in 2024, and my thoughts and prayers go out to you, Carrie. I don't know if you're still listening, um but yeah, thank you for popping in and sending love, and yeah, we all support you, and and hopefully our little Frumley chats can be a good distraction from everybody's pain and struggles that they're going through, Carrie and everybody else. And I know it's a huge kind of therapy for me personally. So, you know, um, and what Mr. Grant Gregory said, Julie, I mean, having an off day. Oh, okay. He was talking about it's all, he meant to say
Sarah
it's all,
and Julie, yeah.
it's all Julie's fault if she didn't throw down the rope. Yeah, I don't think Julie had a choice. Well, it was all predetermined. Like, she felt compelled to go into the ruins because she was always meant to throw that rope. So it was just one of those things. It was a bootstrap paradox. If she didn't, then it would just alter the whole fabric of her current reality. The fact that she threw the rope, that enabled Boyd to get out of the well, ultimately saved Julie from the cicada coma in the dungeon. And then she, in turn, goes back, saves him in an endless cycle.
Mm-hmm.
No beginning, no end point. It's just a bootstrap paradox. So Julie, that's why she felt like this irresistible pull to go there, because she was always meant to go there. And I think that's how time travel is going to work in this show. We're already shown it. It's going to be a predetermined kind of a thing, and you can't change things that aren't supposed to be changed, like Jim's death, which we already saw happen. Since we already saw it, I would say it's predetermined and it can't be changed. Angela says, I think the references to Maboose are nods at something playing people like pawns. We got to watch that. I want to. Have you ever seen it? I have never seen it.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of Fritz Lang films.
That's
why I recommend M as well, but nobody recommends M because nobody really watches films like I do, I guess. And I have a knowledge, because I'm not AI, I have a knowledge of films.
Yes.
For my own personal frame of reference. If I don't throw up Rose, I'll stay on here if I don't throw up Rosemary in like 5 minutes.
God.
Rosemary all over the place.
Yeah,
I will throw up Rosemary to prove I'm not AI.
God.
Yeah, I'm just saying, making stuff with your hands, making stuff with your own hands is just something else. Taking your hands, making something.
Definitely. Yep. Yeah. Angela said, or join a Julie deep dive for some therapy. Thank you for saying that, Angela. I just got done saying that this is like therapy for me, and yeah, I do hope this can be helpful for other people, like Carrie and anybody else that is, has struggles they're dealing with in your lives, you're dealing with in your lives, and you just need an escape. You just need a nice community of kind people. That's what I wanted to build here. It's not just about a TV show. It's about coming together, sharing ideas, and we don't just talk we talk about other things too. Like, I feel like we're a community of friends. It really feels more like family, to be honest. So, it makes me so happy when people say this is like therapy for them, because this is therapy for me too. For real. You guys are like my family. I mean, it just made my year, honestly. This channel made my year. I mean, just thinking about the new year now, and I was reflecting back, and if it wasn't for this channel and this community, 2024 would have been the worst year of my entire life, hands down. So this fandom and this channel literally saved my entire year. It's the only positive thing that's happened for me in years, and I'm not exaggerating or trying to sound pitiful or anything. It's just the truth, and I'm just really grateful to every single person that's supported this channel, and the fact that I get to keep doing this, that we get to keep doing these lives even in the off season. I mean, that people actually show up. It's just, it means so much to me. You have no idea. It's just completely changed my life, having this community of people to talk to, share ideas, and we're going to dive into other shows. And I hope that some of the Fromily will dive into Severance with us and other shows this year. I want to cover Welcome to Derry and Stranger Things when it eventually comes out, for sure. In season 5, and whatever other shows might come up that are thought-provoking and we can discuss as a community. Hopefully we can get some of the Fromly doing that, but I'm going to keep on doing these From Lives every week. If you guys are still down, that makes me so happy. I didn't want to stop the From talk. This is going to be a year-round thing, and I'm thrilled that people still want to watch. Like, the Fromly saved my life. It did. I didn't really have any more purpose to even keep going anymore. I lost almost everything that mattered to me in my life in 2024. I still have my mom, thank God. I'm grateful for her. I still have my mom. I have my cat. I have my dad, but I lost everything else that mattered. But I can look back on the year and say, like, wow, I found an amazing community who's like a support system to me. And I actually accomplished something that I can be proud of for the first time. And I can't even remember when, because my pain prevented me from, it just derailed my life. It took over. It prevented me from doing what I love. But I found another way to, to do something I love and share it with people, and, like write scripts for videos. Like I get to do writing on my own terms, like whatever I'm able to do, take breaks to deal with my pain. But and the fact that actually people want to show up and listen to my videos, come to our lives, it means the world. So I just want to thank everybody for everything you did to support this channel in 2024, and really looking forward to what we're gonna do together in 2025. And I'm so excited about it. I mean, for the first time in literally in several years, I actually have something to look forward to. I can say that honestly. I'm not exaggerating. I had nothing to look forward to at all. So anyway, enough of that. I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, I was wondering. This is completely an off subject because I think I'm going to get off here in a second because I don't know if I'm actually going to vomit. But I was wondering if you would play. Do you have access to my David Alpe cameo? Because he does say Happy New Year in it. I thought it'd be cool to play it on the New Year one.
Yeah, I have it. It's here. Okay, I can play it.
If you could play it as an outro, or you want to play it now, whenever you want to.
I can play it whenever. If you'd rather, because I know you need to go because you're not feeling well, and I'm gonna still read.
I honestly need to lay down. I'm kind of nauseous.
Yeah. Well, you want me to play?
Don't eat a lot of rosemary, kids. Just don't eat it. Don't dig out nuts at the bottom of a rosemary thing and then eat a bunch of rosemary and see what happens.
Yeah, probably not a good idea. But I can play it before you go if you want. It's up to you.
Oh, sure. I'll play it and I'll go.
Okay. Let's play. Carrie, you're still here. Nice. You're so sweet, Carrie. I
know of, Trey.
What?
I hope I don't have a pod inside me, is what I'm saying.
Oh God, yeah, I would hope not. Please. I hope not.
Little smiley in there.
Yeah. Yeah, Carrie, I hope the Frumley is therapy for you like it is for me. I really do. And thank you, Trace. Thank you very much for the kind words. I'm wishing you the best for 2025 too. Really. And yes, we are Frumley, Mr. Grant Gregory. And Frumaholics too. We're Frumaholics. Okay. So this was David Alpe's cameo for Scarlet. And if I can find it, there we go. Okay, it's down here. Here it is. And yeah, it's hilarious. So if you haven't seen it, you're in for a treat.
Working. I hope it works. Scarlet, it's Jade. I found this old, broken down cell phone, and I'm hoping it's got a little bit of battery left, and I might be able to send this signal. I'm standing next to the signal tower over here that we rebuilt, hoping this gets out to you. I just wanted to say that your co-hosting work on Julie B. Deep Dives Lives is fabulous, and I've been reading your Diesel Punk book series, Wild Marjoram, and it's the only thing that's keeping me sane in this crazy place. Your film is amazing, and you know what? If I could get out of here, if I could just get out of here, I think we could take over the world. You and me, baby. Endless possibilities. That's all I'm saying. Possibilities, endless. Obstructions, minimal. But unfortunately, I'm stuck here in Frumtown. Penelope the goat, really the only person who puts up with me. Victor's got his own friends now, so, that whole thing. Scarlet, speaking as David Alpin now, thanks so much for watching the show. And thank you for being a fan. It tickles me absolutely raw that you love our show so much. All right, sweetie. Have a happy holidays, happy new year. I will see you season 4. And now I got to do something about this hair. It's getting in my eyes and it's really fucking me off. Also, half my diet these days is mustache and beard. All right, bye. Bye.
Hilarious. Absolutely
God.
amazing. So great. Yeah. Butcher, isn't that great? Ever since the podcast said this is awesome. Hey, welcome, by the way. That was amazing. I can never get enough of that. It's so good. It was brilliant. I'm so glad you had him be in character as Jade and David. That was so good. Love it. And good morning, monkeys. Cool, right? Yeah.
I think I'm gonna go, Julie. I'm gonna go.
Yeah. Okay. Well, feel better, Scarlet.
I'm gonna lay down. I gotta seriously lay down. Yeah. Thanks everyone in the chat. Thanks everybody. It was fun. I love this episode. I'm glad we could talk about it. We'll do Severance tomorrow. It'll be fantastic. Hopefully I won't feel nauseous then. I'm never gonna eat rosemary again. Take it easy, everyone.
See you, Scarlet. Feel better.
See ya, bye.
Okay. Let me go back up to see what else you guys had to say before I start to wrap up. Let's see. Oh, Dieter. Thank you. Talking about my voice. It's hypnotizing. What my voice is? I mean, I don't know why people like my voice. I've never really been complimented on my voice before I started a channel. No one ever did. So it's news to me if it's, I don't know. I used to actually dislike it, but hey, I appreciate the kind words. People like it. Now you have more time for other stuff, Julie and Scarlet. Yes, it doesn't have to be 10 hours all the time. Indeed, Dieter. Yes, and I will wrap it up shortly. Especially since I was on Tony Teflon's live for 2 hours earlier. So it's a lot of live streaming for me tonight. So it's never too much. I was so happy to be there with Tony. I had a great time. So I am always down. If he invites me, I am down. No question, no hesitation. New sub. I'm late. Oh, thank you for subscribing. Thank you so much. Ever since the podcast. Thank you. It's hashtag Team Kenny. I love Kenny. I'm with you on Team Kenny. 100%. Love it. Love it. Love it. And I'm guessing based on your name there, you have a podcast. We'll have to check out your podcast there. Let me see. I'll have to see if I can look it up. Maybe I can drop the link or something. Thank you so much for subscribing. Truly, truly appreciate it. And let's see here. And belated good night to Grow and Thrive. I did not see that in time. Hey, from Amelia. Hold on one second. Okay, so yeah, Familia, yes, we are Familia here too. Tony Teflon coined that. Tony Teflon coined that term Familia, which I love, and we are Fromaholics here, so we got our name as well, and everyone's Fromily, really. The whole From fandom, we're all Fromily too. Let's see. Oh yeah, maybe ever since did you find me because of Tony? I don't know. Oh, algorithm has all my new Fromly members popping up. That's awesome. So cool. I really appreciate like anyone new finding my channel, even in the off season, that's amazing. So I appreciate it. And Mr. Grant Gregory said you can use AI to find mistakes. It's quite effective in your scripts. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. That would be helpful. Yeah. Angela says the new banner that Dieter made for me is beautiful. Yes, it is. It is. Thank you so much, Dieter. Thank you. Yeah, I absolutely love it. It's so perfect. It fits the theme of my channel beautifully. The style of it is beautiful. It fits the deep dive theme. It's got ocean waves and a woman like right in front of the waves, and there's a lighthouse. I love lighthouses, which he knows. So very, very sweet of him to do that for me. Yeah, hook our girl up. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Trace says, Julie B, actually technology got easier with AI. That's true. It did. It did, but there are certain things that are still difficult for me, and I don't know why. And certain things should be easy, but they're not. I don't know. Maybe I just have issues. I don't know what's wrong with me. I used to be tech savvy and good at figuring stuff out, but now it's like, I don't know, it's kind of surpassed my ability at this point. And so I'm struggling to learn basic things. I don't know why. I might have to go feed the cats while I'm talking because apparently they're terrorizing my mom right now. I'm just going to do that while I'm talking to you guys. I can hear my mom yelling at the cat because he's on her head. He'll literally get on her head until he's fed. So hold on a second. I will just keep talking and feed them. Let's see. Eversense said, I don't want to hear AI's commentary. Yes, I don't either. You know, anytime I see a YouTube video or hear a YouTube video that has clearly an AI voice narrating, hold on a second, I've got to mute myself. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, anytime I hear a video that's narrated by AI, I'm like, I can't even listen to it. It's cold and robotic. Like, there's no reason to do that, honestly. Like, well, I mean, honestly, yeah, it's a pain reading my scripts on videos. I don't enjoy that part. I mess up too much, and it's definitely my least enjoyable part of the whole video making process, but I still would not use AI to narrate my videos. I don't know. It's not an enjoyable listening experience for the listener. It sounds so artificial, and I don't know. I can't get into it. It says, I don't want to hear AI's commentary. We want Julie B. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate it. I haven't been that active with videos in the last few weeks. I kind of got burnt out and needed to slow down for a bit. But I'm going to make up for that because this week I have one video that's already done. I think it's almost done, that I'm going to release tomorrow on the Man in Yellow. Theories on, the nature of the Man in Yellow, the inspiration for the Man in Yellow, what I think his role is in the show. And then I already have the script done for my Boy in White video. That'll be next, later this week. And then the video after that will be who the identity of the Man in Yellow could be, potentially. Could be Ethan. Could he be somebody else? That will be out. So I'm going to make up for this 3-week dry spell without videos. I mean, I did actually release an interview though. I mean, so it's not like I didn't have any new content. I was so grateful for the opportunity to interview Simon Webster, who plays Ethan, which is just an amazing experience. I'm truly grateful I had that opportunity. And so at least I did have new content, but not theory videos for a few weeks. And that I'm going to make up for that now. But yeah, that's another thing about 2024. I had that interview just in time. My first interview that I ever did on my own for my channel. That was amazing. I never expected it to happen. I never would have expected to get an interview ever. So the fact that I managed to do that, and my friend Justin White set that up, he arranged for that to happen. So appreciative of the opportunity, and I'm so appreciative to Simon and his family, his manager, for letting me do it. Even as somebody who hasn't done an interview for this channel before, I got to interview Jamie McGuire, who plays Smiley on Jamie or Sci-Fi Vision's channel, which was amazing. Scarlet and I got to help interview Smiley, but this was my first one on my channel on my own. So that was just mind-blowing, and yeah, I just am so grateful for that chance to do it, and hopefully maybe I'll get more interviews in time. But I'm going to keep covering from year round. I don't know when I'll have another interview, but definitely theory videos. Those are going to keep coming. Dieter said, for some reason, yeah, I was having trouble with the banner. Yeah, Dieter came to the rescue and put it there for me, fixed the banner for me. So it was much appreciated. Mr. Grant said, I asked AI. It said they were going to take over the world. If it said they were going to take over the world, it laughed and said, probably not. Oh, nice. I can make some art for you. Oh, that would be so nice. Thank you for that. You're so nice. Oh, you've been such a great contributor when you joined the panel too. You're awesome. Trace said AI can make the logo for you. Yeah, I actually used AI to make this logo that you see here. That's done by AI, but it's not like I didn't work to make it though. I spent hours trying to put in different prompts and find something that fit my channel and that I actually liked, and it fits with the deep diving theme. But I had to take a lot of time and effort to put in the right prompts and make it. I would design it myself, but I don't know how to draw, and I couldn't draw to save my life. And at the time, I didn't know anyone who could do it for free. I wasn't like Scarlet and I hadn't connected like this yet. So by the time we did, this was already my logo, and yeah, so I just stuck with it. But yeah, AI is amazing. It can do amazing things for sure. Thank goodness for people like me who don't have certain creative abilities to make art. I can't make music or visual art or anything like that. And a few people have made some really cool songs for me that I want to start using. Some beautiful songs. Doc made one for me. Doc Kaiju Labs, who's going to join us on Fridays. He made one. Mackie Val's made me a song. Who else made me a song? Oh, there was somebody else. It was Amy. I believe it was Amy. Amy did. Yeah, which is so cool. I want to start using these songs. So kind of these lovely people. You guys are so sweet. Like the things that you do, making me art, making me songs with AI, and it's just so lovely and kind. This community is the best, and also giving me loads and loads of advice and support, kindness. It's made such a difference in my life. I can't even begin to express my gratitude enough. But David Agil says AI videos are invading YouTube now. It's very annoying. Yeah. I'm with you that it's getting to be over the top. I don't like when they're narrating it. That's the big thing I don't like. AI has, AI can be indistinguishable from the real thing now, from like what humans make. It's true, Mr. Grant. AI is still in its infancy. Nowadays, it's like the internet in the 80s, although AI will advance exponentially, though. Yeah, it's a little scary, to be honest. Imagining, like, yikes. I mean, it's going to actually take a lot of people's jobs away in the future, which is unfortunate. So it's a blessing and a curse. In so many ways, a lot of technology is a blessing and a curse, though. Yeah, like like Dieter pointed out here, Scott McCord, he did a cameo for me, and he made an incredible drawing for me, beautiful drawing that he did by hand in crayon in a little notebook that he brings to and from set every day. So yeah, that was so cool. It was so sweet of Scott to do that. And I'm gonna get to talk to Scott soon, thanks to Dieter. Again, Dieter entered this contest multiple times for me in my name, so and won. So after the new year, so like I was told to wait in here after the new year. We're gonna find a time for me to talk to Scott McCord. I get to actually speak to him on the phone, which is so amazing. I'm so excited, and I cannot wait for that. Scott is an amazing actor. He is just one of my absolute favorites on the show. He deserves all the Emmys. Like, he really does. He is just and he's a beautiful soul. I can tell he really is. Butcher said, I wouldn't be surprised if writers are using AI now. I think they are. Some of them. Angela said AI just isn't the same for me, though. Coca-Cola had some warped ads because of AI. Oh. Trace said, I work in tech and the future is amazing. Yes, there are positives and negatives to it. Absolutely. Are you AI? Ever since said, are you AI trying to convince us to let Robotnik take over? LOL. Yeah. Right? No, I think he's real. Hopefully, no, he's real. He's been on the panel with us. I know he's not a bot. Yeah, we can't let AI replace real talent. Not completely. But it definitely helps people like me, who can't afford to pay people to make art for me. Carrie. Mr. Grant says, if Julie didn't throw the rope, then he wouldn't have gotten the worms, and then he couldn't have saved her because she didn't need saving. That's true. That's true, but the thing is, all these things already happened. So if she didn't go back and throw him the rope, the whole fabric of her reality would be different. Like, Boyd would literally evaporate from existence in her present time. That's the thing. That's why it's a bootstrap paradox. She has to go back and throw him the rope so that he can come save her. Not only save her, but be there and exist. He exists in season 3. And because he exists still, and he didn't die in the well, it would screw everything up. Like, there is a model of time travel where you can erase someone from existence, but it's very messy. So Julie needed to go back and do that to preserve the status quo of the present. That's why it needed to happen. And you're so welcome, Carrie. You're so welcome. Yeah, I'm hopefully I found the right words to say to you earlier, because I'm tired and out of it, but I just wanted you to know how much we support you, and we are all here for you, Carrie. All the Frumley is here to support each other through everything that we're going through. Angela said Mabuse used a lot of hypnosis too. I gotta watch that movie. It's fascinating to me. I gotta watch that movie. It pops up on the thing on Henry's head in the ambulance, and the defibrillator Randall grabs. It's odd that they would use that word. It feels intentional. It's gotta be. Ever since said, just glad to catch a late night stream. I had to sub. We'll be here waiting with y'all for season 4. Thank you so much. Thank you so, so much. I truly appreciate it. Every single person that still wants to come and hang out and talk from until season 4. I cannot thank you enough because I didn't want to stop. Yes, I'm going to cover other shows, of course. I'm going to cover Severance big time. Huge, huge Severance fan. And I'm going to cover other shows in 2025, but I want to continue doing From Lives every week, continue making theory videos when something strikes me, and eventually I want to make rewatch deep dives that are scripted too. I just haven't gotten around to that yet, but thank you so much. I was worried when the season ended that people wouldn't want to come anymore, and I'd be talking to maybe a handful of people, and it would be awkward, and I would just miss all of you people. That's the thing. I would really miss that. So I cannot thank everyone enough for still showing up, even in the off season. It just means the world to me because this has been life changing. Just an amazing experience and truly therapy for me, really. So, silo deep dives. That was the intention, Mr. Grant. I got so wrapped up in From that Silo got away from me. Now the season's almost over. I haven't done anything for it. I'm thinking maybe I'll do a little bit of content before the season ends. Kind of like looking back over the season overall, at least do something for Silo because I do really enjoy it. It's one of the best shows on TV. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I can still do a little something for Silo for sure. Yeah. Not lives, but maybe some content. Thank you, Dieter. Not going anywhere, Julie. Looking forward for more. Thank you so, so much. Thank you. That means the world to me. TJ Yao, Truthful Ministry, says, I lost everything that mattered to me. Oh my goodness. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This sounds a lot like Father Kotri. Like, oh my goodness. So, but you, wow, that's an amazing story, though. You heard the voice of God. Wow. I heard the voice of God when I was about to die. Oh my goodness. Well, that's heavy. That is really heavy. I am so sorry that happened to you. I'm so sorry. And yeah, I hope that this fandom can be therapy for you and you know bring you support and kindness because they've done that for me. And just hanging out with these people, having a distraction, I'm sure you're still struggling. Everyone has their own struggles, and you don't really find out about it until you start talking and you realize what other people are going through that you had no idea about. Yeah, I mean, I'm just I'm glad that this community can be here for each other. And yeah, hang in there. Hang in there. That's brutal. Wow. Now I am so sorry, but I completely understand what that's like, and I I lost pretty much everything, almost everything that mattered. So but there's always, you can always find reasons to keep going, even when things seem completely hopeless. And I'm glad that you did. I'm so glad. I'm so glad that you're still here. Truly, truly. And Carrie, it's so sweet. You're so sweet. I'm so glad you stopped by, Carrie. It's always so nice to see you. And TJ here. You will see your family again if you truly believe in Jesus, and they do. 2 prophecies have all come true. Well, that is a beautiful sentiment. That is lovely, truly. I'm so glad that you're still here, TJ. Really. Thank you so much, you guys. I think I'm catching up to the comments now. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes it may feel like it's all over and it hurts, but try to see it as a new start. Yeah, Dieter's right. Absolutely. Yep, bright days are coming. Yeah, I'm trying to remember that myself, but it's not easy. It is not easy. Yeah, Carrie said literally a rosemary baby, right? Yeah, David Alpe is my fave too, Angela. 100%. Yeah. He is the best on the show, easily. I mean, it's an amazing cast. It's an amazing ensemble, but my personal favorite is definitely Jade. Personally favorite. And then I would say Victor and Boyd, Scott and Harold. Those are my top 3 easily. Yeah. And David goes all out for his cameos. He did an amazing one for me too. Carrie said I put too much rosemary on chicken once, never ate it again. That was about 10 years ago. Yikes. Yeah. I put too much of something on it. Completely ruins the food. Yes, indeed. I think I said hi to you, Javon. And hi again. Let's see. Alabaster Dragon. Yes. Oh God, I love Jade so much. Love Jade, love David. Absolutely. Yes. And Dieter, thank you for dropping Tony's link. Tony is so cool. I had a great time on his live earlier, and I so appreciate it being invited on. If Tony asks me to come on, I'm dropping everything and going on his show. I won't miss that kind of fun. No way. Javon Keys said, I missed everything. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, we went through the whole episode scene by scene, but there's always the replay. Yeah, you're gonna check it out? Good. Yeah. I know it's not as fun as being in the live itself, and chatting, but there's always the replay. Ever Since says, I haven't dropped the podcast yet, but I'm going to be talking from with y'all. Oh, cool. Nice. Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. And yeah, if you do have a link and you want to share it, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Dieter can hook you up or I can. Ever Since said, Dieter, you're so awesome. Julie B is so lucky to have you. I need a you. Yeah. Everybody needs a Dieter in their lives. Trust me when I say everyone needs a Dieter for sure. He is unbelievable. He's so supportive. God, he's absolutely amazing. I don't know what I would do without his support in my life. So I could not agree more with that. Ever Since, for sure. Yeah, there's a reason why people call him the GOAT. Dieter is the GOAT, 100%. Wait, Angela said story walk. I don't know what that was in reference to because I'm a little behind. Let's see. Yes, Dieter is the GOAT. Exactly what I just said, right? Yes, Dieter is the GOAT. Yeah, our cats have been peeing on stuff that they shouldn't be peeing on. It was on my mom's head just now, so yeah, I had to get up and take care of that. And yeah, Dieter, I'm going to get off in a few minutes and eat for sure. I will. Ever Since said, let me make sure my notifications are turned on for this. Oh, thank you so much. You're so kind. I appreciate it. Yeah, we're live every Wednesday. I'm going to try really hard to be live by 10:15 p.m. Eastern and not keep showing up so late all the time. It's been really bad lately, but like tonight I didn't go live until like 11:30 something. That was bad. Normally I wouldn't do that, but lately I've had some issues. I've had technology issues that have screwed things up. Sometimes my Wi-Fi gets knocked out. That happened last week, and I didn't get on until like 11:30. So, but yeah, normally it's 10:30 p.m. Eastern. I'm gonna shoot for 10:15, maybe even 10 if I can manage it. And that's every Wednesday night for From, and then on Fridays, every Wednesday night at 10:30 p.m. Eastern. We're also talking From. Wednesday night is for the Rewatch, where we deep dive into the Rewatch one episode at a time. And then Friday, we're going to have a different topic we discuss every Friday. and just miscellaneous from season 3 and season 4 talk, whatever we want to discuss. But we're gonna really try to stay engaged in the off season, and Doc Kaiju Labs is going to be joining us every Friday night. And anyone else who wants to join, we'll have other guests on. Infinite Umbra joins when he's able to, when he wants to, and he's always great to have. So yeah, some great collaborations coming up. Doc had a great idea to dive into some interesting topics. Like this week, we're going to be looking at John Griffin, the creator of the show, and some of the comments and interviews he's done. We're discussing that and whatever we can discuss about him that will give us insight into this guy who created the whole thing. I mean, from is his brainchild, John Griffin. So, understanding him better and his background and what he's been saying in interviews can give us insight into what's going on. So that's going to be some of what we discussed Friday, in addition to just whatever theories we wanted to talk about. That's 10:30 p.m. on Friday nights, 10:30 Eastern, and Thursdays. Right now, we're doing the Severance rewatch, which is it starts with the watch party in the Discord, which is pinned at the top of the chat if you want to join. And it'll be 8 p.m. Eastern. We're going to watch episodes 7 and 8 of Severance tomorrow, and then around 10:30. Probably around 10:30 p.m. Eastern, we'll do a call-in live. Anybody can join the panel and talk Severance with us. We just can't talk spoilers for the finale because Scarlet hasn't seen the finale yet. She's watching for the first time. But yeah. So yeah, Severance will be a good time, and soon we're going to be covering Severance every week, doing Monday night lives for Severance, and then midnight watch parties in the Discord when the episodes drop too. So if you want to get in on that, you can join the Discord. The link is pinned at the top. Starting January 17th, going to have midnight watch parties for Severance season 2. Hey, Javon Keys says that was a great interview, and that red lipstick and dress was fire. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate the kind words. Thank you very much. I love wearing red and lipstick. It's kind of my thing. I never used to do that because I didn't want to stand out. I was too shy, and I just wanted to blend in. But I've changed a lot. I've gotten more confident, and I love red. So yeah, I always try to rock the red lipstick and the red clothes as much as I can, and I appreciate it. It was scary going on camera, though. I was nervous. I'm not used to that. Believe me, I had to watch the interview like 3 times, maybe 4 times before I was comfortable enough looking at myself to post it. It was not easy at all because I don't usually go on camera at all. So I was really scared to post that thing. So the kind words really help. I appreciate that. Maybe the next time I won't be so nervous. I've gotten some nice feedback, and that helps a great deal. Believe me, it really helps. Yeah, maybe I'll go on camera a little more once in a while. Just not for 6 to 7 hours on a live. That's too long. I need to just relax. I can't relax if I'm sitting there in makeup and sitting up for 7 hours talking. Yes, Dieter, Simon is so smart. So freaking smart. Simon blew me away with his answers. The link to the interview is in the description of this video if you haven't seen it. Yeah, I did get to interview Simon, and it's the longest one I've seen of him. I didn't mean to. It was an accident, but it was 42 minutes long. And we had a great conversation. It flowed a lot like a conversation. I asked him questions that I had planned ahead of time, but then I thought of more on the spot because he had such great ideas, insights, amazing. So yeah, I was thrilled to get to that opportunity. So if you haven't seen that, yeah, the link is in the description of this video. And it's just, right there at the top of the videos on my channel too. He's a brilliant kid. He's like 10 years old. He's so smart. I couldn't believe some of the theories and ideas he had about what's going on the show. Amazing. Yeah, Scott is great, right? Yeah, Scott is just so, oh God, so talented. How do you play a child in a man's body and actually sell it like that? Blows my mind. Ever since the Teeter, you're the shit, right? He totally is. Mr. Grant says, I can confirm I am not a bot. Not yet. Yes. I'm pretty sure you're not a bot. Because not only are you in the chat, but you are on my panel for hours. So, yeah, bots can do all kinds of things. But yeah, joining a live panel, I'm pretty sure he's not a bot. I am a K-bot, or whatever they called us. Kendrick Lamar fans. Oh my God, ever since. Oh my God, yeah. I think we just became friends, instant friends. You're a Kendrick Lamar fan? Hell freaking yeah. Okay. Yeah. I just thought that was hilarious how we were accused of being bots. Like, Drake filed a lawsuit saying, "Oh yeah, they're using bots to artificially inflate Kendrick's streams and stuff." Yeah, I think we proved that wrong when, after the lawsuit was filed, the streams for Not Like Us skyrocketed through the roof. Yeah, if that's a bot, then I guess I'm a bot, because I listen to that pretty much every day. I listen to Kendrick Lamar every freaking day. I'm pretty sure I'm not a bot. I thought that was hilarious. I'm obsessed with him at this point. Like, he's a genius. He is phenomenal. Everything I see of him now, it blows my mind. I'm catching up on some of his music that I missed when I was too depressed to listen to music for a long time. And I'm just blown away. He is unbelievable. This dude won a Pulitzer Prize for rap music. No one has won a Pulitzer Prize for anything other than classical or opera music. He is the first person who is not a classical or opera artist to win a Pulitzer Prize. You don't just win that for no reason. Like, his work is actual poetry. It's unbelievable. He's one of the greatest artists I have ever seen in any genre of music. So that is my Kendrick Lamar love fest. You got me on that, and I couldn't help myself. With Alice said, sorry, I missed you guys. So tired earlier. I'll rewatch. Thank you, Julian Scarlet. Please feel better, Scarlet. Yeah. Hopefully she feels better. And yeah, no worries with Alice. Thank you for rewatching. I appreciate it. Thank you to everybody who's on the rewatch, listening on the replay right now. I appreciate every single one of you guys. Thank you so much. Yeah. And anybody who's just listening and not in the chat too. Thank you to every single one of you. Butcher says, I haven't seen Silo yet. Got to get to it. Yeah, it's a great show. It's a really great show. It's one of the best on TV. I'm a little behind. I've been so busy with the channel. I gotta catch up. I'm a little bit behind on it, but season 2 has been excellent. Yeah, top 3 faves, absolutely. For me, it's From, Severance, and then Silo. You're welcome, Dieter. And everybody, he deserves it. He deserves all the praise. He deserves it. Applause for Dieter. Yes, 100%. You have no idea. This guy moves mountains for me, okay? In the Discord, in the live chats, sacrificing his sleep, showing up and being a mod for me. Like, it's just unbelievable. He's 6 hours ahead of us. So when he shows up at 10:30 for this live, it's 4:30 in the morning for him. So that makes what he does even more impressive and kind, generous. So much appreciation, much love. Thank you so much. And yeah, Infinite Umbra. Infinite Umbra says, speaking of Severance, Butcher Up Blaviken, did you know one of the enchantments you can put on your swords from the Runesmith has that name, Game Nerd? Oh, okay. I wouldn't know about those things myself. Mr. Grant says 8 more hours. No, 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 no. I can't. I need to get off soon. I'm hurting. Yes, Umbra. Yes, definitely doing a From Live Friday night, and you are absolutely welcome to join if you're free. Should be starting about 10:30 p.m. Eastern. I'm going to try really hard to be on time this time and not show up at 11:30. So, lately I've been having some tech issues, some bad luck. I had some issues with getting my photos uploaded tonight, so I was an hour late, but this time I'm going to do it way ahead of time. I'm not taking any chances. Actually, what am I saying? Friday, I don't even need photos. We're just going to talk theories. I already have all the photos I need, so I'll be on time. More or less. Give or take a few minutes. Yes. Yeah, I'll be happy to send you a link if you want to join, Umbra. And Doc Kaiju Labs is going to join us. I think he gets off work at 1 a.m. and can join us then. So he's going to be there too. And we can make it a party. If you're down, you're welcome to join. Umbra says Kendrick destroyed Drake so bad his stands started calling all of us bots. Right? Oh my god. It was just a bloodbath. I mean, those diss tracks, it was diabolical. The whole thing was just plotted out. The order in which the tracks were released, oh my god, it was just it was unbelievable. Like, I mean, he destroyed Drake so bad. Drake literally had no other recourse but to run for a lawyer. Like, he, in the middle of a rap beef, this guy runs for the lawyers because he literally had no comeback for that. He was completely cooked. He was dead. Like, Kendrick cooked him with Meet the Grams and then danced on his grave with Not Like Us, like right after. Oh my god. With a bop. A bop that was literally a #1 radio hit. It was a #1 hit on Billboard. Like, dancing on Drake's grave. Okay, not literally. I used the word literally wrong, but you know what I mean. Yeah. It was unbelievable. So, and then the funniest thing is Drake played himself because he filed the lawsuit and resurrected Not Like Us, and it went back up the charts more again. he made Drake. I mean, he made Kendrick even more money. Like, seriously, he got Not Like Us back up the charts. Oh my god, yeah, that was embarrassing. I'm sorry if there are Drake fans listening. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be disrespectful. But he did kind of destroyed Drake. Oh god. But Drake played himself. He shouldn't have filed these. I mean, technically they're not lawsuits. It's more like it's like I don't know. I forget the word for it, but it's filing a petition to, like, it's the step before a lawsuit. But yeah, it's essentially the same. Same thing. Javon Keys says, I'm a huge Tupac fan, and Kendrick is the closest to him. Nice. Nice. Yeah, right? Absolutely. Absolutely. And Drake did that AI thing with Tupac, which I find really disrespectful personally. And I think Kendrick was right on that. Yeah, you don't know. That was completely disrespectful, doing AI stuff with Tupac. I don't approve of that. I think it's messed up and creepy. So, yeah, so that, and Kendrick just sampled a Tupac song too, which was really cool on his on GNX album. that was amazing. That track was so, oh my god, mind-blowingly good. The one that I believe Reincarnated is the one that sampled the Tupac track. So damn good. I won't pretend that I am some kind of expert on rap music and all of that, or Tupac, but what I do know is amazing. And yeah, Kendrick is just a poet, one of the greatest of all time. Yeah. And yeah, Tupac is the GOAT. Absolutely. Absolutely. AI couldn't write Not Like Us. No. Nope. I love that song. I play it all the time when I'm exercising. It motivates me to push through my pain. It helps a lot. All of the diss tracks help. Diss tracks are really great for workouts. I've discovered it really, it's a good distraction. I enjoy that. Hey AAMM, late but happy new year. Happy new year to you too. Yeah, thanks for coming. Glad you could make it. Winding down now. But there's always the replay. Scarlet and I broke down the entire episode of season 1, episode 5, and we found a lot of insights and went over some of the most memorable and pivotal scenes in the whole episode are in episode 5. Sarah trying to kill Ethan, and Jade having his talk with Tom in the bar about the paradox that they're living in, and Schrodinger's cat, all of that stuff, Jade's software company, Ethan and Sarah, that whole dynamic. We uncovered a lot of clues, things that we think are clues, foreshadowing, hidden meaning, and just looking back at such a memorable episode. So definitely worth checking out the replay if you have the time. And hope you had a nice holiday. Hope everybody did. Hope everybody had a nice holiday, had enjoyable New Year's. Umbra says, in the history of rap disses, we have never had such a situation happen that someone lost so bad that they lawyered up. Right? Damn. Oh my god, that's not a good look. That is not a good look. I'm no rap. Like I said, I'm no rap expert. I've discovered it late. When I was a teenager, I didn't listen to rap or hip hop. I listened to other stuff. My music taste has changed now. So I found Kendrick late. I didn't find him until the album Damn, actually. I saw him on an awards show performing DNA and Humble, and it just blew my mind. And I've been a fan ever since. But oh my god, yeah, that is just so embarrassing. Just calling the lawyer because you don't have a response. That's just nuts. Suing the record label or trying to sue the record label. Oh my god, yeah, that's oof. Oh, that's not a good look. Not a good look at all. Drake feds are an endangered species. Apparently they're still out there. I go on Twitter a lot, and I do see people like, shitting on Kendrick, but they really don't have much to say in terms of an argument, though. Like, they just say, oh, he's so overrated, and this and that. Oh, you're, what's the word that they use all the time? That you're something that people say, like, not gushing over him, but there's some other word, and I can't remember what it is now because I'm tired. But yeah, glazing. I don't remember, but it's just some word that they say. And it's like, no, we're praising him because he deserves it, because he's a poet. And yeah, like, don't ask us, ask the Pulitzer Prize people who gave the guy a freaking Pulitzer Prize for one of his albums. And he had an album, To Pimp a Butterfly, that's another freaking work of art. And like, I was watching him perform on a concert with a live band. I just discovered this. I never saw it before. It was Austin City Limits. It was 8 years ago. I just found it on YouTube. This guy is performing with a live band, doing this stuff that sounded like a mixture of like jazz, like almost like jazz singing and funk mixed with rap. It was like half singing, half rapping. Unreal. And a lightning fast pace. I was thinking, when the hell does he breathe? When does he even breathe? and it was just pure poetry, pure art, and making such important statements, protest statements, statements about, you know, injustices and, you know, racial inequality. One of the most important albums, I think, of the decade was that album, To Pimp a Butterfly. So, and then Damn, another one. So, Damn, as in the name of the album. Yeah. What is it? Yeah, they say glazing. Yeah, I thought it was glazing. It's so stupid, you know. No, we're praising him because he deserves it, and they just don't know what else to say. So they say we're glazing. Well, you know, you can't really poke holes in his work because he's like a musical genius. So, you know, that's what they have to resort to. And I'd like to see Drake produce anything that's that deep. Honestly, he's more of a pop star. And that's fine, you know. His songs are fun and they're some of them are bops, and no disrespect to any Drake fans out there at all. But it's just not my thing. It's just not my thing, you know. Umbra said I despised Drake for using AI for Pac's voice. Really classless, in my opinion. Kendrick emulated Pac's energy and delivery and reincarnated, but that was all Kendrick. No AI, which I thought was dope. 100%. Absolutely. Yeah. You know, he sampled Pac's song when he did Reincarnated. That's a sample, but yeah, he was being himself. He wasn't using Tupac AI voice. It was just Kendrick making a work of art using that sample. And it was beautiful. The song Reincarnated, it's just going back through, you know, like inherited trauma, like inherited racial injustice, trauma, going back through, you know, like Black entertainers of the past and imagining that he's been reincarnated from them, and really fascinating lyrics, extremely deep and poetic. And I thought he did a beautiful job with it. And yeah, I think it was extremely disrespectful of Drake to use AI for Tupac's voice. It was disrespectful. You don't do that. I don't think that's appropriate personally. Yeah, but anyway, but yeah, sorry if there are any Drake fans listening, and you know, all the Drake fans left the chat. But yeah, that's just my opinion. No, that's where I stand in that beef, and I'm always tweeting stuff about it anyway. So I just yeah, I find it very entertaining, you know, just listening to the diss tracks when I'm exercising, and how he just completely just diabolically demolished Drake track by track. And I didn't know. I had my head in the sand when this was going on. I was too depressed to listen to music. So I was late to the party even finding out about it. And now I go back and I listen, I find out how it happened and how fast he dropped those tracks again and again. That's insane. Yeah, the guy is just it was like legitimately scary. Listening to it, like Matthew Grams, it was like listening to a murderer stalking his victim. It's genuinely sinister. Yeah. It was it was great. Yeah, I love all of those tracks. They not like us anyway, right? Yeah. um yeah, I've listened to that song so many times now that I know all the words by heart. That's how many times I've listened to it every day. Drake fans gotta hold that L. Yeah, I'm honestly, yeah. I haven't heard him come out with a response, has he? I haven't, other than the lawsuit or the threat of the lawsuit, I haven't heard anything. Where's his response? I mean, it kind of says it all, doesn't it? he's got to take the L. Humvra said that was a cool premise, using John Lee Hooker and Billie Holiday leading finally to himself and reincarnated. Exactly. Yeah, that was really cool how he did that. Imagining himself as reincarnated from these people and just inheriting the trauma that they went through, which is really interesting. Once again, yeah, another work of art by this musical genius, if you ask me. I mean, if you haven't seen, if you've never seen, like, anyone hasn't seen Kendrick on his Austin City Limits special, it's on YouTube. Somebody ripped it and put it on YouTube. I was literally watching it for the first time last night with my jaw dropped. Like, I can't even believe what I'm seeing here. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, he can go from like a rap setting to standing there with a live band, rapping with the live band, and almost half singing, half scatting, or whatever he was doing. Jazz, funk. I mean, I couldn't believe it. I didn't know he had all of that. That was nuts. Oh my God. Yeah, I could go on and on about that. I could do a whole live on that. I mean, I'm a complete novice when it comes to rap, so I would sound like an idiot if I did that. But for what I do know, I love. But yeah, I need that concert. I want like MP3s of that concert. I would totally listen to that. I mean, wow. I just wondered how the hell he let all of that out without taking a breath, because it's so rapid fire. He raps at such a crazy pace that I genuinely don't understand how he does it. And that's always blown me away about him. And that's, if you ask me, that's the kind of rap I enjoy. I don't like this slow, quiet mumble rap where you can hardly understand what they're saying. To me, that doesn't really take that much talent. Anybody can do that. It's not like, I mean, fast-paced, complicated, intricate, rapid fire stuff that Kendrick can do. It's just mind blowing. Enough to leave your jaw on the floor, kind of thing. Now that takes talent. And when you actually listen to what he's saying, it's not just spitting out any random words. It's poetry. It has meaning. It's deep, powerful meaning in terms of of racial justice and inequality, and amazing protest songs. Truly, I just love it so much. But yeah, I need to wrap up. Eversense said, wait until Julie B finds out about Ebony Prince and all the conspiracy theories. She's going to deep dive into that. I never heard of that. See, like I said, I don't know a lot about this stuff. I'm a novice. So the more I talk about it, the more I'm going to sound like an idiot, because I'm not an expert in this area, but I know talent when I see it and hear it. That much I do know. I know poetry when I see it, and meaning. So, yes, yeah, Dieter, I know. Time to ring the bell. Javon says, I don't like that BS either. Can't stand mumble rap, right? Mumble rap sucks. I hate it. Like, it sounds stupid. It's not pleasant to hear. It's boring. It's amateurish. Anybody can do that. Any idiot off the street can do that. Any idiot off the street can't do what Kendrick can do. I'd like to see him try. They wouldn't get far. I watched him completely demolish some songs. I mean, there was one he did a performance with Beyonce of she performed Freedom at some awards show, and I remember him just popping up from below the stage and slaying that performance with her, and that whole thing was a protest performance too. Oh, God, so good. Yeah, the old school type of rap, that's, to me, that's what takes true talent, not mumble rap. We need to bring back more of that. Thank God Kendrick is around, because if it wasn't for him, I mean, honestly, there's not that much out there that compares anymore. Not that I've heard, anyway. Like I said, I'm no expert, but I know what I hear on the radio, and it's a lot of it sounds like garbage to me. Ebony Prince worked at the Mark Hotel in New York and provided Kendrick with artwork for Meet the Grams. He put Drake's Ozempic on blast. Oh, nice. Nice. I love it. Oh my god. Yeah, that's so funny. Yeah, him and his Ozempic. Yeah, yeah. Do some push-ups, get some discipline. Don't cut them corners like your daddy did. Fuck what Ozempic did. Yes, yeah. So that's where he got that from. Yes. Oh my god, that's those are some of my favorite lines from Meet the Grams. Oh, that's fantastic. Oh my god. I think he mentioned Ozempic in another song too, didn't he? I don't know. I forget, but I know. Yeah, that was the most memorable one. Yeah, and talking to his son. Ooh, yeah, yeah. Dear Adonis. Oh my god, that was crazy. That was crazy. Yeah. I'm sorry that man is your father. Let me be honest. Oof. Oh my god. It doesn't get worse than that, honestly. He addressed his whole family. He went through the whole clan. His son that he didn't claim at first. His mother, his father, apparently a daughter that allegedly was in hiding, maybe a daughter that he's still hiding, and and then Drake, who he refers to as Aubrey, of course, which is amazing. Yeah, that thing is absolute perfection from start to finish. Oh my god, it's so good. It's so good. Drizzy. Oh, yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, he's not the one, Drake. You picked a fight with the wrong one. He warned you too. Yeah. He warned you in Euphoria, you know? You know, like he said, yeah, if you come for me, I'm gonna come harder, like that's something you don't want to do, or whatever it was he said, and Drake kept doing it. He kept coming at him, so this is what happens. You did it to yourself. You screwed yourself, and then you screwed yourself again with the lawsuit. Yeah, that's what happens. But now it's turned into a Kendrick versus Drake stream. I've been off of for I don't know how long, but you guys got me going with that stuff. Anyway, I appreciate you guys so much. I'm gonna look into this Ebony Prince stuff now. Ever since I gotta catch up on this whole thing that I was missing when my head was in the sand. I caught up on some of it. I've watched some YouTube videos on it, but there's a lot I need to look into because I find it entertaining as hell. Okay. Okay, so I need to get going, guys. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate all of you so much again. In the off season, oh my god, it means the world to me that you still keep coming out and supporting. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I can't thank you enough for everything you did for me in 2024. I'll say it one more time. Everything you did to support me in this channel, making me feel like part of a family here, and it's been life-changing. Thank you again. Thank you so much. I from the bottom of my heart, I cannot thank you all enough. Thank you ever since. I appreciate you. I appreciate every single one of you, everybody on the replay gang. Thank you for listening. Thank you, anybody lurking who's not able to chat, who doesn't feel like chatting. Thank you to you. And keep an eye out. Thank you, Teeter. Thank you. Love you. Take care. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Thank you, Umbra. I hope yeah, I hope maybe 2025 can even be better. 2024, it was all set to be the worst year of my life. I was at the lowest point in my life. Lost almost everything that mattered. Almost everything, not everything. I still have my mom and my cat, my dad, but yeah. But, this channel and this community saved my life. I don't know what I would have done. I really don't. So, I've met amazing people, incredibly kind people, made amazing friends, and now I have this creative outlet that I never thought I would have. That's been a blessing in so many ways. So, thank you so, so much. Thank you ever since. Thank you so, so much. Happy 2025 to you too. Thank you very much. Thank you, Angela Rocks. I appreciate you. Love you too, Angela. Oh, love all of you guys. Every single one of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I truly appreciate all of you, and keep an eye out for my next video. Should be out later today. Finally, I'm going to try and get that out later today, which is going to be a theory video about the Man in Yellow. I'm not going to be talking about Ethan's role, potentially Ethan being Man in Yellow yet. Just diving into everything else regarding the Man in Yellow and his role, what I think his role is in the town. That'll be hopefully out later today. And then my Boy in White theory video should be out by the end of the week. And then, yeah, I'm going to be doing a video on Ethan potentially being the Man in Yellow coming up. And I also have one, I need to share a theory video that I got into on Tony's live earlier, and they advised me to hurry up and make a video on it because I spilled it on Tony's live. And it's about what I think happened to Eloise. And so I'm going to get on that as soon as I can. Maybe I'll make that a little shorter so I can get that out quickly. So keep an eye out for all of that. I would appreciate it. And yeah, Severance Live will be tonight at around 10:30 p.m. Eastern. We'll do a call-in live where you can join the panel. If you haven't watched Severance, highly recommend it. And join the Discord. If you're not in that, the link is at the top of the chat. It's also in the description of this video. If you're listening on the replay, we'll have our Severance rewatch of episodes 7 and 8 tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern. I'll stream that for you guys, and then we'll discuss tonight. And then the next From Live will be Friday at 10:30 p.m. Eastern. We'll talk some more From. And yeah. So that is the schedule for the rest of the week. Oh, thank you, Javon. You'll be at 20K subscribers this year. I doubt it's going to go up that much, especially without a new season of From to help me try to get some more. I feel like, yeah, maybe I'll probably pick up some subscribers from covering other shows, but no, I've never seen a fan base as dedicated as the From fandom. So I don't know. But I appreciate the kind words. Absolutely. I appreciate it, who knows? Maybe I'll pick up some from other shows. I mean, yeah, I hear Eversense is a new subscriber and it's the off season. So yeah, maybe some new From fans who are looking for a From fix and missing their new From content might find their way over here. That would be awesome. That would be cool. But I appreciate the confidence you have in me. Oh, hey, Hollywood Pineapple. I tuned in late to hear about Kendrick and Drake. LOL. Good night, Julie, with your deep dives. Yeah, it kind of detoured into a Kendrick and Drake live after Scarlet dropped off, and we kind of said all we needed to say about the episode. But yeah, it was a really good breakdown. I think we did. I enjoyed it. We got through all our ideas and insights that we could come up with on season 1, episode 5 of From. So if you want to check out the replay, of course it will be there. And Oh, hey, Lisa. Lisa S. Thank you for popping in. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And yeah, they are definitely coming. No, I hope so. Yeah. I hope, yeah, some more people show up, looking for their From fix. I'm here to keep you, engaged and we can get through the long dry spell without From. It's not coming back till 2026, so we can definitely stay entertained and stay engaged and have great conversations together. Absolutely. So anyway, guys, I'm going to sign off. Thank you for being here. I am going to sign off with a little cameo compilation that Dieter made for me of these amazing cast members who made these cameos for me, which is so kind. So kind of Dieter to do this for me. And I'm going to use this as the sign off. So, yeah, I'll see you guys next time. And until next time, keep on deep diving and let's see what we can uncover together. Have a good day or a good night, guys.
Julie? Hi! It's me. Why am I screaming? It's me, David Alpay.
Hey Julie, it is also Julie here, name twin.
Hi, Julie B. Deep Dives. It is Avery who plays Sarah on From. I just want to say thank you so much for watching and supporting the show, and I also want to give a shout out to your co-host, Scarlet of Many Names.
Hey, Julie.
Hi, Julie B. Julie B. Scotty McCord here. How are you? Hi. Finally, I get to connect with Julie B. Deep Dives.
Julie, you're awesome. You work so hard. I wish we were friends in high school. You could have helped me with my, literature essays, my critical essays, because you are so deep and thorough. Keep doing what you're doing, and I'll see you around.
Thank you for what you're doing, and keep at it, and I know you got this. You know you got this. Keep at it. Take care.
Congratulations to you guys on all your success of your YouTube channel, and I'm wishing you all the best in 2025.
Anyway, Julie, I just want to say, keep going, keep on keeping on. You got this.
Holding Julie B, protecting Julie B. With big muscle car hugs, there's a bottle tree. Keeping you protected. That's for you. That's for you and for all your brilliance and for everything that you've given from and helped make it what it is. So, Julie B, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for season 4. We'll see you in season 4. It's coming. Hold tight. Maybe binge the show until we get there. Dive deeper. Julie B's Deeper Dive. You're doing great. It's amazing. Bless you. And we'll see you in season 4. Don't stream and drive.